Hi, thank you for joining me. We are doing a lecture series on the book of Deuteronomy. So my name is Cyndi Parker. I am a professor at Biblical Theological Seminary, and Deuteronomy is one of my all-time favorite books. Deuteronomy, I know a lot of people have preconceived ideas about Deuteronomy. Lots of times when I'm at a cafe and I'm writing or working or grading papers and people ask me what I'm working on, I know for a fact that if I say Deuteronomy, it's a conversation stopper. People tilt their heads, lift up an eyebrow, and look at me like, why would you spend any time studying Deuteronomy? Sometimes people go, I don't even know what Deuteronomy is. And I say, well, it's the 5th book in the Pentateuch. And there's a pause, awkwardly. I'll say, well, you know, one of the books that's considered to be a book of Moses. And Moses usually is something that people can grab onto. But when people think of Deuteronomy, they think of laws and dusty, dirty books. So you have to blow the dust off the cover. And there's not an excitement to engage in the book. But I love this book. And let me tell you why. I think that the book of Deuteronomy is one of the hearts of the Old Testament. It presents themes for us that show up through the whole rest of the Old Testament. The book of Deuteronomy is one of the 4 Old Testament books that is quoted the most in the New Testament. So even for people during the time of Jesus and after Jesus, Deuteronomy was essential. They understood it, they were living it, they were breathing it. And so there is something engaging about the book. And I think that we should spend some time trying to hear this book. And I think that we in modern culture have a lot that we can learn from the book of Deuteronomy. We just need to engage the book on its terms, not on our own terms. So considering, like we do with lots of the Hebrew Bible, the book was not written to us as the modern day audience. The book is written for us. We have a lot that we can engage, a lot that we can use to bring into our modern day culture. In fact, I think the book of Deuteronomy will show us what the heart of God is like, what God wants for the heart of his people to be like, and what a biblical view of investing in and building a good community is all about. But we need to do this on the terms of Deuteronomy. So we will be doing that over the next few lectures, kind of getting our context and our bearings for the book of Deuteronomy. So just as an introduction, let's engage some of the things that Deuteronomy has for us. So by the time we get to Deuteronomy, as we're reading through the Pentateuch, if you're reading straight from Genesis to Deuteronomy, you will find that the narrative of Deuteronomy slows down drastically. So if you've been reading since Genesis, you've been taking big, huge, gigantic strides through time, through space even. The narrative has been moving from Mesopotamia down into the land, down into Egypt and back. We've been following generations after generations of people in very short amounts of time in Scripture. So we have these big, huge strides when it comes to a narrative. And as soon as we get to Deuteronomy, we have to put on the brakes, because the entire book is built as if it's happening in one spot. Over how long of a time? We don't know. But it's built as a series of sermons given to the people right on the edge of the Jordan River. So we have the time frame that slows down, so we need to read Deuteronomy in a whole different way. We're going to find that this book of Deuteronomy is also the turning point for us in the Pentateuch. So we have the Pentateuch books where we've been following these narratives of the patriarchs, and now we're going to jump into what happens when this community of people go into the land that God has promised. And so the book of Deuteronomy acts as a hinge book for us, so that it takes us from the Pentateuch into the historical narratives. It takes us from the stories of the patriarchs into the stories of what it is like for the nation of Israel living in a land, building a society, and having a kingdom. So the book of Deuteronomy is going to act as our transition point for us. We are also going to find that Deuteronomy is going to make use of a technique that we find throughout the whole Old Testament, but it's something we should be aware of. So Deuteronomy looks to the past as a way to explain the present day events, as a way to look forward to the actions in the future. This is a very Middle Eastern way of thinking. Middle Eastern now, modern day communities, as well as in the biblical time. People faced their past. In fact, a friend of mine in Jerusalem always says this to groups of students who go to talk to him. He will look at everyone in the room and say, there is no 30-year-old Israeli and there is no 30-year-old Palestinian. And there's always a moment of pause and confusion as people look out the window and say, I'm pretty sure someone is 30 out there. And he'll say, no one is 30 years old. Everyone is 3,000 years old, right? So he is engaging this idea that everyone has a mindset facing the past. So this is a very biblical thing, and Deuteronomy does this. It's a little counterintuitive for us if you are in North America or Europe. There is something for us, we love to face the future. Right? We glance over our shoulder from time to time to engage the past or maybe look at the past. But we tend to think, I am my own individual. I will make my own life for myself. I am going to run and pursue the future and make that into what I want. That is not the way that biblical writers or biblical audiences had or shaped their worldview. They faced the past because when you look at the past, you're looking at something certain. This has already happened. I already know what it is. The actions of people who have come before me help explain who I am right here, right now. It's because of the past that I am where I am. And I'll glance over my shoulder and think about the future, but I'll back into the future. I'll walk backwards this way, but taking my past with me. So we need to think about that with Deuteronomy because that is part of the technique of Deuteronomy. There is a repetition of remember the things that have come before you because that explains your present in the here and now, which will then dictate the way you should be reacting to things in the future. So then we have our last thing, we have people on the border. Now, I think this part is really interesting because the way the book of Deuteronomy is written is everyone's been wandering through the wilderness with Moses. They arrive right at the edge of the Jordan River. Moses gets up to give a set of sermons to the people, and the people are looking into the land that Moses keeps saying, God is giving that land to you as an inheritance. They're looking at the land, but they're not in the land. So their immediate experience is the wandering through the wilderness, but they're getting ready to transition into something new. So there are people on the border. There are also people on the border because you have stories of that land being the promised land that God promised to give to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob. In a way, you feel like you're homecoming. You're coming into this place. You've heard stories about the stories of your great patriarchs take place in this land. And so there's a homecoming, a sense of we belong here. But there's also a sense of homesteading, right? Like we've never been here before. I don't know what it looks like beyond the one hill that I can see in front of me. And so we're going into this place to create something new, and that place will dictate and demand that we build a whole different type of society than what we have seen this whole time we've been wandering through the wilderness. So this sense of being on the border, it's a sense of being on the cusp of something new. And that is a frightening place to be. It's also a very exciting place to be. I like to explain Deuteronomy as a little bit like a coach bringing together the team into the locker room at halftime, right? They've already been out wandering. They've been doing this thing called life together as a nation with a covenant with God. There was one previous failed attempt to go into the land, and they failed, and because of that, they've been wandering through the wilderness. And so now we have this big pep talk by Moses. Come on, people, pull it together, right? Here is your second opportunity to go in. Except this time when you go in, you need to remember. And so the book of Deuteronomy echoes over and over and over again the word remember. Remember who you are as God's chosen people. Remember who your God is, and remember that he's given this land to you, right? So basically it's Moses taking his team and saying, let's face the past. Let's remember what have we already learned, and let's take that and go with that into this brand new place that we have. We're also going to find that part of the pep talk is this great kind of proactive imagination of what this land can be. So when they go into this land, what is the potential that is here? And so one of the themes I like to bring out in the book of Deuteronomy is there's a very strong connection to the creation narratives in Genesis 1 and 2. So if we remember the very beginning part of the story, right? These creation narratives are all about what does God's design look like? When God designs from the beginning, what is the order and the structure that he looks at to say, that is so good, right? And so Deuteronomy borrows some of that creation language and says, you know what, this land you're going into, it has that kind of potential to be very good. The land has an opportunity to be another Garden of Eden. Deuteronomy does not say this land is the Garden of Eden, right? It's not connecting those. It's not saying this land is where Eden happened. It's not that. It's saying this land has that kind of potential. So just as God created an amazing place that was filled with animals, with vegetation, it was the right kind of context, and then he takes people and puts them in that context and says, invest in this context in such a way to make me proud and make me happy. And in that context, God dwells with people. So too this land. It's already filled. It has vegetation. It has everything that you need. Go in, take care of it, manage it in such a way so that I can dwell with you in harmony, and we can both look at that together and say, oh, that's so good. Right? So Deuteronomy has this casting a vision for the people who are stuck at the border on the outside getting ready to go into the land. Now, there's a couple things we're going to find. So basic content that is in the book of Deuteronomy. So we're going to see that there's a whole set of sermons, and we have a couple pieces of poetry, a couple really great songs, old Hebrew songs. And within that content, we find the final activities of Moses, right? So we were introduced to Moses back in Exodus. We've been following the deeds of Moses, his leadership abilities, the way he interacts with the people, all through Exodus and Numbers and portions of Leviticus. And now we get to Deuteronomy, and we're catching the very last part of Moses' activities in life. We're going to find that there's a transfer of leadership because Moses is not going into the land with the people. Joshua is. And so there's the official transferring of leadership where this anointing of leadership goes from Moses to Joshua. And then Joshua is going to take us into the land and will lead us from the book of Joshua through into the rest of the historical narratives. So we have that transfer of leadership that's going to happen. We have the writing down of discourse, or we could say the writing down of the explanation of the law. So a portion of Deuteronomy, the purpose is to have Moses stand up and explain to the people, we received this law at Mount Sinai. What is this law going to mean for us as we become sedentary people in a given land that God has given to us. So what does that mean? It's the explanation of the law, and that portion gets written down, or that's Deuteronomy tells us that portion will get written down. And then, of course, at the very end, our final chapter of Deuteronomy covers the final death of Moses. Now, as far as themes, so we just covered content. Those are the types of things we're going to see in the book of Deuteronomy. For themes that we see, I'm going to divide these up into a God themes, people of Israel themes, and land themes. So, of course, God is one of the primary characters in this book, right? So what we're going to find out is God acts like a caring parent. He is often described as the father of Israel. So the Israelites are considered to be God's son. God is depicted as the caring parent. The majority of terms refer to him as a father, but we'll touch on a few that consider God to be a mother, kind of have the mother characteristics as well. So we get this really beautiful, both father and mother caring for his child. So we see this God as a parent. We also see that God is the giver of just laws. Now, this is also something that I think is really beautiful because we think of the law when people hear that word law. And if you have a rebellious streak in you, which I have a rebellious streak in me, lots of us do, we think laws are meant to be broken. But that's not law the way that the Hebrew Bible really speaks of law. Torah, law, it should be translated something closer to teachings. What I like to say, although it's a little bit of a mouthful, is the law is God's best instructions for how to create flourishing humanity in the place he has given them to be. That's the law. It's God's gift to his people. How do you succeed? How do you flourish as a human? These laws are the things that help you understand how to do that. So God is the giver of just laws, right? So one that creates an equality among his people, and one that looks out for nature as well as for people. We also learn that God is with his people, that there is a movement as the people move out of the wilderness into the land. God moves with his people. So there's a relationship. It's a caring relationship that God has with his people. And we find God is the type of God who is willing to enter into a legal covenant with his people. So you could call the signing of the covenant at Mount Sinai, some people think of it as a marriage contract, right? This God and his bride coming together. You could think of it as a family contract, this covenant that pulls God as father and creates a family relationship, a sonship with his people. But it is remarkable that God enters into that kind of covenant connection with his people. In fact, the idea that God enters into covenant with his people shows up even just in the structure of the book of Deuteronomy, where the book itself seems to have a contractual structure to it. And we'll get to that in just a moment. So that's a really beautiful picture of God that we get in the book of Deuteronomy. We also learn a few things about the Israelite people. So we see that the people are expected to respond to this gracious and loving God. Right? There's an expected response to it. So yes, as Moses speaks to the people and they face their past and they record and remember all the things God has done, they do that to explain why they are in the position they are right now and to demand a response. Right? So it's not just let's remember what God has done and just receiving of that grace. It's a receiving, and then what is the proper way to love God in return? Right? So we're not acting in order to earn God's love. We've already received his love. We can see that in the past. But what is the way that we can respond in order to please him and to show our love for God? So they receive grace, but none of this is actually due to their own actions. So this is another theme in Deuteronomy. Deuteronomy has this little tongue-in-cheek aspect to it where it often speaks of, don't think that all of these gifts and all these things that you have received, this great land that you're going into that has Edenic potential, don't think that is due to anything you have done previously to earn it. It has nothing to do with you. In fact, you've been rather rebellious. You don't have the greatest of histories. And yet, God is still here. God is still giving you something. But there is this recognition that you receive favor because God is faithful. But you're expected to respond to him in a certain way. We also have this really nice theme of Israel and the nations. So this book of Deuteronomy is written for the people, right? The whole structure of it is Moses giving sermons to the people, the pep talk to get them ready to go into the land. It's for them. And it has a lot to do with their own history, their own narrative, the God that they serve. And yet there is an undercurrent of there are other nations surrounding Israel. And Israel is going to have a relationship with those other nations. And what is it? And so we see, in fact, we'll see in the first few chapters of Deuteronomy, that although God has chosen Israel, and although this book is focusing on the Israelites, God actually has his eyes on all people. And so there is something about the responsibility that people have to respond to God, to be faithful to their covenant with God, that is actually for the benefit of the other surrounding nations. So we'll see that as well. And then I would say the last and final theme that we're going to see in the book of Deuteronomy is the land. This where it matters. This is actually a really hard theme for people in modern day context to grasp hold of and to understand the significance of. Because if you live in a modern society, maybe you drive to the store, maybe you control the air conditioning in your home, or you heat your home in the winter. We go to the grocery store and we find produce from around the world in the grocery store. Technology allows us to connect with people all around the world. And in a way, for as wonderful as all of that is, I don't want to give up any of those privileges. But one of the challenges that brings is it makes us less aware of the particularities of the exact place where we live. So in modern times, sometimes I ask students in my classroom, do you know if the grocery store is uphill or downhill from your house? And unless you're actually walking to the grocery store, you probably have no idea if it's uphill or downhill. That is not at all the experience of ancient people. People understood their land. They lived off of their land. Subsistence living meant that they needed to be intimately connected to every inch of soil, because the produce that is produced by that soil, or the watering holes in the wilderness where they can take their sheep and goats, that is their life force. They depend on knowing the land in great detail. So the land is another character in the Bible. And we often ignore it and we pretend it's not there. We read over it as a backdrop, like it's just a screen in front of which the important action is happening. But the where is significant. Now, you probably actually know this intuitively, because if I were to show you a picture of someone living in a mountainous terrain, you would know their clothing is different. They probably eat a certain type of food. The activities they're engaged with during the year, be it hiking in the summer or skiing or snowboarding in the winter, is very different. The ability to get deep into the heart of the mountains is quite difficult. You don't connect very well with the outside world. Now, that would be very different than showing a picture of someone who lives on a coast or in a beach community. right? Their activities are just different. There's a lot more water, playing and sports, sailboats or water skis or scuba diving. There's beachfront communities have a whole different vibe to them. The type of cafes that they have outside, right? Their connections to the outside world tend to be a little bit more open and broad, right? So we know this intuitively. We just fail to take that back into the text with us. And so part of what we need to do as we study the book of Deuteronomy is to study the land, because the where actually matters a lot. And so we'll look at a couple maps and I'll show you a couple pictures to help us kind of engage with this place that the Israelites were told has the potential to be like an Eden. So these are the themes that we're going to go through. Now, the structure of the book, now we start to hit some complicated issues. So I'll say one of the ways that people talk about structure. So the way the book was designed, the writing down of the text, or even the authorship of the text, these are very tricky things when it comes to Deuteronomy. A couple of them I'm going to save for another lecture. A lot of those questions related to authorship and the purpose of the text has a lot to do with the law code that is embedded in the heart of Deuteronomy. So we'll talk about those issues later. But when people think of the structure of Deuteronomy, so how are we going to look at this big picture? How are we going to break it down and understand how it was knit together? Well, there's no one right answer. There's a few different ways that you could break this down. So let me give you a few that are maybe some of the most popular that you'll find in most commentaries related to Deuteronomy. So the first one I've already mentioned. I mentioned it back when we were talking about themes of Deuteronomy. That would be covenant. So the idea that God has entered covenant with his people. So we can look at the book of Deuteronomy and say, it is structured like a covenant. Now, maybe you ask, how do we know that? Well, let me show you a slide, give you a moment to read it, and I bet without me actually telling you what kind of ceremony is happening, I bet you could read these words and read about the actions of the people involved in this covenant or agreement that is being made. And I bet you could tell me what is happening. And I purposely chose one that has unusual, maybe not traditional language. So what would you say? I blank, take you blank, as my friend and love. Already, just with those first few words, I bet most of you are thinking, oh, it's a marriage. And then you get down to the bottom and it's, I give you this ring as a symbol. And we all go, oh yeah, I know what that is. We exchange rings. This sounds like a marriage ceremony. You would be right. And you did that just within a couple seconds. Because that formula is so intuitive to you, you understand what that means just by looking at it. Deuteronomy is very similar. We have Hittite and Assyrian treaties that have been found. So treaties that have been written down. And as we've been able to go through and study, so the Hittite treaties are significantly older than the Assyrian treaties. They're not exactly the same, but we're finding similar patterns. And so what we tend to find is there's a preamble, an introduction. This is what this treaty is all about. These are the parties who are involved. We have a historical prologue, usually that talks about the person who is the greater partner in this treaty. These are the things that person has already done. So let's say a king and a city. So the suzerain or the king, the powerful, and the city, which would be the vassal or the less powerful. In that prologue, you would have the king saying everything he has already done to set up this covenant. Then we will have stipulation. So this would be, what are the responsibilities of both parties? Right? So the king or the suzerain, what does he promise to give? So he promises to send his army if that city is ever in need, to redistribute food if that city is in need of food. There's a certain amount of support of leadership that is promised. Likewise, and usually the burden here falls on the city or the vassal in the agreement. So the weaker of the parties is then saying, I agree to give you so much percentage of taxes. We promise to send so many people to war with you. We promise to send a daughter into the harem of the king. Or there's all kinds of stipulations. Then there are blessings and curses. So these are the things that happen if this covenant is broken. Or if this covenant is fulfilled, these are the blessings that you get. Right? So these would be the consequences of your actions. There's usually a set of witnesses, be it judges, other kings, sometimes the gods that are worshipped. You could say the heavens, the stars of the heavens. There's always witnesses that are involved, and then some sort of ratification ceremony. So this is, when does everyone get together to remember that we've entered into this covenant, to remember the stipulations, to remember the blessings? Let's refresh our memory here. So these are basically the pattern that we find in a lot of covenants that have spanned throughout hundreds of years in the ancient Near East. When we get to the book of Deuteronomy, we find that it follows this pattern very nicely. So we could say the structure of Deuteronomy is set up so that it looks like an ancient Near Eastern covenant. It doesn't match exactly the Hittite nor the Assyrian treaties, but it's close enough that you know it's borrowing from the surrounding culture to say, this book is just like the covenant that God has with his people. And so we get the preamble, the introduction, we get the historical prologue. What has God already done for his people? What are the events that have come before? We get chapters 5 through 26 that are the lists of the stipulations. That would be the embedded law code. What is expected? When God expects a response from his people, what is expected? And then we're going to find that we get the blessings and the curses. When we get to chapter 32, we find that there are witnesses that are called to watch this covenant between God and his people. And we do have a ratification ceremony. So this one comes a little bit out of order, but it is still there in the book of Deuteronomy. So if we were looking to how can we understand big picture this book, we can understand it as a covenant. We can also understand it as a set of sermons. So, and this is something I mentioned too, this goes back to the idea that Moses is standing at the edge of the land at the Jordan River with the people, and he gets up and he speaks. And there are some words and phrases that are repeated throughout. Sermons are repetitive. They are influential. It's a rhetorical type of speech that builds interest in the people, repeats very significant ideas. And we can break down the book of Deuteronomy into 5 different sermons. So we could look at Deuteronomy and say, let's go through this according to each sermon that Moses has. And so we find chapters 1 through 4, 5 to 11, 12 through 26, 27 to 30, 31 through 34. This same breakdown, this actually matches fairly well with the covenant way of breaking down the book as well. So the covenantal structure follows this structure as well. So it's very similar. We could also say, instead of sermons, we could look at the book of Deuteronomy as literature, in which case it's very similar. In fact, I take the exact same breakdown of chapters. We just call them something different. So based on the way I've outlined it here, we see that chapters 1 and 4, and then chapters 31 to 34 are the outer frame. So they set the entire context for the book. Chapters 5 to 11 and 27 through 30 could be the inner frame. And then the focus of the book, The whole reason of being for the book is the law code here in chapters 12 through 26. This is the focus of the book, right? So we have the book here for this reason, to explain this law. So you can see there's different ways we can break down the book. Similarities between all of them, for sure. The law code sits at the heart of the book. No matter which way we're going to break down and talk about the structure of the book. But one thing we can say for sure, the organization of Deuteronomy is not haphazard. So there has been a very purposeful looking at the book and organization of material in order to craft something that is beautiful for the people to engage in. So we don't want to lose sight of that, because Deuteronomy is a very crafted, beautifully written book. The law chapters are at its core. As we go through our lectures, we're basically following this outline here. I might break down chapters 1 and 3, break those off a little bit from chapter 4, but we're going to engage the book in such a way so that we end up focusing most of our time here in the law code in chapters 12 to 26. We are now going to be moving into Deuteronomy chapters 1 through 3. So these are considered to be the historical chapters. This is all part of the introduction. And as we move into the introduction of Deuteronomy, we need to recognize that we're setting the stage for the whole entire book. So there is something about why are we talking about these things? What is the purpose of the book? So we're setting the stage, and that means that we need to place ourselves geographically, right? So that we pay attention to the where. Because as we said in the last lecture, the where, or the land, is very important. So we have lots of geographical information in these first 3 chapters. So we need to look at what is happening with the land, but we're also being placed historically. So according to the narrative, where are we? And we get lots of information that's just jammed right into the very first few verses even. When we start Deuteronomy, we just start running, and lots of information at the very beginning. So we are going to spend the majority of our time placing ourselves geographically, and then we'll pick up the historical narrative part as well. So before we even engage with the book of Deuteronomy, let me just introduce you to the bigger context, because this is what would have been very intuitive for the original audiences. That becomes less intuitive for us now. So I'm going to put up a picture of a map. This map probably looks familiar to many of you. I got this map from Biblical Backgrounds. So Biblical Backgrounds is a company that produces lots of very detailed maps that pertain primarily to the narratives of the Bible, biblical lands. The maps are very inexpensive. I would highly recommend that every single person go and buy the maps and do some of the map works, the markings on those maps. So biblicalbackgrounds.com or bibback.com is their website. But these maps are from them. Now I drew on top of the map those green lines. So you'll notice that there is a green line in the south. And so this southern green line is here drawn right on top of the Nile River. And it's green for a purpose, because the Nile River floods its banks every single year. And as it floods its banks, it brings lots of very fertile soil and dumps it on either side of the riverbank. So you have all along the Nile fresh water and very valuable soil on which it is very easy to produce agriculture. And so we have some of the very first of human habitation, like humans that are settling, that are developing agriculture with cereal crops. Some of the first human communities that are doing that are found here along the Nile. Now I have another green line, and this one is up north in Mesopotamia. So this follows the flow of the Tigris and the Euphrates that flow this way down into the Persian Gulf. Now the Tigris and Euphrates are the same as the Nile. They flood every single year. There's abundant fresh water. There's lots of wonderful fertile soil. The soil floods onto the banks of the rivers, and it makes it very easy to develop agriculture. So just like some of the very first human like permanent settlements were found down by the Nile, they were also found up here in Mesopotamia. So what we're finding is riverine communities encourage, the geography itself encourages humans to settle. Now we also find historically that because these rivers are so powerful, they easily unite communities. So let's say I live in a community and I'm close to one of these rivers, and so my agricultural season follows the flood cycle of the river. And let's say you have decided to build a community a little further up the river. One year, I might have too much wheat, and maybe you have too much flax. Well, it's pretty easy for our communities to build a very simple raft and float up or down the river and exchange and barter goods. Well, we may enter into this relationship that lasts through generations. We become familiar with the other community. Communication is very easy. Before you know it, we're able to establish systems of government. We pay taxes to government, and before you know it, the government is going out and conquering the world. It's a little simplistic, but basically that tells us what happens along these riverine communities. So all along the Nile and all along the Tigris and Euphrates, we have communities throughout all of biblical history that grew up along those areas. They were able to develop and foster very strong governments and kingdoms that at some point in time went out and conquered the rest of the land on the map. Okay, so this is the area we call the Fertile Crescent, but on the edges of the crescent are the only places we have these powerful rivers. Well, we are actually interested in the biblical narrative. So where does the biblical narrative take place? Well, for that, we're going to look right here at the center of the crescent. So, and I know it's a little bit washed out maybe in this picture, but the land on this map has a much darker brown color, and it's there to demonstrate the high mountains. There is no powerful river in this land, which means there is no easy way to develop communication. There's no easy way to unify the people who are there. In fact, all of the mountains, the texture, the bend, the folds of the hills actually prevents people from being cohesive. So if you and I had communities and we were the same distance apart, but we're up in the mountains instead of down along the river, if you are just up and over the edge of the hill, because I can't see you and because it's much harder for me to get to you, I am going to be suspicious of you, not necessarily wanting to embrace you as part of my community. So it's much more difficult to unify people who are in the middle part of the Fertile Crescent. And yet, that is the portion of land that contains the majority of our biblical narrative. Until we get beyond the Gospels, almost all of our narrative is taking place here inside this oval. So that in and of itself, I mean, we haven't even gotten to Deuteronomy yet, but I still think that is a really fascinating concept that plays into the type of kingdom that God must want his people to develop, because he's not purposefully putting them in a place where they can go out and conquer the world. If he wanted that, he'd put them in Egypt or Mesopotamia along the rivers. Instead, he put them here. So there's a certain type of lesson that needs to be learned by living in that kind of land. And that is what we'll get into a little bit later once we start thinking about the types of laws that God has given to his people. The laws, those helpful hints for how to live a fulfilled human existence. Now before we move on, we have to go, what actually is the benefit if the land isn't the benefit, if they can't go out and conquer the world? Is there another benefit to this land? Why on earth would this be the place? Well, I'm going to show you a different map, or I've zoomed out a little bit, and I've drawn lots of different arrows on this map. So we have blue or bluish purple arrows. Those are there marking for us the sea trade routes. And then I have red arrows that are there marking the land trade routes. And so if you take a moment and look at the map, what you see is all the big empires want to trade with each other, right? So we have Egypt that wants to trade with Mesopotamia. Mesopotamia wants to trade with what we would call modern-day Greece. These are the places where the geography, the produce that comes out of that geography is very valuable. So big trade people want to play with big trade people, right? In modern day, we could say it's like the US wants to trade with China because China is a major player on the international scene. So is the US. We care very much about those trade alliances where trading with the Philippines, maybe not as much, right? We still do care about it. We still are trading with the Philippines, but we're going to care more about the China trade. This would be the ancient Near Eastern equivalent. So those trade routes are very valuable because they connect the big players on the scene. But when you take a look at this map, what do you notice about all those trade routes? Well, they all have to pass through this middle section of land. So this land that contains a lot of the biblical narrative may not in and of itself be valuable, but it is valuable because of what is passing through. Deuteronomy will touch on this because Deuteronomy, as it is casting vision for this place that the people are going into in order to live there purposefully according to God's commands, the people, the Israelites, are there actually for the sake of other nations. And we will run into this in chapter 4, so in our next lecture, but you need to keep this map in mind. So this is the bigger context that the people are living within. So all the trade routes moving through that land of the Bible. So the people who live here will never be able to go out and conquer the world. Their land does not allow for that to happen. But the people of the world come through that land, and that will end up being significant for us. Okay, so we talked about placing ourselves geographically. I also want to do this big picture, placing ourselves geographically, but also as far as the narrative goes. So we have through the stories of the patriarchs, so all of the narratives we've had prior to Deuteronomy are showing us a nomadic lifestyle. So we're having people who are transitioning from place to place to place until Deuteronomy, and Deuteronomy is saying, now go in and plant yourself and belong and grow deep roots and cultivate the land. Prior to that, though, we're going to see in the stories of the patriarchs that they are landless. So they are sojourners, which means they are going to be people transitioning through place. And even though Abraham spends a lot of time in the land of the Bible, he doesn't own land until the very end of his life. So without owning land, you don't have very many rights in the land. So he's a foreigner in a foreign place. So as we follow this, we keep our eye on the land of the Bible, but we recognize that Abraham, coming from Ur, going through Haran, following God's call to go to this unknown place, to leave behind land, God's family, into this new place. We also find Abraham, but then also we're going to have, well, we'll follow Abraham first. Abraham, shortly after going into the land, there's a drought, And so Abraham leaves and goes down into Egypt, and then God says, don't stay in Egypt, come back out. And so he does. We have Isaac, right? So after Abraham, Isaac, now Jacob. Let's follow Jacob's storyline. Jacob, when he is fighting with Esau, is going to run up to his dad's old hometown, right? And find family up here and marry and have kids and grow his wealth. But he too is called to come back into this land. And then we have his descendants following, mainly with Joseph going down into Egypt, and then all of his brothers. There's the push again because of a drought down into Egypt. Now, if we pause there, so we're still not yet at the storyline of Deuteronomy, but if we pause there and we think, this is actually a remarkable precursor to the book of Deuteronomy, because what happens is God has called his people out of riverine land into a much harder place to live, and they've gone down into riverine land, and God keeps calling them out. Back up to Mesopotamia, and God keeps calling them out. And so there's this sojourning, a movement between powerhouses, and God still tells his people, this is where I want you to be. And so this is where we're going to have to end up with our narrative. So we have the very beginning part of Deuteronomy is going to give us a narrative that corresponds to this map. So on this map, this pink, kind of pinkish red line is the international highway. So that is the way the majority of people would travel in and out of Egypt. Notice it follows right along the Mediterranean Sea. The Israelite people, however, if we follow through the book of Exodus and Numbers, the people come out of Egypt and they go south. Somewhere down here is Mount Sinai, yet to be, there's a couple debating places for which Mount Sinai is Mount Sinai, but down into the southern regions of the Sinai Peninsula for receiving the law, receiving the Torah from God. There is the wandering up to Kadesh Barnea. There's the failed entrance into the land. They fail, and God says you're going to be moving for 40 years through the wilderness. And so they wander through this part of the land down close to modern-day Eilat, and then up this eastern side of the Rift Valley. So this is all part of the narrative and where we get the very beginning part of Deuteronomy. So by the time Deuteronomy starts, and we'll read it in just a moment, the people are roughly here and looking this way into the land that God has promised to give to them. So let's pause a moment and just pick up a couple verses in the book of Deuteronomy. So I'll read from Deuteronomy chapter 1. So it says, Deuteronomy 1, starting in verse 1. These are the words which Moses spoke to all the people across the Jordan, meaning on this side of the Jordan. And if we pause just for a second, even though we're not talking about authorship until later, one of the things we notice already from the very beginning is there is evidence of the hand of an editor here, right? Because we get the majority of the book that is put into the mouth of Moses. It's like Moses is the one speaking. These are the sermons of Moses as he is talking to the people, giving this pep talk to his troops, sending them on ahead of him. But we can see already, we get these moments throughout the book of Deuteronomy where we see this editorial hand where it becomes third person, right? And so already that's what we have here. So these are the words which Moses spoke to all of Israel, right? We have this outside editor explaining to us what is going on. And then we get a geographical placement. So it says across the Jordan in the wilderness, in the Arava, opposite Suf, between Paran and Tophel, Laban and Hatzeroth and Dizahab. All these places, well, not all of them, but we're not exactly sure where all of them are. So some of them are known, some of them are not known, but it is giving us a basic trajectory of where the Israelites have been in order to get us up here. So then we also get a time frame. It is 11 days journey from Horeb, and Horeb is going to be Deuteronomy's version of referring to Mount Sinai. So Horeb, every time it is used, it is referring to Mount Sinai. So it is 11 days journey from Horeb by way of Mount Seir to Kadesh Barnea. So remember, that was the big oasis where the people were. In the 40th year, on the first day of the 11th month, Moses spoke to the children of Israel according to all that the Lord had commanded him to give to them. After he had defeated Sihon, the king of the Amorites, who lived in Heshbon, and Og, the king of Bashan, who lived in Ashtaroth and Edrei. These two stories with these two kings, we're going to pick up in the second chapter of Deuteronomy. So we're going to skip that, but we're noticing that this editor is giving us context, geographical context and historical context. So we've gotten a time frame, it's after this event, and it's after this event, Moses gets up to speak. So it says in verse 5, across the Jordan in the land of Moab, Moses undertook to expound this law, saying, and now we get the words of Moses. The Lord our God spoke to us at Horeb, saying, you have stayed long enough at this mountain. Okay, so we're going to pause one more time. This is another introduction to something that Deuteronomy is quite good at doing. I could ask you, who is the actual audience of Deuteronomy? And if we read, like this verse that I just read, we would say the immediate audience is the people who are here with Moses, who are listening to Moses speak, right? Moses says, the Lord our God spoke to us at Horeb. Now, if we think about that in context, in what we know historically of the Israelites who are traveling with Moses, it is the second generation who is now standing with Moses outside the land. The first generation is the generation that was with Moses down at Horeb or down at Mount Sinai. Deuteronomy conflates things and brings them together. So all the time throughout all of Deuteronomy, but we're seeing it for the first time here, when Moses is speaking, he's addressing you. And it's you, the listener of the story. It's you, the audience standing with him. But he says, you were with me at Sinai. Were they actually there? Well, maybe some of them. Maybe they were infants or tiny children at the time at Sinai, maybe. Or what we're doing is we're seeing that Deuteronomy is addressing all of the Israelites throughout generations. It is supposed to be a teaching that is applicable to everyone regardless of which generation they're in. And so already from the beginning of Deuteronomy, we're having Moses address you, and it's collectively all of you standing here listening to me, but it's you, depths of generations, every generation. Right? You were, even though it might have been your parents or your grandparents at Mount Sinai, it is all of you together who were there, who were listening. This is all your history, all of this. It belongs to you, and it explains why you are where you are here in the present. So this is actually going to come up quite a bit in Deuteronomy. The you, as Deuteronomy keeps saying you and addresses you, it is wide, generate like everyone there, and it is deep, multiple generations. Okay, so in verse 7, so this is chapter 1, verse 7. Turn and set your journey and go to the hill country of the Amorites and to all their neighbors in the Arava, in the hill country, in the lowland, in the Negev, by the sea coast, the land of the Canaanites in Lebanon, as far as the great river, the river Euphrates. And then it says in verse 8, see, I have placed the land before you. Go in and possess the land which the Lord swore to give to your fathers, to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob, to them and their descendants after them. Now, the list of place names that we had in that previous verse is not a random list of names. It's actually quite specific, and we can put almost all those places on this map. So the first one mentioned is the Arava. The Arava is the Rift Valley. It stretches from the area of the Dead Sea all the way down south, so past the Dead Sea. Sometimes in biblical literature, when it refers to the Arava, it is also referring to the Jordan Valley, so the area between the Sea of Galilee and the Dead Sea. So sometimes it's the whole entire region. Sometimes the Arava is just south of the Dead Sea, but we're just going to draw in this color here and say roughly this is the Arava, the Rift Valley. So that is the first geographical place name in verse 7. The next one says, and their neighbors in the Arava, in the hill country. Well, the hill country is here, right? This would be the hill country of Judah. If we were to go further north, it would be Benjamin, Ephraim, part of Manasseh's land as well. All of this is the hill country. So the next place listed, it says, in the lowland. Well, the lowland, or the Shephelah, which in Hebrew is actually called Shephelah, but it actually means lowland. So we have just to the west of the hill country, we have this one little region where the hills of the hill country, the very steep V-shaped hills of the hill country, kind of melt towards the coast. And in this one little area, they become very gentle rolling hills. The valleys open up. You can see much further to the north and the south and the west. Your horizon line opens, but you're still within some hills. There's still a lot of texture to the ground. Now, these hills are only low if you're seeing them from the vantage point of the high hills of the hill country. So the hill country here, we have the Shephelah, or the lowlands there. So the next geographical place says the Negev. So the Negev is down here. It's actually a really thin band of land. It sits right at the southern edge of the hill country and the Shephelah. If I were to amplify the map and look at it in detail, it almost looks like an infinity sign, like a figure 8 kind of pushed over on its side a little bit. So it's a really narrow area of land. This is the southernmost land that people could live in. If you go any further south than the Negev, so this area on the map here, this is uninhabitable land. There's not enough rain and there's not enough good soil for people to survive, not even sheep and goats. So this is a very harsh area. This is where the Israelites were wandering for 40 years, was through terrain that looks like this. The Negev is the last place where you can actually build a city and you can support a city. So this would be the southernmost land. Now this isn't to be confused, because in modern day, when people go to Israel, they talk about the Negev and they mean this area all the way down to Eilat. In the Bible, though, anytime you see reference to the Negev, it means this small band here at the south end of the foothills. So the next geographical region says, and the seacoast, so that nice, big, wide, open coastal plain to the far west. The land of the Canaanites, and then we get a few regions that are up off the map. Lebanon, and as far as the great river, the river Euphrates. So what we see is that even in this first introduction, as our editor is explaining for us, or as Moses is explaining, where they're going, when they're looking at the land, and they list these geographical places, what we notice is it's in a very logical order, right? There is someone who is very familiar with the land, who can say, in the Arava, in the hill country, in the Shephelah, the Negev, and the seacoast, and then all the regions that are further to the south. So Moses is speaking to the people, and he's kind of giving a reason for why are we standing here? Well, we already saw that we are here. Moses is there talking to the people because God is the one who's faithful. Because God said, this is the land I promised to give to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob. And because of that, you are here, right? It's obviously not anything you have done, but it's because God is the one who is faithful to bring the people in. So the next part of the narrative is we get a little bit of this organization, so governmental structure. When Moses was in the wilderness with the people and there were too many people, they had too many complaints, and he was just, he had way too much to do. They organized the people into groups and into tribes. So what we'll see is there are leaders from each of the tribes that are anointed or given leadership positions so that they can handle the small issues and only the big issues go to Moses. Now, we will see that Deuteronomy, once we get into chapter 16, 17, and 18, is going to give us another type of leadership structure that is useful for when the people go into the land and are permanent inhabitants of a place. And it's a little bit different than what we have here in chapter 1, because in chapter 1, they've been wandering through the wilderness. Okay, so now Moses is going to refresh the memory of the people who are listening to him. So he's going to take them on a little narrative journey. And so what we want to pay attention to is, of all the historical events he could choose from, which are the ones that he chooses to tell the people? And then he's going to build part of a lesson off of this. So I'm going to continue reading in chapter 1. So I'm skipping down to verse 19. So chapter 1, verse 19. Then we set out from Horeb and went through all the great and terrible wilderness which you saw on the way to the hill country of the Amorites, just as the Lord our God had commanded us. And we came to Kadesh Barnea. I said to you, you have come to the hill country, to the Amorites, which the Lord our God is about to give to you. See, the Lord your God has placed the land before you. Go up, take possession. As the Lord, the God of your fathers, has spoken to you, do not fear or be dismayed. Then all of you approached me and said, let us send men before us, that they may search out the land for us and bring us back word, by way of which we should go up to the cities which we shall enter. The thing pleased me, and I took 12 of your men, one man from each tribe. They turned, went up into the hill country, came to the valley of Eshcol, and spied it out. Then they took some of the fruit of the land in their hands and brought it down to us. And they brought us back a report and said, it is a good land, which the Lord our God is about to give to us. Yet you were not willing to go up. So we're going to pause here in the story. This is a retelling of some of the narratives that we've heard in Numbers, the book of Numbers. So when the spies go out and they come back, it's Caleb and Joshua actually who fight really hard to tell the people we really should go in. But it is this adjective, it is a good land. Good, right? Remember I was saying there's a whole lot of effort put into the book of Deuteronomy to borrow language from Genesis 1 and 2 to say this is a land you can go into. This has Edenic type qualities. The good land, the Tov, right, in Hebrew, this good land aspect is something that Deuteronomy repeats over and over and over. This land is good. It echoes, maybe you could say, some people would agree, some people wouldn't, but I would argue that it is starting to pick up how in the creation narratives, every time God created, right, he divides places, he creates order, and then he fills each of those places with the things that belonged in those places that will flourish in those places. And each time he does that, he calls it good. And so now we have this land which you can go into. This can be that good land. And two of the spies, Joshua and Caleb, they recognized that. It was good. But the people were unwilling to go. So we pick up the narrative again. In verse 27, it says, and you grumbled in your tents and said, because the Lord hates us, he has brought us out of the land of Egypt to deliver us into the hand of the Amorites to destroy us. Where can we go up? Our brethren have made our hearts melt, saying, the people are bigger and taller than we. The cities are large and fortified to heaven. And besides, we saw the sons of the Anakim there. Then I said to you, do not be shocked, do not fear them. The Lord your God, who goes before you, will himself fight on your behalf, just as he did for you in Egypt before your eyes. Right, so for the very first time in Deuteronomy, we have another concept that shows up. That is, God is the warrior on behalf of his people. So again, the people are receiving the benefit of God dwelling with them. He is the powerhouse. He is the big fortress. He is the one who goes before his people. He is the one who is the strength of his people. And we've already seen that in the previous narrative down in Egypt. So already God has shown himself to be a warrior, and Moses is having to remind the people, right? We have two versions of the story. We have the version you are telling yourselves, that you are afraid, the cities are too big, the people are too big, that this is really awful, that we cannot go in and take the land. And we have the narrative God has already shown you. He's your warrior. It doesn't matter what your context is. He can go up against huge empires. He can provide for you in the wilderness. Right? So Moses is now trying to flesh out this story of the confidence the people should have because of their past narrative. So in verse 31 it says, and in the wilderness where you saw how the Lord your God carried you, just as a man carries his son. Right? So again, God as a parent carrying a child. In all the way which you have walked until you came to this place. But for all this you did not trust the Lord, who goes before you on your way, to seek out a place for you to encamp, in fire by night and a cloud by day, to show you the way in which you should go. And this is when I wish I could take all of you down into the wilderness. Because if you're in the wilderness, in the high desert, at night, it can turn quite cold. And then you're really glad to have a pillar of fire. And in the day, it is scorching hot as the sun beats down on you, and you're really glad to have a pillar of cloud by day. So there's compassion even in the way that God is showing up with his people. And I love it because the rabbis, when they talk about this passage, they talk about these pillars as being like the legs of God. Pillar of fire, pillar of smoke, pillar of fire, right? And so it is God who is walking with his people as they travel through the wilderness. So it's just a really compassionate way of looking at God. So in choosing to tell this part of the narrative, Moses is setting the stage, right? You failed to go in because you trusted in yourselves, you read your own instincts, and you failed to see the land as a good land. What you should have been trusting is your experience of God that you've already had. He's been with you, he's been your warrior, and he's going to be the warrior who's going to go with you. Well, another thing that we have as we move out of chapter 1 and then into chapter 2 is an awareness of the fact that there are other people who are around the Israelites. So they're not living in a vacuum, but they actually have lots of other people who are around them. So I'm going to draw in on this map a couple dividing lines. So this blue line here goes right through a big, massive canyon. It's going to act as a geographical divide for us between people groups. So I'm going to put 3 of them in here. So we have to the south end of this dividing line here, this land becomes the heartland for Edom. Oh, and we have a road. I forgot to talk. So this is the road the Israelites are actually going to travel up this road on the far eastern side of the people groups who live here in order to find this passageway into the land. Okay, so now we can talk about Edom. So Edom is going to be living down here. Now, Deuteronomy is fully aware that the Edomites already exist. So I put up a couple verses here. If you want to pause the video and take a look, read these verses, you should be asking yourself, who's Edom? Who are the people who live here? We have all these stories of the Edomites, of the Israelites who are in conflict or who are making trade agreements with the Edomites. So who are they? This is their heartland. This is the land that they are able to control for the majority of the time that they're in existence. When they're really powerful, sometimes they can expand outwards, but Edomite land is to the south here. So read those verses and figure out who Edom is. Now, of course, this would be from the Israelite perspective. So this is how the Israelites are telling their narrative, right? We don't have big, long histories from the Edomites telling us of their version of the history. But Edom stretches all the way back to Abraham. So Abraham's first son, Ishmael, born to Hagar, the Egyptian slave. Ishmael received a blessing from God, that God would bless him and he would turn into a nation. Well, then we see a couple generations later, we have then Isaac, then Jacob, right? And Jacob is the twin brother of Esau. So when Jacob and Esau go head to head and are having their conflict, and Isaac doesn't love Esau as much, and Esau sees that there's strain in the relationship, Esau then goes to his additional family side, to Ishmael, and he marries into Ishmael's family. And it is the descendants of Esau who become the country of Edom. So we have this recognition that they're family of sorts. But Deuteronomy says in chapter 2, God tells the Israelites, when you are traveling up this road and you're getting ready to go into the land I've given you, don't go into Edom's land. This isn't your land, right? Because God has his own relationship, his own covenant he promised Hagar. He told Hagar, your son will turn into a powerful nation. And what we're seeing in the book of Deuteronomy is God recognizing these people are here. They have gone into their land. Don't take it from them. This isn't your land to take. So then we go a little bit further to the north in between these two areas here. This geographical area is what is known as the heartland of Moab. Okay, so where does Moab come from? Well, Moab is related to Ammon up in the top. Ammon is on the northern side of this valley here. So they have a very risque type of history. So if you go and you read that, then you're taken all the way back again to Abraham, but to his nephew, to Lot. So Lot and Abraham, when their families are getting big and the herds are getting too big and they have to split, Lot goes south and hangs out near Sodom and Gomorrah, right? You know this story. And then the big fire is going to come and destroy Sodom and Gomorrah. And when Lot leaves with his wife and his two daughters, instead of fleeing and going to the west up into the hill country, which is where Abraham was, they flee and go to the east. I've always kind of puzzled at that. The ancient Near Eastern custom would mean they would go to their family, extended family, and they choose to go in the opposite direction. So Lot's wife turns into the pillar of salt. His two daughters then decide, we're not going to get married. How are we going to have kids? We need a family structure. Let's sleep with dad, right? And then we get Moab and Edom. So very kind of risque. Now we can almost imagine the Israelites telling the story of Moab and Ammon, kind of, this is our version of their history of where they come from, and it's a little bit improper, we should say. So Moab is from the oldest daughter, Ammon is from the youngest daughter. And in the book of Deuteronomy, in Deuteronomy chapter 2, God says, pass around Moab. Do not go in. I have my own covenant with Moab. Moab has gone into the land that they get to inherit. Don't take their land. And don't take the land of Ammon, because I have a covenant with them and they have gone into the land they get to live in. So don't go and take their land. That is not your land. That is not the land you get to have. And so that we already have an awareness that God is interacting in the histories of other people. Now, how are the people then are supposed to get over to the land that is their inheritance? How do they get there? Well, we have this middle land in between these two large canyons. And notice I have no big white square here. This land, it's called the Medeba Plateau now, but this land never belonged to one entire people group ever. It flip-flopped back and forth. So Ammon took it when they were very wealthy. Moab took it when Moab was wealthy. Later in Israelite history, we find the Israelites come over and take it. So it's like, it's not empty land, it's very well-developed land, but it's not the heartland of any particular people group. And so God says, you can pass through this way. Now, before we get there and we tell that story, we have a few more people groups to talk about. Because all the way on the far coast, on the western coast, we have the Philistines. And so the Philistines get mentioned in Deuteronomy chapter 2. And if we were to follow who are they, where do they come from, now we have to kind of piece together lots of other different types of extra-biblical histories. We think, or we call them the Sea Peoples, or a portion of them come from what we would say is modern-day Greece. And why they fled, why they traveled as big caravans into a new land, we're still working on some of that. And there's other extra biblical literature and modern day literature you can read. There are people who are studying that. But what we need to know is, as far as time periods go, the Philistines are a fairly new people group coming into the land and settling on the coast, roughly the same time the Israelites are coming into the land. So the Philistines and the Philistines were not considered part of the Canaanite culture that filled the whole hill country area that the Israelites are going into. So let's just finish out a little bit of chapter 2 and 3, and we'll close out portions of our historical narratives. So we've seen how the comparison between how the people are being afraid to act and go in, and Moses is saying, but you should have confidence because God is your father, God is the warrior going before you. We've seen in chapter 2 how God says, go around these other people groups. You can slide in through the Medeba Plateau where Sihon is. And interestingly enough, we have leading up to the people crossing the Jordan and going into the land, we have God going into battle with Moses as the leader. They fight Sihon first, and then they go to the far north and they fight Og. Now you might say, these are kind of weird. Why do we need these stories? Well, if we put this all in context, the whole reason the people were afraid to go in is because they were afraid to fight the battle. And so now with Moses at their head, they go through very real battles, but it's almost like the practice battles, right? This is how to behave with a leader, a human leader, and God as your warrior. And they win. And they're able to conquer Sihon and open up a portion of land so that they have access to the Jordan and access over into their land. They're able to go up and conquer Og, who was the leader of an area that had great big huge cities with big city gates. And so now Moses can say, so remember those battles. And so now as I pass leadership onto Joshua, you will follow Joshua into the land, and God will still be your warrior, and you can still go in. So even though you were afraid initially and didn't go into the land, you may still be afraid now. You still need to go in. But the land has the potential to be like Eden. And so you can do it if you do it with God who is with you. And then from here, we'll move into chapter 4. Okay, so in this lecture, we are taking a look at Deuteronomy 4. Deuteronomy 4 is such a special chapter. I really love this chapter. I'm glad we're spending an entire lecture on this one chapter because it is so full of amazing things that we need to take a look at. It is full of Eden-type echoes. We'll hear some of that. In fact, I would say that as we get into chapter 4, 4 is like the heartbeat, the drumbeat of Deuteronomy. So there are words that we catch for the first time, phrases that we catch for the first time in Deuteronomy here in chapter 4, but we are going to hear them echo and reverberate throughout the whole rest of the book. So here with chapter 4, we're catching the heart of the book of Deuteronomy. So we have the chapters that we just took a look at are chapters 1 to 3, and they gave us this historical narrative, a bit of the historical background. So we spent a little bit of time looking at where we are placed, not only geographically, but also historically. And so we got all of that in chapters 1 to 3. So chapter 4 is going to act as a hinge chapter for us. So we're moving from the historical narratives towards the law code, which we're going to pick up in a little bit. And so we've gotten this people who are standing at the edge on the border, looking into the land that they have been told God is giving to them. And we will be picking up the requirements for how to act once they get into the land. Chapter 4 is kind of taking us there. It's this hinge between the historical narratives and the law. It is, like I said, the heartbeat of the book. And so things that we're going to catch from chapter 4, we're getting key ideas. The idea that the narratives we told before are so important. The idea, we're going to pick it up for the very first time, that just as this land has been created for them, and it's the good land, it's the land that God is giving to them and saying, you can flourish in this land. But we're catching for the very first time, there may be potential for an exile. So that shows up for the first time in chapter 4. There's never just the threat of exile. There is the potential of exile, but restoration is also possible. And so that theme, which we will hear a few different times in the book of Deuteronomy, we catch for the first time here in chapter 4. So the idea that history is significant, there's a potential for exile, but just as the exile is possible, the return is also possible. And that shows up in chapter 4. We're going to see that chapter 4 creates really nice bookends with the very end of Deuteronomy, chapters 29 to 30. I actually could spread this out and say all the way to chapter 32 even, we could say this, but we're going to hear once we get into chapters 29 and 30, those lectures, we're going to say, doesn't this remind you of chapter 4? So there's phraseology and themes that end up on both sides that create really nice bookends around all of the complicated talk around the law. So we're going to find all of this in Deuteronomy chapter 4. So we're going to also find that Deuteronomy 4 starts with the idea of Shema, listen. Now this concept in Hebrew and for the original audience was not just audibly listen to something that's being told to you. When you are told to Shema, to listen, it is a listen, hear, and do. So the doing part is tied in to the listening part. So it's not just listen and intellectually play with the concepts and the ideas and see if you agree or disagree. It's not that. It is listen so that you can comprehend and do. And we hear this big cry of listen, Israel, to what is happening. We're going to get that now in chapter 4. We will see that it'll be echoed in chapter 6 and then all throughout the whole rest of Deuteronomy. So we also have this idea that Moses is presenting statutes and judgments. So that phraseology, those two things together, are something that are repeated very often in the book of Deuteronomy. And the statutes and the judgments are life. So they are, again, it's not just laws and lists of rules and regulations you have to follow. It is God's way of helping his people understand how to flourish as people in the land. So the statutes and the judgments always equal life. Moses follows that up with, if you do them, that is wisdom, right? So it's in hearing, listening, doing the things that God has told you, paying attention is your wisdom. And that wisdom becomes greatness. And we'll see in chapter 4 this idea that greatness will be seen in the eyes of even the surrounding peoples who are all around the Israelites. So the warning that comes with it is you have to guard your heart, because if you go in, if you start to think you are doing anything on your own efforts instead of the history, remembering the history of everything God has done before you, if you start relying on yourself, that is when the possibility of exile will happen. So you must guard your hearts so that you are careful to remember that you are actually relying on God. So let's go ahead and start with Deuteronomy chapter 4. So Deuteronomy 4, this is where we're already starting to get some of these key phrases that are repeated throughout the book. So verse 1 says, "Now, O Israel, Shema, listen to the statutes and the judgments which I am teaching you to perform, so that you may live and go in and take possession of the land which the Lord, the God of your fathers, is giving to you. You shall not add to the word which I am commanding you, nor take away from it, that you may keep the commandments of the Lord your God, which I command you." And so we get this initial opening, and we're going to already start to hear if you listen and obey these statutes and commandments, you have life. And the contrast is this warning that if you disobey, it'll equal death. And that comes in the form of remembering an event from their past. So in verse 3, it says, "Your eyes have seen what the Lord has done in the case of Baal Peor. For all the men who followed Baal Peor, the Lord your God has destroyed them from among you." Now, to actually go back and remember what that event is that is being referred to, you would have to go back and read Numbers chapter 25, I believe. So Numbers 25 goes back and tells you the story. It's a story of the Israelites as they are traveling, and they end up going through Baal Peor, and they intermarry with people, and they blend cultures, and they start to worship the idols of other people groups. And Moses is saying, remember that when you were worshiping other idols and other gods, those people are not here with us today, but you are. So remember, because it's the statutes and the judgments of God that equal life. And verse 4, this is where he says that, "But you who held fast to the Lord your God are alive today, every one of you." Verse 5, "See, I have taught you statutes and judgments, just as the Lord my God commanded me, that you should do thus in the land where you are entering to possess it." Now, I'm going to pause just for a second, because this is where I personally hear additional echoes of the Genesis narratives. They're not very obvious, but what we see is in this conversation, Moses is saying, when you go into that land, it is God's way of living in that land that allows you to have life and to flourish. If you go into that land and you choose to disobey God, the exile or death is what the result is. That actually sounds a little bit like Genesis chapter 3, right? Genesis 3, God had the garden prepared for the humans who were living in the garden, and the command was eat, take care of, do everything that you want, just don't eat from that resource over there. But as soon as they choose to go against what God says, that is when they are exiled, torn apart from the place that was created for them. And so we're starting already to hear the same kind of warning. If we're going to be using throughout the book of Deuteronomy the idea that the land has potential to be something like an Eden, that potential means that there's also a potential for exile, to be taken out of this perfectly created place. And that is all going to hinge on what kind of obedience the people have. Will they be faithful to the way that God has told them to live? And if they are, they will flourish and have life, and God will be in their midst, and their land will provide everything that they need. And if they don't, they will be taken out. So we're starting to hear that echo even here at the beginning of chapter 4. So we'll continue, and in verse 6, this is where you need to remember the map from one of the previous videos. So if you remember when we talked about the trade routes all coming through the land of the Bible, we're hearing that Deuteronomy is already quite aware of its context and the land and how the land functions. So listen to verse 6. So keep and do them, meaning the statutes and commandments, for that is your wisdom and your understanding in the sight of the people who will hear all of these statutes and say, surely this great nation is a wise and understanding people. For what great nation is there that has a God so near to it, as is the Lord our God whenever we call on him? Or what great nation is there that has statutes and judgments as righteous as this whole law which I am setting before you today? Right? There's a recognition that if the people go into their land and live according to the way that God, the standards that God has set up for his people, other people will see them. Now, you could ask the very logical question, how would all these other people see them and know? Well, they're in the middle of the trade routes, right? So those people, traders from Egypt going up to Mesopotamia or going into the Arabian Peninsula, the idea is as they pass through the land of the Israelites, if the Israelites are living according to God's covenant and according to God's statutes and commandments, then people as they pass through should notice that there is a lived difference in the way people are living. So chapter 4, verse 9. Only give heed to yourself and keep your soul diligently, so that you do not forget the things which your eyes have seen, and they do not depart from your heart all the days of your life, but make them known to your sons and your grandsons. Remember the day you stood before the Lord your God at Horeb, remember Mount Sinai, where the Lord said to me, assemble the people to me that I may let them hear my words, so they may learn to fear me all the days they live on the earth, and that they may teach their children. So pause just for a second because there's an interesting contrast. We will be talking about it in greater detail in another lecture. But in these two verses, we have in verse 9, do not forget, and in verse 10, remember. Right? These are more themes that Deuteronomy pounds on over and over and over. But this is the thing that we should think about, or at least notice. We're going to see it here. We'll talk about it more later. What is it that they're not supposed to forget? And what is it that they're supposed to remember? So let me read those verses again for you. Verse 9, so halfway through, it says, so you do not forget the things which your eyes have seen, and they do not depart from your heart all the days of your life. Verse 10, remember the day you stood before the Lord your God at Horeb, when the Lord said to me. What is it that they're not supposed to forget, or they're supposed to actively remember? It's their history, right? The story, even if it is the narrative of their parents, even if they were not the ones at Horeb, it's remembering that narrative, because through that narrative, they get to know who God is, what God has done, and therefore who they are as God's people. Curiously enough, in Deuteronomy, they're never told to remember all the laws. So even though the law code is right in the middle and takes up the most chapters in Deuteronomy, they're always told to remember God's character in the way that he has already acted. I think that is really interesting and a good thing for us to keep in mind as well. So verse 11, you came near and stood at the foot of the mountain, and the mountain burned with fire to the very heart of the heavens, darkness, cloud, and thick gloom. Then the Lord spoke to you from the midst of the fire. You heard the sound of words, but you saw no form, only a voice. So he declared to you his covenant, which he commanded you to perform. That is the 10 Commandments. And he wrote them on 2 tablets of stone. So interestingly, we're getting a retelling of the story at Mount Horeb or Mount Sinai, but the figure of God is absent, right? The presence of God is demonstrated in this theophany and nature shaking, darkness, gloom, lightning, thunder, right? It's a very impressive, awe-inspiring event, but there is no image of God that is present. So fire, yes, but an actual image, no. So we're going to build on this in the next couple verses. In verse 14, it says, "The Lord commanded me at that time to teach you statutes and judgments, that you might perform them in the land where you are going over to possess it." And here's another warning. So watch yourself carefully, since you did not see any form on the day the Lord spoke to you at Horeb from the midst of the fire, so that you do not act corruptly and make a graven image for yourself in the form of any figure, the likeness of male or female, the likeness of any animal that is on the earth, the likeness of any winged bird that flies in the sky, the likeness of anything that creeps on the ground, the likeness of any fish that is in the water below the earth. And beware, do not lift up your eyes to the heavens and see the sun and the moon and the stars, all the hosts of heaven, and be drawn away and worship them and serve them, those which the Lord your God has allotted to all the people under the heaven. Okay, so we have to pause because I think this is really interesting. So we have this setting up of the story. You were at Horeb, God showed up, you made a covenant, but you couldn't see an image of God. Now we know from the Exodus story that the follow-up to that was Aaron and the people decide to make a golden calf. Right, that needing an image to focus their love and adoration on is such a strong motivator for humans. And so we have in this discourse in chapter 4, we have this caution. Be careful because you remember the story of Horeb, but now when you go into the land and you need to follow these statutes and commandments, make sure that you don't follow the instinct to create an image for yourself. Now, there's a list of images. So let me read that list, and then you tell me if that rings any bells, if it sounds somewhat familiar to you, especially in some of the things I've already said about how I think Deuteronomy echoes other books. Okay, so we have the likeness of male or female, animals on the earth, winged birds, creeping, crawling things, depending on how you want to interpret the Hebrew of that, the likeness of any fish, and the sun, the moon, and the stars. Now we'll pause because the sun, moon, and stars, right, is people really did worship these celestial beings, and especially during the time of the Assyrians and Babylonians and later Israelite history, it was very common. And we find out from the prophet Jeremiah that the Israelites had adopted that kind of worship into society. So that worship of other things was there. But I would say, although most commentaries focus on verse 19, I think that whole list is really important. Right? If you put that whole list together, perhaps maybe it sounds like Genesis chapter 1. Because when God creates, he creates places in the first 3 days, and then he puts things in those places, right? And the order of it is the exact opposite as what's listed here. So in creation, male and female was created at the end. The sun, moon, and stars was created at the beginning in day 4. So actually this list goes day 6, day 6, day 5. We go back to day 6, but day 5 and day 4. What is that telling us? Well, it could be that as soon as you decide that you want to create a likeness for your Heavenly Father, and you do it in this way, it's like flipping the creation upside down. Right? So there is something about the backwards brokenness of creation, where when God created, he created and he created men and women to be in his likeness. So when the men and women built in God's likeness decide to create a likeness for God, it's flipping everything on its head. So then we get to verse 20, and now we're kind of finishing out a thought here. But the Lord has taken you and brought you out of the iron furnace from Egypt to be a people for his own possession. So I love this because we started this segment all the way back up in verse 11 and 12 with God showed up as fire and in clouds, right? So don't create an image for him. And then at the end in verse 20, it is because God pulled you out of the furnace, right? So remember who the creator is. And we get for the very first time this idea that Egypt is a place of slavery and a place of oppression. We're going to come back to Egypt and the role that Egypt plays in the book of Deuteronomy. So we have the fire of Sinai, the fire of Egypt. Don't react to the fire of Sinai by creating something to mimic who God is. Instead, let God be the creator and the shaper. So we get this segment, a couple verses here, where Moses is being told he doesn't get to enter into the land. And in verse 23, it says, "So watch yourselves that you do not forget the covenant of the Lord your God, which he made with you, and make for yourselves a graven image in the form of anything against which the Lord your God has commanded you. For the Lord your God is a consuming fire, a jealous God." And then we get this extended warning. Be careful when you become a father, when you're parents, when you have children and grandchildren, don't forget, right? And the problem is there's this foreshadowing of the exile, of the fact that, but when you do, so there's a hope that you won't forget, but when you do forget, you shall not live long on it or in the land God is giving to them, but will be utterly destroyed. The Lord will scatter you among the peoples. You will be left few in number among the nations where the Lord drives you. There you will serve gods, the work of man's hand, wood and stone, which neither see nor hear nor smell. This is something the prophet Isaiah picks up on, and he also talks about how it is absolutely ridiculous to worship things that are created by human hands. But from there you will seek the Lord your God. You will find him if you search for him with all of your heart and your soul. When you are in distress and all these things have come upon you in the latter days, you will return to the Lord your God and listen to his voice. For the Lord your God is a compassionate God. He will not fail you, nor destroy you, nor forget the covenant with your fathers which he has sworn to them. Indeed, ask now concerning the former days which were before you, since the day that God created man on earth, and inquire from one end of the heavens to the other, has anything been done like this great thing? Has anything been heard like it? Right, so we get the warning of there will be consequences if you choose to worship other gods. But even though you're scattered among the nations, even though you have dropped to few in number, those who return to God and repent, there's a restoration that is possible. So the idea that this creator God then is the creator God that will fight on their behalf. In verse 34 it says, "Or has a God tried to go to take for himself a nation from within another nation?" Right? Just as God took them out of the oppressive furnace of Egypt. "And by trials, by signs and wonders, and by war, and by a mighty hand, and by an outstretched arm, and by great terrors, as the Lord your God did for you in Egypt before your eyes. To you it was shown so that you may know that the Lord, he is God. There is no other besides him." And that is yet again another statement that is repeated often throughout Deuteronomy. The God that the Israelites serve is one God, and there is no other in his midst. Or among him, there is no other that is his equal. And so therefore, the Israelites should not be worshiping any other gods. I'm going to skip to verse 39. It says, "Know therefore today, and take it to your heart, that the Lord, he is God, in heaven above and on earth below, there is no other. So you shall keep his statutes and his commandments, which I am giving to you today, that it may go well with you and with your children after you, that you may live long on the land which the Lord your God is giving you for all time." And that should already sound like an echo of the very first part, the very first verse that we read in chapter 4. Now, the concluding verses in chapter 4 totally switch gears. So we move from this idea of the concept of the land being a good place, but not forgetting, remembering who their God is, to Moses now setting up 3 cities of refuge. They will all be on the eastern side of the Rift Valley, so on the side outside the land. So in the area where they have already been, in the regions where they have conquered Sihon and Og, in those regions, they're supposed to set up 3 cities of refuge. Now, the concept of a city of refuge is something that will come up again, and we will discuss once we get into the law code. But I do want to point out, here in chapter 4, those 3 cities of refuge, they are named. Very specific places are given. In fact, if we think over the last couple lectures that we've had, there have been a lot of geographical details. Regions, routes, people groups, names of cities. So lots of very specific things that identify the differences in land and the differences in people living on that land. And what I want you to pay attention to as we move forward into Deuteronomy is, as soon as we cast our vision forward to this land, this place where we're going, this place that has so much potential, the details of the geography that will rip the people apart and separate them are no longer mentioned. It is considered one land. We don't get city names. We don't get tribal designations. In fact, the idea that there are even tribes with leaders of the tribes also not mentioned. We start to move into cities, so bigger cities, smaller villages. How do we unify people? But once we get into the land, we stop hearing Deuteronomy mention things very specifically. So we'll talk about this in a little bit, especially when we get to chapter 11, because chapter 11 has this perfect opportunity to name a very significant city, and it doesn't. So we have to talk about, what is Deuteronomy doing as it is creating a place, a picture of the type of place where the Israelites can be. So just in summary, we're going to look and say, in chapter 4, we have seen the idea of Mount Sinai, and we've done this little comparison between Mount Sinai and potentially garden, or at least borrowing from garden images. The idea that you are actually created in God's image, and so to flip that around is death, or the rejection of the way that God has established things to be. And God himself cannot be reduced to a portion of his creation. So that is something that the biblical narrative is very firm on. God always stands outside of creation, bigger than, and cannot be encapsulated into a small image, into an idol, because he's so much bigger and broader than that. So from here, we're going to move on to chapter 5 and dip our toes into the law code. So today we are going to start looking at Deuteronomy 5, 6, and 7, and we'll see how far we go. But we're just going to remember that as we've been looking at the book of Deuteronomy, we have so far seen lots of details related to geographical placement for where the people have been, the cities that they have gone by, the people groups that they've gone around, the roads that they've traveled. We've had lots of explanation of historical narratives, so where they've been in the past to get them where they are now. And as we begin Deuteronomy chapter 5, we enter into a whole new type of a sermon. It's a different sermon of Moses. So let's go ahead and start reading Deuteronomy chapter 5. So this is going to begin with an introduction that will be mimicked once more in chapter 6. So we have in Deuteronomy 5, verse 1, "Then Moses summoned all of Israel and said to them, 'Shema Israel,'" right? So we remember we've heard this call to hear, to listen, Shema. We heard that in chapter 4. And so once more, we are getting that at the beginning of chapter 5. So Shema Israel, hear, O Israel, the statutes and ordinances, we heard this before as well, which I am speaking today in your hearing, that you may learn them and observe them carefully. And then we have this explanation of the Lord communicating with Moses at Horeb or Mount Sinai. Now, chapter 6, flip with me to chapter 6, because chapter 6 begins in the same way, except 6 is going to give us motivations. So where chapter 5 is just this call to hear, to listen, and to do, chapter 6 adds on to that with motivation for why you should be doing that. So in chapter 6, verse 1 says, "Now this is the commandment, the statutes and judgments, which the Lord your God has commanded me to teach you, that you might do them in the land where you are going over to possess it, so that you and your son and your grandson might fear the Lord your God, to keep all of his statutes and commandments which I command you all the days of your life, that your days may be prolonged. O Israel, you should listen and be careful to do it, that it may be well with you and that you may multiply greatly, just as the Lord, the God of your fathers, has promised you in the land flowing with milk and honey." Right? So although the chapters begin in the same way, chapter 6 is going to develop the motivation for why. So let's go back to chapter 5. Chapter 5, so we have this call to listen to the statutes and the judgments which God has given, and we get this little historical narrative that is to remind the people of where these statutes and judgments are coming from, right? So in verse 2, "The Lord our God made a covenant with us at Horeb. The Lord did not make his covenant with our fathers, but with us, with those of us alive here today." Okay, now this is going to go back to what we also talked about in a previous lecture. Because again, although Moses is speaking to his immediate audience that is standing with him on the shores of the Jordan River, the River Jordan, he says that God gave these to us, to all of us standing here at Mount Horeb. And so historically, no, it was the previous generation. It was their forefathers. But again, we're seeing how Deuteronomy conflates these generations, where the story of the forefathers is their story. They belong in that story with their forefathers, so they can say it as their own story. So in verse 4, "The Lord spoke to you face to face at the mountain from the midst of the fire, while I was standing between the Lord and you at that time to declare to you the word of the Lord, for you were afraid because of the fire and did not go up to the mountain. He said, I am the Lord your God who brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of slavery. You shall have no other gods before me. You shall not make for yourself an idol or any likeness of which is in heaven above or on earth beneath or in the water under the earth. You shall not worship them or serve them, for I, the Lord your God, am a jealous God, visiting the iniquity of the father on the children, on the third and fourth generation of those who hate me, but showing loving kindness to thousands, to those who love me and keep my commandments." Now, I'm going to pause here. This is actually a repetition of what we have seen in Exodus 20. So if you were to flip back to Exodus 20 and compare the 10 commandments as quoted in Exodus 20, you would find great similarity here in the book of Deuteronomy. So there's just a couple things I want to point out that are unique to how Deuteronomy is going to teach this part. Well, one is not necessarily unique, but it does belong to Deuteronomy's themes. So we have already talked about in a previous lecture how there is a covenantal theme to the book of Deuteronomy. So much so that we could even say the book is organized like a suzerain vassal treaty. One of the things that touches on that or draws on that theme is right here in the Ten Commandments. This is one of those times when, as an Old Testament professor, when people say that the God of the Old Testament is so rough and hard and angry all the time, but the God of the New Testament is full of grace. This is one of the things I love to point to. Because we do have in verse 9, you shall not worship other gods or serve them. For the Lord your God is a jealous God, visiting the iniquity of the fathers on the children, on the third and fourth generations of those who hate me. And yes, that sounds a little bit gruff and a little bit hard. The term hate and the term love often can be covenantal terms. So hate doesn't necessarily have to be this internal boiling of emotion as much as to those who break the covenant. Right, so the retribution, the effects of breaking the covenant go down through the third and fourth generation. Except that doesn't have a period at the end of the sentence. It continues and says, but, this is God, he will show loving kindness, which is the Hebrew term called hesed. And hesed, which is loving kindness, is one of those words that doesn't translate very well into English. It is very rich and deep. It's a persistent love, a patient love, an inconvenient love, one that is always loyal to the covenant. God is always said to have hesed love. So God is one with a long memory who knows he has made these covenants with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and he will always stay faithful to that covenant. And that hesed, that promise of that deep, rich, persevering kind of hesed love will go to thousands. Not just 3 generations, 2 generations, or 4, but thousands for those who love me. And that doesn't even have to be the hesed love, but those who love God. God is persistent for thousands to love that way in return. So I think it's just a really beautiful portrayal of the way that God has a really wonderful heart, persistent heart for his people. So back to the Ten Commandments here. So we have, again, this quote from Exodus 20. The only difference is, but when we get down to observing the Sabbath or Shabbat, Deuteronomy gives a different reason for why we should observe Shabbat. So this starts in verse 12, and it says, observe the Sabbath day to keep it holy, as the Lord your God commanded you. 6 days you shall labor and do all of your work, but the 7th day is a Sabbath of the Lord your God. In it you shall not do any work, you or your son or daughter or male servant or female servant, or your ox or donkey or any of your cattle, or the sojourners who stay with you, so that your male servant and female servant may rest as well as you, right? It's a very inclusive list. It's not just the head of the household who gets to rest. It's the head of the household, everyone else in the household. It is the cattle, everyone working, the subsistence. It's all of creation. It's everyone rests. You shall remember that you were a slave in the land of Egypt, and the Lord your God brought you out of there by a mighty hand and by an outstretched arm. Therefore the Lord your God commanded you to observe the Sabbath day. Now flip with me to Exodus 20. Let's see what the Exodus version says. These are not necessarily conflicting arguments as much as they're different. They just show differences in the writing of these law codes. So in Exodus 20, in verse 8, we also have the command, remember the Sabbath. In verse 10, we have a list of the people, again, all-inclusive list of people who get to observe the Sabbath. And in verse 11, it says, "For in 6 days the Lord made the heavens and the earth, the sea and all that is in them, and rested on the seventh day. Therefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day and made it holy." So in Exodus 20, the reasoning behind observing the Sabbath is because of the creation narrative, because God created, and at the end of creation, he sits enthroned over his creation, looking at everything as he has made and saying, it is good. And it's that enthronement idea of God as king. Deuteronomy 20 has a little bit more of a remember because you used to be slaves. And we're remembering back to Egypt when everything was upside down, right? When you were oppressed, when it was the fiery furnace of oppression, God brought you out of that and into a good place. And because of that, we're going to sit and observe the Sabbath. It is also a way of remembering that God is the one who is enthroned over his kingdom. But it is also one that touches back on the Exodus so that the people are mindful all the time of their history, the way that God has acted in history, the way God has loved them in the past. That is the reason for taking a break on the Sabbath and remembering God is the one who is in charge, who has done all of this for us. So the rest of Deuteronomy 5 goes through an explanation of the 10 Commandments. Now, we have noticed for a very long time, people have said that the 10 Commandments are basically an overview of all the Israelite laws, right? So ever since the Middle Ages, rabbis have noticed that the 10 Commandments act as large categories, and we can take all the other 613 laws in the Hebrew Bible, and we can fit them within the Decalogue at some point or somehow. Some people have taken that idea and said that is yet another way we can organize the book of Deuteronomy. So potentially, we talked about in previous lectures how the format of Deuteronomy has almost a covenantal format. Or we could organize it as a group of sermons that Moses has given. Or we could organize it literarily so that we're building our way up to the law code that starts in chapter 12. We could also say that here in Deuteronomy chapter 5, we are beginning the law code with a restatement of the Decalogue, or the 10 words, or the 10 commandments, and everything that comes after fits into that. So there are several people who have written on that, so you can go and research that. It's a really great way of thinking about the way that the book of Deuteronomy is organized. And you will see as we progress that the first couple chapters, as we make our way through chapter 12 and 13 and 14, is all focused on worshiping God and God alone. And then chapters, once we get to 19 and we go through 25, we're looking at how should people interact with one another in society. So it splits pretty nicely, like the 10 Commandments are split. How should people interact and behave towards God? How should people interact with each other? Now we're going to go ahead and move to Deuteronomy chapter 6. So we already mentioned that Deuteronomy 6 starts in a way that is very similar to chapter 5. So it also goes back to these are the commandments, these are the statutes, and we're getting the idea that Moses in this sermon is trying to explain to the people what this means for them as they are getting ready to go into this land. So I already read verses 1 and 2. So we had the motivational speech, the motivation behind observing these statutes and commandments. It is so they can go into this promised land and live a fulfilled life. I would like to focus on verse 4. So it says, "Hear, O Israel." So once again, Shema, Shema Israel. "The Lord is our God, the Lord is one." Well, that's one way to translate it. Here's the Hebrew. And the interesting thing about the way that this Hebrew is written is we don't have any vowels in the, or not vowels, we don't have any verbs in this sentence. So we need to figure out how to translate this, which makes this particular sentence a wonderful sentence. It's really deep and rich with meaning. So Shema is listen, Israel, Israel. We have Yahweh, Adonai. Eloheinu is our God. Yahweh again. Ahad is one. So where do we put the verb? We could say Shema Israel. This is pretty, listen Israel. It's these four words that end up being really interesting for us. We could put an is right after Yahweh here. So we could say Yahweh is our God. Yahweh is one. We could say Yahweh our God is one God. If we look through all these different translations of the Bible, we could come up with 8, 9, 10 different ways of trying to interpret this verse. This verse, the Shema, as people call it now, the Shema from Deuteronomy 6:4, Shema Israel, Yahweh Eloheinu, Yahweh Ahad, is at the core of Jewish worship. It was at the core of Israelite worship. It is at the core of Jewish worship all the way up to today. It is a very powerful and sacred sentence. This sentence is a firm declaration that the Lord, the God of Israel, is one God. He is only one. He is the only one that the Israelites should be worshiping. There are no others around him. And so no matter where we put the is, it contains in very tight, in 4 words, this monotheistic idea that God is one, he's the only one, and Israel belongs to him. So that is Deuteronomy 6:4. Now let's continue to look at Deuteronomy 6:1 through 15, this group of sentences or verses, because this will come in towards the end of the lecture. So this is the first whole part of Deuteronomy 6. So after the Shema, we have a reflection on how important it is for the people to remember. So verse 5, you shall love the Lord your God with all of your heart, with all of your soul, and with all of your might. Now this verse might also sound very familiar to you, especially if you have been reading the New Testament quite a bit. This verse shows up quite a lot as rabbis and Pharisees and Sadducees have conversations with Jesus about what is the greatest commandment. The greatest commandment, you shall love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, and with all your might. However, if you're accustomed to the New Testament version, there's the added, and your neighbor as yourself. But that's not actually here in Deuteronomy 6. So where does that last little bit come from? That actually comes from Leviticus 19. So Leviticus 19, if we look at these words in Hebrew, the and you shall love that begins Deuteronomy 6:5. It's an interesting combination of Hebrew words that is only repeated 2 other times. Both of those times are in Leviticus. In Leviticus 19, there's a whole list of all these things the people should do because God is their God. And one of them is, you shall love your neighbor as yourself. And it begins the same way this verse does. And you shall love your neighbor. Why? Because God is your God. And so by the time of the New Testament, people have noticed this similarity in language and go, what is the greatest commandment? Well, it's this one in Deuteronomy. You shall love the Lord your God with everything that you have. But because we're loving the Lord with everything we have, that means we should also be loving our neighbor as ourselves. So, but Deuteronomy has the you shall love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, with all your might. And in verse 6, these words which I am commanding you today shall be on your heart. You shall teach them diligently to your sons. You shall talk of them when you sit in your house, when you walk by the way, when you lie down, when you rise up. So these are merisms when you take the extreme opposites, and it means and everything in between. So it's not just when you're standing or walking. It's when you stand, when you walk, when you lie down, when you're eating, when you're breathing, when you're in the house, when you're out in public. You're talking and teaching your children. So Deuteronomy puts a huge emphasis on the role of the individual, of the parents to be in their own homes, teaching their children the laws, the statutes, and commandments that God has given them. He goes on. You shall bind them as signs on your hand, and they shall be as frontals on your forehead. You shall write them on the doorpost of your house and on your gates. Then it shall come about when the Lord your God brings you into the land which he swore to your fathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, to give to you, great and splendid cities which you did not build, and houses full of good things which you did not fill, and hewn cisterns which you did not dig, vineyards and olive trees which you did not plant, and you eat and are satisfied. Then watch yourself that you do not forget the Lord who brought you from the land of Egypt out of the house of slavery. And I'm going to pause there. So we have a huge emphasis in these verses in chapter 6, verses 1 to 15. It'll be repeated again in chapter 11. So the emphasis is on remembering, and there are instructions for how they can remember. So there's a technique involved. So the people are told to mark liminal places. So liminal places are those places that are in between. So think perhaps of a doorway. So is the doorway, is that included in the hallway? Or is the doorway inside the room? It kind of belongs to both, and it kind of belongs to neither, right? The doorway is considered liminal place. It's this transitional spot from one place into another place. It tends to mark edges. So in Deuteronomy 6, where this word remember is so essential, Deuteronomy says the way you can do that is by marking liminal places. Okay, so let's take a look at what those places are. So as we read them, we already talked about how these laws should be on your heart, embedded within. You shall bind them as a sign on your hand. Your hand is the liminal space between you and your action towards other people. The hand is this agent of interaction between you and others. And so bind this law on your hand to remind you as you interact with others. It is under the code of instructions that God has given you. Put them on the frontals or the forefront of your head. Some translate that as between the eyes. It's a little bit obscure as to the best way to translate this, but between the eyes, this would be like your perceptions of the world around you. So we have God's word, or these words that are written on your heart, your innermost being, on your hand as you interact with others, and between your eyes as a way to guard your perception of the outside world. You shall also write them on the doorpost of your house, right? So from your own private space as you enter the city and are in public space, and on your city gates. So as your city goes from between your organized neighborhood to the world around it. Right? So the way to remember is to actually mark from your innermost being to the most public place the fact that all you as an individual and everyone that you live with is living according to God's law. And that is a way for you to remember. Okay, so if I were to ask you, how would you characterize verses 1 to 15? What would you say? What would you write down if we said these verses we just looked at, including the Shema, including the idea to remember, what are the key ideas of Deuteronomy 6, 1 through 15. You may have a few different ideas. I'm sure nothing is actually wrong, but I would say a lot of it has to do with not forgetting who God is, this one God, and not forgetting or remembering is at the core of what the people are supposed to do. So let's move on. I'm going to read starting in verse 14. You shall not follow other gods, any other gods of the people who surround you. For the Lord your God is in the midst of you. He is a jealous God. Otherwise, the anger of the Lord your God will be kindled against you, and he will wipe you off the face of the earth. You shall not put the Lord your God to the test, as you tested him at Massah. So Massah actually means testing, and this is a story you would have to go back and read in Exodus 17. And I would encourage you to actually do that. Go back and read, because as Moses in this sermon is addressing the people, he is addressing an event in their past that they know of. A time when they were thirsty, they needed water, and they complained, and God ends up providing water for them. But it's a time of them saying, I don't think God really has our best interest at heart. Right? This is the event that Moses is referring to. You should diligently keep the commands of the Lord your God and his testimonies and his statutes, which he has commanded you. You shall do what is right and good in the sight of the Lord, that it may be well with you, that you may go in and possess a good land, which the Lord swore to give to your fathers, by driving out all the enemies before you as the Lord has spoken. When your son asks you in the time to come, saying, what do the testimonies and the statutes and the judgments mean, which the Lord our God commanded you? Then you shall say to your son, we were slaves to Pharaoh in Egypt, and the Lord brought us from Egypt with a mighty hand. Moreover, the Lord showed great and distressing signs and wonders before our eyes against Egypt, Pharaoh and all of his household. He brought us out from there in order to bring us in to give us the land which he had sworn to our fathers. You should already start to hear there's a repeated theme here, right? The statutes and commandments are for the sake of the people, to be able to go in and live well. Why should they be motivated to follow these commands? Because God has already redeemed them, because he took them out of an oppressive situation and has given them this land. In verse 24, it says, so the Lord commanded us to observe all these statutes, to fear the Lord our God for our good always, and for our survival as it is today. It will be righteousness for us as we are careful to observe all this commandment before the Lord our God, just as he commanded us. Okay, so once more, if I were to say, how would you characterize Deuteronomy 6, 14 to 25? It's a little bit different than the previous verses. Both have to do with remembering, but this second part focuses a lot on who God is, what he has done, so that these statutes and commandments can lead them into a fulfilled life in the land. Okay, hang on to both of these ideas about what 6, 1 through 15, what the concept of 6, 1 to 15 is, as well as the concept of 6, 14 to 25. We're going to come back to this in just a little bit towards the end of the lecture. We're going to move into chapter 7 now, and chapter 7, I'm not going to read through it in as great of a detail. There are aspects of chapter 7 that are very similar to chapter 12, and so we'll talk about some of those aspects once we get to chapter 12. But I do want to point out a couple things. One of the tricky things about Deuteronomy chapter 7 is the way that it begins. So in verse 1, it says, when the Lord your God brings you into the land where you are entering to possess it and clears away many nations before you, and then we get a list. The Hittites, the Girgashites, the Amorites, the Canaanites, the Perizzites, the Hivites, the Jebusites, 7 nations greater and stronger than you. So let's think about this for a second. These people groups are actually named. So when they go into the land, it's more than just a generic Canaanites. There are known people groups that are there, and Deuteronomy quotes seven different nations. Now, I wanted to talk about this not in terms of God telling them to go in and clear out the land. We'll talk about that when we get to chapter 12. But I want to touch on the fact that Deuteronomy recognizes the people who are there. So do you remember in previous lectures when we talked about the land the people are going into? It's a very diverse land. We looked on the map at how it was colored that really dark brown to show the mountainous terrain. We set that in comparison to the riverine communities in Egypt and Mesopotamia. And we said Egypt and Mesopotamia, they have very hardy lands that can support huge empires and help people communicate. But the land that is mountainous, right? If you live just over the edge, I'm a little bit more suspicious of you. Let me show you a couple pictures of the diversity of the land that is the land the people are getting ready to inherit. So we have a coastal picture. So this would be where the Philistines ended up living on this coastal plain. But you can see the blueness of the Mediterranean over to the west, the flatness of the land on the coastal plain. It doesn't take much for you to go up into the hills, and this picture may be a little bit washed out on this particular video, but this shows deep valleys. It's farmers' terrain. You can see all the green. There's enough water to grow crops in this kind of a land, but the hillside is so steep, the farmers have to go through and terrace the land so that they can build steps into the hillside so they can actually grow produce on the hills. Okay, so you can't imagine that the people living in this kind of terrain, even with all of this water, will have a whole different kind of lifestyle than anyone who is living down on that coastal plain, right? The texture of the land is so different. Well, so is it as we move over to the east. So now we still have mountains, but we have a lot less water. And so because of the less water, see how brown and barren these hills are. It is much harder to have agriculture in these hills. Just on the eastern side, we have less rain, less water. And so farming technique has to be different. You can still farm, but it's not so much we're not terracing the hills as much as we're finding water in valleys and we're planting down in the valleys. And we're going to start to see a lot more shepherding. So sheep and goats can live out on those hills. But that's not all, because we also have the wilderness. So this is actually the Judean wilderness. This is outside the city of Bethlehem. If you were to continue to go east out of Bethlehem, this is even more barren than the last picture I showed you. So where in the last picture it was somewhat barren, but you can still sort of do some farming. Out here there is no farming possible because of the soil and because there's not enough rain. This out here is all shepherding terrain. This is vastly different than the coastal plain, right? Okay, but that's not all. We could go all the way down further south, right? This is where we're going to start picking up camels. And it's even more barren and dry. There's even less rain down here. So think of this land of Israel as a very diverse place. The variety of ecosystems that are there, it changes on a regular basis. Modern day, if you go and visit the land of Israel, you basically just need to travel about 45 minutes and everything you see outside the windows or everything you're hiking through completely changes. In this kind of land, it is very difficult to unify people because people who live in land like this have a different access to the outside world. They have different clothing, different building materials. They function in a whole different way. They're making a lifestyle. They're supporting their families in a different way than the people who are out on the coast or the farmers who are up in the hills. And so the people who are similar tend to group together, and it is really hard to unify them across such diverse terrains because they have such different kinds of lifestyles. We can actually see how this land the Israelites are getting ready to go into, this land already has broken people apart. Because in Deuteronomy chapter 7, when Deuteronomy lists the types of people who are there, there are already 7 different people groups who are already there, who have not unified, who are not like Edom, who are not like Moab or Ammon. They have not formed any kind of centralized government because the landscape is pulling them apart. This is going to act as a warning for us because as the Israelites move in, they've been wandering through the wilderness. The Israelites are made up of 12 tribes, and yet they have to go into this land, a land that is this diverse, and yet they have to remember that they are one people group with one God, Shema Israel. And that is going to be a huge challenge for the people as they go in. So when we start looking again, when we get closer to chapter 12, we're going to have to engage these ideas with how can the Israelites go into such a diverse land, one that naturally pulls people apart and isolates them in their various ecosystems. How can they stay unified as one people group loyal to one God? Deuteronomy has ideas, but we'll have to get there in chapter 12. So here in chapter 7, we see that there's similarities with chapter 12. We're going to get there. We saw that there are multiple people groups, and yet Deuteronomy 7, even in this chapter, is going to remind the people, do not fear because God is your warrior. Right? We already saw that as an earlier theme in Deuteronomy chapter 1. God is the one who goes before his people. And in fact, we get in verse 18, you shall not be afraid of them, all the people who are in the land. You shall well remember that the Lord your God, what the Lord your God did to Pharaoh in all of Egypt. So again, we're remembering in order to give us boldness to go into this land and to know that God is the one who is going before us. So let's move to chapter 8. And before we move to chapter 8, we've been talking quite a bit about this concept of remembering and how important that is. So let's just take a moment and look at some of the Hebrew and actually think about what this word meant to the original audience, to the biblical audience. It might be a little bit different than how we think of it. So the word remember is zakar in Hebrew. And zakar means to become aware of something in the present, right? So it is pulling from the back of your mind into the forefront of your mind. To remember is keeping it present, being aware of something in the present. So the opposite to forget is not just forgetting where you put your keys or forgetting directions to your favorite store. It's not that kind of forgetting. It's actually an abandonment of knowledge. So where zakar is pulling something to the forefront and keeping it actively present in your memory, in your consciousness, forgetting is actually abandoning that knowledge. We talked about in a previous lecture how in Deuteronomy the people are never told to remember the laws. You don't need to remember the details of all the laws, but you do need to remember who your God is, the actions and the deeds of God. You need to remember your history. And we learned from Deuteronomy chapter 6, the reason we're doing that is so that we can live our future actions based on who God is, and so we can go into the land and live fulfilled human lives in the land. Now, memory is also connected to emotion, right? So when we have memories of events, when we are actively pulling things to the forefront of our minds, when the Israelites were remembering all God had done for them in Egypt, it comes with a sense of emotion, gratitude towards God, or emotion of what it felt like when they were being oppressed by the Egyptians. So memory can evoke emotion. So when memory and emotion, this connection, part of that is so that you can connect. You have the ability to ascribe that feeling to a stranger in similar circumstances. So this idea of remembering and recalling the emotion is tied to Israel's ethical behavior. They are often told, remember that you were once slaves in Egypt. And because of the memory of the fact that they were slaves in Egypt, remember what that felt like. Remember what the emotion was. Remember the emotion you felt when God pulled you out. Therefore, you shall act in such a way with similar people who are oppressed. So we're going to keep that in mind as we go through some of the laws. So prosperity in chapter 8, we're going to learn that prosperity, once people go into the land, the prosperity they experience in the land can lead to self-dependence or self-reliance, or they can start to think they're the ones that got to that prosperity instead of recognizing and remembering it was God who gave it to them. Deuteronomy 8 is also going to do a lot for us to compare and contrast their wilderness experience with the fruitfulness of the land they are getting ready to go into. So we're going to start to read Deuteronomy 8, verse 1. All the commandments that I am commanding you today, you shall be careful to do, that you may live and multiply and go in and possess the land, which the Lord swore to give to your forefathers. You shall remember all the way which the Lord your God has led you in the wilderness these 40 years, that he might humble you, testing you, to know what was in your heart, whether you would keep his commandments or not. He humbled you and let you be hungry. He fed you with manna, which you did not know, nor did your fathers know, that he might make you understand that man does not live by bread alone, but man lives by everything that proceeds out of the mouth of the Lord. Your clothing did not wear out on you, nor did the foot swell these 40 years. Thus you are to know in your heart that the Lord your God was disciplining you just as a man disciplines his son. Right, so there's a remember the wilderness, but remember God's presence among you in the wilderness. There's a recognition that it was hard, and yet God was there. And so when you remember the wilderness, remember that you depend on God more than the natural elements around you. God is the one, like a father, who will provide for his people. So in verse 6, now we're going to start to pick up images about the land in contrast to the wilderness where it was harsh, where their clothing should have worn out and shoes should have worn out, but they didn't. In contrast, therefore, you shall keep the commandments of the Lord your God, to walk in his ways and to fear him. For the Lord your God is bringing you into a good land. There's that good land idea again. A land that has the Eden-type potential. A land of brooks, of water, of fountains and springs, flowing forth in valleys and hills. A land of wheat and barley, of vines, fig trees, pomegranates. A land of olive oil and honey. A land where you will eat food without scarcity, in which you will not lack anything. A land whose stones are iron and out of whose hills you can dig copper. I'm going to pause for a moment here. Deuteronomy will continue and talk about beware, because when you go into such abundance, your heart will want to turn away from God. And be careful, because whether you are in a land of abundance or in land like the wilderness, you must remember you depend on God. Now, some of the lists that are, it's not just a utopian list of products that Deuteronomy is listing. Deuteronomy is listing how the land actually functions. So I want to show you this calendar. This calendar right here, this is my way of symbolizing the agricultural year. So remember, these people are they're living off of the land. Their livelihood depends on being intimately connected to the where they live. So they think of the land according to the way the land functions and works. So when they're organizing time, they organize time according to the types of activities they're doing on the land. So you'll notice there's two different circles. There's an internal circle and an outer circle, and the crescent, that is the gap between the two circles, is actually when you have the chance of rain. So it's the only time in that land when you might have rain. So people will talk about in the land of Israel or in the biblical land, there were only 2 seasons. In North America, we think of 4, but they thought of 2 seasons. You have the rainy season and you have the dry season. Now, we have letters that go all the way around the perimeter of this, or the circumference of this circle. And the letters start in the top over onto the left, we have a J, and then JFMA. So those are they stand for the letters of the English months of the year: January, February, March, April, May. So we would organize the calendar according to January. January 1st, we flip the calendar over and we begin a new year. That was not natural according to the way that the land functions. And so the people of Israel did not organize their year according to January. That came much later for us. They did it according to when the rains begin. So over in September, October, we have the early rains. So this means that we've just come out of the dry season. We're going to get these nice, light, wonderful, small drops of misting rain. In September, October, the benefit of that rain is it falls gently on the ground, it soaks into the soil, and it allows for the farmer to go out and plow and break up the hard soil that has been baked firm through the dry season. So the farmer is able to plow in November. In December, they go out and sow the seed in their field. And then by December, we're going to start to get the big, massive, heavy rain clouds that come through. So this is when we get through December, January, and February, you get the most rain on the land. And then the rain is going to taper off. You get fewer and fewer rainstorms. You get more of the misting storms again. And by March, we now have the latter rains. This is the last little push of water in the agricultural year that will allow the farmer's crops to produce. So if we notice, we have the plowing and the sowing that happens in December. By March, we can start to harvest. And as we start to harvest, the very first product that is ready to be harvested is barley. That comes up in March. Through April and May, we start to get our wheat harvest. And now by the end of the wheat harvest, we no longer have any more rain. So by May into early June, the rains have totally stopped. We've entered the dry season. So we have the heat of the summer sun, and by the time we get to August, we have the grapes that are harvested. We have figs and pomegranates, all of this great, wonderful summer fruit. And in October, right around the time when the early rains might start again, we have green olives and black olives that are harvested. So the olive harvest is the last product taken in out of the ground before the farmer has to start the whole calendar all over again. So this time right here, the early rains, this is going to mark Rosh Hashanah, the head of the year, the beginning of the year. This is what I want us to look at, though. we're going to keep coming back to this agricultural calendar because it plays out once we get to the festivals that are celebrated by the Israelites. But this is what I want us to think of, is if this is how the land functions, this is the natural way that the farming territory in Israel functions, this is the natural products that come out of that ground, we can hear the familiarity that Deuteronomy has with this land in the description of the land. So let's go back to Deuteronomy chapter 8. I'm going to start in verse 7, and this is a description of the good land. It is a land of brooks of water, of fountains and springs, flowing forth in valleys and hills, a land of wheat and barley, vines, fig trees, pomegranates, a land of olive oil and honey. Do you notice anything about the listing of that product, those products? They're in order according to the agricultural calendar. Right? So it's not just a random list saying you're going into a land and it's going to be filled with bounty of everything that you could ever want. You're going into a land. These are the products of the land. This is the order in which they come out of the ground. That is the good land. This very real place is the good land that God is giving to you. And it has the potential to be good, just like Eden was good for the people. So when we get to chapter 8, we're looking at the idea that prosperity can lead to self-dependence. And so they must remember their history, because if they go into this bountiful land, their hearts might turn away from God. We saw the comparison between the wilderness images and the land images. And by the time we get to verse 18, we have again this idea, you shall remember the Lord your God, for it is he who is giving you power to make wealth, that he may confirm his covenant, which he swore to your fathers as it is this day. If you forget, right? So Deuteronomy 8, it is God who is allowing you to go in. This is all at the work of God, so be careful that you do not forget. So just to kind of close out this lecture, there's a couple things I want us to think about as we even maybe think of New Testament. So do you remember when Jesus, right before he begins his public ministry, Jesus is walking, he finds John the Baptist near the Jordan. He is baptized by John the Baptist, and then he goes into the wilderness for 40 days. There's a lot that the Bible doesn't tell us about being in the wilderness those 40 days. What did Jesus do? What did he think about? We know that he fasted, but what else was going on? We have no idea. The biblical writers don't tell us. However, I love, especially as a Deuteronomy scholar, I love to say, I think Jesus was dwelling on the book of Deuteronomy. This core book for a lot of Israelite and Jewish theology. Who is God? Are we remembering who he is? Are we choosing to act in accordance to that? Because when Jesus is tempted, the first things that come out of his mouth all come from the book of Deuteronomy. So turn with me. I'm going to read the version that's in Matthew. So let's turn to Matthew chapter 4. So it says, then Jesus was led up by the Spirit in the wilderness to be tempted by the devil. And after he had fasted 40 days and 40 nights, he then became hungry. And the tempter came and said to him, if you are the Son of God. Let's pause for just a second, because in Deuteronomy, we have already noticed that there is a Son of God. In Deuteronomy chapter 1, the Israelites are called the Son of God. And all throughout the Hebrew Bible, the Israelites are considered the firstborn, the Son of God. Jesus now is taking on that identity. And so there's a question here of identity where the accuser comes to Jesus and says, if you are actually the Son of God, command these stones to become bread." But he answered, "It is written, 'Man shall not live on bread alone, but on every word that proceeds out of the mouth of God.'" Wait, we have heard this before. This comes out of Deuteronomy 8. It's Deuteronomy 8:3. Now, when we are talking about New Testament text, anytime the New Testament text refers back to Old Testament text, it never is just referring to the one sentence that is quoted. It is referring to the whole entire context. So when Jesus' identity is being questioned here in the first temptation in Matthew's gospel, Jesus responds with Deuteronomy 8:3, but he would be referring to the entirety of that section. Well, what was Deuteronomy 8? Can you remember the wilderness versus the land images? Do you remember that God provided? That even when things look bleak and barren, God is the one who provided. Right? So Jesus here is going, just as God provided in the wilderness, God is the one who provides for me now. Then the devil took him to the holy city, had him stand on the pinnacle of the temple, and said to him, "If you are the Son of God, throw yourself down, for it is written, 'He will command his angels concerning you,'" which happens to come from Psalm 91. So he is quoting Bible as well. "And on their hands they will bear you up, so that you will not strike your foot against a stone." And Jesus said to him, "On the other hand, it is written, you shall not put the Lord your God to the test." That's a quote from Deuteronomy 6, from the second section of Deuteronomy 6. So go back and say, what is that whole entire section of Deuteronomy 6 about? God's power, who he is, following God regardless. Again, the devil took him to the very high mountain, showed him all the kingdoms of the world and their glory. And he said to him, "All these things I will give to you if you will fall down and worship me." And Jesus said to him, "Go, Satan, for it is written, 'You shall worship the Lord your God and serve him only.'" Deuteronomy 6:13. So take the whole first part of Deuteronomy 6. What was that all about? Remember. Remember and follow God's commandments. Right, so I love to think maybe Jesus, when he was in the wilderness, was dwelling over Deuteronomy, and Deuteronomy is his fortification for facing the temptations that he faced when he was in the wilderness. So for the next lecture, we're going to go on and we're going to look at Deuteronomy chapters 9 through 11. Okay, so in this lecture, we're going to do a little bit of math, a little bit of poetry. We're going to look at the calendar again and then talk about proper response. I know you're so excited. Math and poetry, who doesn't love, right? So we're doing chapters 9 through chapter 11, and I'm pulling things out of Deuteronomy that I think are going to be, they're consistent with the thought of Deuteronomy, but we are going to frame it in terms of math and poetry and calendar work because it makes it a little bit more interesting and fun. So we're going to start first with Deuteronomy chapter 9. So Deuteronomy chapter 9, this is going to be our math section. So part of what Deuteronomy is doing, which is something that we've already heard a little bit before, except now it's going to be a lot more explicit. There's a math equation that in this sermon, Moses tells the people, this math doesn't add up. So here is what the people are thinking. So I'm giving you the incorrect version formula, and then we're going to go and try to figure out what the correct formula actually is. So in this sermon, Moses is saying, my righteousness, or the righteousness of the people, plus the wickedness of the nations equals our victory when we go into the land. And that is when Moses says, this is not true at all. So I'm going to start reading Deuteronomy 9. The chapter begins with something that is already very familiar to us, Shema Israel. So hear, O Israel, you are crossing over the Jordan today to go in to dispossess nations greater and mightier than you, great cities fortified to heaven, people, gardens, houses. This is what you're going in. Now, be careful, because this formula is incorrect. So I'm going to skip down to verse 4. Do not say in your heart, when the Lord your God has driven them out before you, because of my righteousness, the Lord has brought me in to possess this land. But it is because of the wickedness of these nations that the Lord is dispossessing them before you. It is not for your righteousness or for the uprightness of your heart that you are going to possess their land. It is because of the wickedness of these nations that the Lord your God is giving them, or is driving them out before you, in order to confirm the oath which the Lord swore to your fathers, to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Know then, it is not because of your righteousness. So we've heard this repeated, and you go, okay, yeah, okay, I get it. It's not because of us. And if that repetition that we've already heard 3 times isn't enough, Moses then goes into a big, long discourse of, oh, actually, yeah, remember at Horeb, when I was at Mount Sinai and I was up on top and I'm actually receiving the covenant. We're in process of becoming an official nation, and we're signing this contract with God, this marriage covenant with God. Remember that day? Yeah, remember when I did that and I came down and you were already worshiping the golden calf. So remember, it's not your righteousness that is allowing you to go in. Right, so this math formula is incorrect, because if you rely on this math formula, then the euphoria, the victory, it leads to this imagined self-sufficiency. And this is going to be problematic, because when you go into the land, you'll end up thinking you are self-sufficient. And if you are self-sufficient, it's everything based on your deeds, your actions, and your strength and your ability. And so this math formula cannot be correct. It's the wickedness of the Canaanites doesn't actually prove that you are righteous. Right? So even though Deuteronomy keeps saying, God is going to push the Canaanites out, God is going before you as the great warrior, but because they are wicked, it doesn't mean you are righteous just because you happen to be taking their place. So you're going into the land doesn't mean you're righteous. Right? So keep in mind your own history. Call to the forefront of your mind that you have made mistakes in the past, and yet God is faithful to his people. So what then is the actual correct math formula? Well, the correct math, according to Deuteronomy chapter 9, is God's faithfulness, and then also the fact that the wickedness of the nations, that is why you get to have victory. So chapter 9 is calling the people to great humility. They may be going into the land. They are going to go and possess something that has great potential to be a thriving and wonderful place for God to dwell with his people, but it is not because they deserve it. Now, they might still get it as a gift, but God is also going to call his people to be responsible for the gift that he has given them. So with that, we're going to move into chapter 10. So when we move to Deuteronomy chapter 10, this is going to be our poetry section. And I'm actually going to focus on just a few verses from 12 to 22 of chapter 10. I actually really like this part. And again, as someone like yourself, you are studying the book of Deuteronomy, and we're getting ready to go into the law code, and there's all these different laws. And if we were to look at the Old Testament and say, can we boil it down to something? Right? And in the previous lecture, we looked at how we could boil it down to the Shema. So hear, O Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one. We can boil it down to that. Here in chapter 10, Deuteronomy is giving us another option. What can we boil it down to? What is the heart of God? What are all of these laws for? What is the purpose behind it? Well, we get this in chapter 10, verse 12. Now, Israel, what does the Lord your God require from you? Fair question. And the answer is to fear the Lord your God, to walk in all of his ways, love him, and serve the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul. And that sounds very similar to the Shema in chapter 6. Right? So it is this idea, what is it, if we boil it all down, what is it that God wants? Fear him, love him, and do. So verse 13 says, and keep the Lord's commandments and his statutes, which I am commanding you today for your good. And now here's what I'm loosely calling poetry. It's more parallelism that we see. So when we look at Hebrew and we're reading Hebrew, one of the things as you work with the language that's really quite nice is there's this great repetition. And in repetition, you find the key heart of what the author is trying to communicate. And so repetition is not boring. Repetition is solidifying the heart of the message. And so we're finding this parallelism and repetition here in chapter 10. So follow this with me. So if you're familiar with even how we do poetry in English, sometimes we divide up lines. We'll say there's line A, B, and C. And then maybe the fourth line has a very similar concept to the first line A. And so we'll say A, but it's not the exact same word for word. So we'll say it's A prime. So that's what we're going to find here. So follow along with me and I'll try to make it very obvious up on the screen. So in verse 14, we get, behold, to the Lord your God belongs heaven and the highest heavens, the earth and all that is in it. Right? It's very majestic. It is to God, the God of the heavens and the heavens of the heavens. Like how much more majestic and big can we get? And it's not just the heavens of the heavens, but the earth and everything in it. It's this all-inclusive, God sits over the top of all of that. So it's a very majestic way of describing God. So with this description of who God is, the heavens and the heavens beyond the heavens, what does this God do? Verse 15. And yet, this majestic God, yet on your fathers did the Lord set his affection to love them, and he chose their descendants after them, even you, above all people, as it is this day. So the God who is beyond the heavens and the heavens of the heavens, and the earth and everything on it, what did this majestic God do? He chose you. Chose your forefathers. And you are the recipient of that hesed, the loving kindness, the persistent, inconvenient love that God does all the time. He's given that to you. So he has put his affection on Israel. So what is the response? The response comes in verse 16. And so, because God has chosen Israel, circumcise your heart and stiffen your neck no longer. Right? So the circumcision, of course, has covenantal undertones to it. Circumcision is a mark of the covenant with God. But it's not just physical circumcision. It's removing the harder layer around your heart to be responsive to God. So in these first 3 verses that we're looking at, we get the God who is of the heavens and owns the earth. He has put his affection on Israel. This majestic God chose Israel, and so their response should be circumcise their heart. Now we're going to start to get the parallel thoughts. So when we keep reading, we get verse 17. For the Lord your God is the God of gods and the Lord of lords, the great, the mighty, the awesome God who does not show particularity nor take a bribe. Well, some of these words, things like God of gods, Lord of lords, this is very common ancient Near Eastern titles. Kings used to take these titles for themselves. They would think of their pantheon of gods, and there would be a God of gods. Kings would be Lord of lords, right? It's the one, the only, the most majestic. So you can see now we have A prime. We're not quoting God who is of the heavens and the highest heavens, but we are still thinking of very majestic, ruler, dynamic type languages for God. God is the God of gods, the Lord of lords, great, mighty, awesome. So again, very full, rich, powerful language for who God is. And so our second thought, where in the first couple verses we get a description of God and an action of God, we have another description of God, we're going to go into another action of God. So in verse 18, he executes justice for the orphan and the widow and shows his love for the alien by giving him food and clothing. Right? What a majestic God, and what does he do with that? Right? Where ancient Near Eastern kings would pull that power into themselves. God has that same kind of title, but what does he do? But he protects the people on the perimeter, the people in society who cannot protect themselves. So you have the orphan, the widow, those who fall outside the normal way society is functioning. The alien, the foreigner who is in your midst, giving him food and clothing, providing basic necessities. Right? So, if we're following the pattern from the earlier, we have a description of a very majestic God, an action, and now comes a response. We've had another description of God, very majestic, ruler, kingly titles, with his action, which is full of humility and care. And so what is your response to that? So we go to verse 19. So, show your love for the alien, for you were aliens in the land of Egypt. So what should you be doing in response? You also care for the foreigner who is in your midst. Now this is really interesting to me because if we look at the two action points, right? So the very first one in the first half of this parallelism in chapter 10, the first half is circumcise your own heart so that you can be sensitive to the word of God, so that you can be sensitive to the relationship with God, so that you can respond to God the way that he wants you to respond. And what's the second thing you should do? You take care of the people who are on the perimeter of society. God has done it, justice for the poor, you should do it as well. Right? So we start with these majestic descriptions of God, the actions of God. God has chosen Israel, but he also cares for the people and the poor people and gives them justice. So you should have a tender heart and mimic God. Do the same thing that God is doing and follow his example and also take care of the poor. So with that in mind, let's move into chapter 10. As we move to chapter 10, we're going to look once more at the calendar. So in a previous lecture, we talked about the agricultural calendar. So the land where the people live follows a very particular type of flow. It has a rhythm to the year. And so while we think of time as being very linear, they thought of time as being cyclical because the cycle of the land, it repeats on itself every year. As we enter chapter 10 and we think about the calendar, we're looking again at how the power of God shown to the people should evoke a response of love. And we're going to remember that God sustained people in the wilderness, and those memories are powerful. We talked about remembering and forgetting. So we're going to bring this into chapter 11 with us, for that is also going to be very important here. And in verses 8 and 9 in chapter 11, Keep the commandments in order to conquer the land, in order to prolong your days in the land. These are all familiar to you now. You have started to hear some of these themes before. But let's continue. So I'm going to start. This was the introduction to chapter 11, but let's continue through 11 and read some more verses and see what we can pull out of it. In verse 10, it says, "For the land into which you are entering to possess it is not like the land of Egypt from which you came, where you used to sow your seed and water it with your foot like a vegetable garden." Now, I love this one when I have all my students in class. I have everyone read different versions, English versions of the Bible, because there's lots of variety in how the Hebrew of this verse is translated. So again, mine says, when it describes the land of Egypt, it says, Egypt is the place where you used to sow your seed and water it with your foot, like a vegetable garden. Well, that sounds confusing. I don't know how many of you water your gardens with your feet, but it sounds like a very odd and unusual thing. What is interesting about this is, again, this is where place matters, where understanding the location and the imagery that the biblical writers are using matters. Because this makes a lot of sense if you go down to Egypt and if you look at the way that they did gardening and agriculture. Now, I took a group of students down to Egypt, and we were driving along the Nile, and all of a sudden I saw this field, and I yelled for the bus driver to stop, and it scared him and startled him, and he stopped the bus, and I jumped out and I took this picture, and he was so confused as to why I was taking this picture. But for me, I was like, this is Deuteronomy 11. Because what happens is in fields, and because agriculture is very easy in Egypt, just like it was in ancient times, and so they not all the farmers have made modern technological advances, because it's still pretty easy to grow food if you're doing just a small plot of land. So if you remember in one of the previous lectures, I talked about how Egypt is a riverine community. So there's lots of agriculture right along the Nile River, because the Nile floods every year and pulls up and deposits large amounts of very fertile, wonderful soil. Well, the picture that I'm showing you on the screen is filled with soil that is dark and black and rich. It's the soil from the Nile River. Well, if you look at the picture, you'll see that this particular farmer has made a grid of his agricultural area. So he has small squares and then has planted in rows within the squares. But there's a very deep trench between each of these rectangles or squares, plots of land. Now, this particular farmer has his land right next to the Nile. And so to water this area, he actually just goes to the Nile and is able to dump water into the trenches, and then the water fills these deep trenches. When he wants to water one section of the field, all he has to do is go through and with the heel of his foot break through the wall, this mud wall in the trench. And then all the water floods into this rectangle and waters his fields. When he's done watering it, he just pushes the mud wall back up. The water continues to flood down, and then he can irrigate or he can water a different section of his field. So watering with your foot actually starts to make sense. Once you see the way that it was actually done in history, in reality, even now, this is how portions of Egyptian farmers are still gardening. Now, Deuteronomy says, one of the things about remembering, right, pulling to the forefront of your mind. In this case, it's pull to the forefront of your mind Egypt. And Deuteronomy is going to begin making a comparison. It's actually already been in process, but we're going to see it quite a bit, where Deuteronomy is aware of the fact that in Egypt, life can be pretty easy. So in Egypt, you have soil, you have water. You can irrigate this farmland with your feet. You can have a vegetable garden. With minimal effort of your own, you can sustain yourself. And that image, that acknowledgement of the land of Egypt is great, except the place of Egypt, the bigger idea of Egypt, the house of slavery, this fiery furnace of oppression, the way the society worked, the way that the land worked with Pharaoh on top and all of these slaves at the bottom, that type of leadership structure that is opposite what God wants. So there's going to be this Egypt held up as a place of comparison. So it might have been easy for you, for human effort, to make it produce. And guess what, Israel? The land you're going into is nothing like this. So in comparison, in verse 11, it says, "But the land into which you are about to cross to possess it, a land of hills and valleys, drinks water from the rain of heaven." Right? So the water for the land they're going into comes from rain. There is no reliable source like the Nile for the water to come from. The land from which the Lord your God cares, the eyes of the Lord your God are always on it, from the beginning even to the end of the year. And if you remember the agricultural calendar, the picture that I showed you before, the beginning of the year begins with the early rains. The end of the year ends with the olive harvest. So we have from the beginning even to the end of the year, God's eyes are on it. In verse 13, it says, "It shall come about, if you listen obediently to my commandments, which I am commanding you today, to love the Lord your God and to serve him with all of your heart and all of your soul, that he will give the rain for your land in its seasons, the early rain and the late rain." The early rain that allows for the ground to soften so that farmers can go through and break up the ground, all the way to the latter rains, which are the last rains that will fall, that will push the rest of the agriculture into fruition. So that you can gather in your grain, your new wine, and your oil. Okay, we saw in Deuteronomy chapter 8 that the author is actually listing the very specific produce that comes out of the land in its agricultural cycle. So in verse 8, or in chapter 8, we saw barley, wheat, grapes, figs, pomegranates, and olives. Now we're going to see a trilogy. We can summarize all of these by saying wheat, the cereal crops of barley and wheat. So let's call all of that wheat, the cereal crops. We get the beginning of our summer fruits are with grapes in August, so we're going to call that wine. And the very end of our harvest, we have the olives, which are pressed into oil. So this wheat, wine, and oil is Deuteronomy's trilogy, which is its little shorthanded way of talking about and everything. Okay, so I'll repeat verse 14. So this is speaking of God. He will give the rain for your land in its seasons, the early and late rain, that you may gather in your grain, your new wine, and your oil. He will give grass in your fields for your cattle, and you will eat and be satisfied. So even the cattle are provided for by God. So what is the contrast? The contrast is Egypt is a very easy place for you to put forth your own effort and survive and count on yourself and say, my effort did this for me. The land the Israelites are going into is a good land with great potential, but this land relies on God. God provides the rain. God allows for the produce to come in every year. God gives the grass in the fields for the cattle. So it is demanding that as the people go into the land, they learn to rely on God the same way the land relies on God. right? So their place matters. It's going to be a challenging place to be. But the land relies on God and God provides for it. The people need to be like the land and rely on God as well. So of course, this has to come with a warning. Beware that your hearts are not deceived and that you do not turn away and serve other gods and worship them. Right? We've heard this before too. It is the warning that when you go in and God provides everything that you need, don't turn around and then attribute all of that benefit to some other god, or do not rely on yourselves and your own effort. Now, the end of chapter 11 is quite interesting because we get a break from this sermon, and then Moses says, you know what, I'm giving you instructions. This is something that you need to do. Once more, we kind of pull back. We've been imagining what the land looks like and what's going to happen when we go in. We've made this really nice comparison between the easy life of Egypt, although the society is messed up and oppressive, to the difficult life the Israelites are going into, and yet it's going to reflect God. So we've done this Israel-Egypt comparison. We've casted a vision for what it could be like when people go into the land. And now once more, we pull back to Moses standing on the plains of Moab, talking to the Israelites and telling them, when you go into the land, you need to ratify this covenant. In other words, go into the land, and this covenant that you made with God at Mount Sinai, do it again this next generation, but do it inside the land. So part of the instructions, I'm going to show you another map. We get this little road map where Moses gives very specific directions. This is how you get to Mount Ebal and Mount Gerizim. So you go across the Jordan, west of the way of the sunset, so the sun's setting in the west, so you head out west towards the sunset, in the land of the Canaanites, opposite Gilgal, beside the oak of Moreh. That is where you're going to find Ebal and Gerizim. So if we say Moses and the people are here, these instructions push us off in this direction. So I'm going to zoom in right to where Mount Ebal and Gerizim are located. So on this map, this is the Rift Valley. This white area here is the Rift Valley. Moses and the people would be just off the map, down off the bottom part of the map. I have two stars. This is Mount Gerizim here. This is Mount Ebal to the north. And this yellow line, if you can see this on the video, the line travels this way. This is the primary road in the hill country. It's not an international road. You're not going to find big caravans of Egyptian travelers going up and down this road. But for people who live in the hill country, this is a very significant north-south road. So the instructions to the Israelites are, when you go into the land, and this is a brand new place for you, you go into this place, go to these two mountains and put the tribes, half on Gerizim, half on Ebal, and ratify the covenant there. Well, let me show you a picture if we were to actually go and stand there in person. This would be us coming up from the Rift Valley, looking at Gerizim to the south and Ebal to the north. So put the people, half of them on this mountain, half on this mountain. Right on the flat plain area in front of the mountains is where the ancient road would have gone. So let's think a moment for why this is a significant command for the people. Why do they have to go in? Why do they have to renew a covenant? They made the covenant at Sinai. Why do they need to do it again? Well, let's consider for a moment the idea that place and memory are connected. Have you ever had the experience where you are maybe visiting a city that you haven't been in for several years, and you are walking down the sidewalk, and as you step off the sidewalk into the street, you have a flash memory and go, Last time I made this walk, I was walking next to Shannon and we were talking about this cafe that is 3 blocks over there. I wonder if that cafe is still there. Have you ever had that experience? Right? Or, I don't know, you can sometimes go to a place and you'll smell something and suddenly the memory comes out of nowhere. You've not been considering it. And all of a sudden the memory is at the forefront of your mind and you're like, oh yes, I remember. Like this place kind of triggered something for me. Well, this is a very purposeful combination. I mean, places, geography, what we see around us holds and preserves memories of things that have happened there before. Now, when we think of the Israelites going into a land, and we think of the fact that they're being told to remember who God is, remember what God has done. Humans are very forgetful beings, and so we need this constant, how are we going to remember these things? Well, places can become a very powerful way to help us remember. And so we have in the book of Deuteronomy in chapter 11, we are trying to remember this covenant that we made with God, except Mount Sinai is very far away. Horeb is very far away. It's not in our immediate horizon line. We're not going to just run across it at some point in time. That place that holds that memory is far away from our field of experience. The benefit of going to Gerizim and Ebal is it creates a very present memory. And so you have 2 mountains instead of 1, but these 2 mountains are linking the experience of the covenant to the mountain at Mount Sinai, at Horeb. So where the people made the original agreement with God at Horeb, they can come, stand on Gerizim, stand at Ebal, ratify the covenant, and now we have a place on our immediate horizon line that can act as a constant reminder of blessings and curses. And so these 2 mountains sit right on the primary road that goes north and south in the hill country for the Israelites. And as they're going up and down, as they're trading goods with other people, the ideal would be to pass Gerizim and Ebal and see them standing up there as very dramatic, distinct mountains and go, oh, right, I wasn't thinking about the covenant, but now I am thinking about the covenant and I'm remembering there's blessings and there's curses associated with this covenant. And so it brings the experience of a past memory into the experience of the present moment. So it helps to bring in the memory and make the memory much more at the forefront of people's minds. So the actual ceremony that is involved, actually how they go about doing this covenant ratification ceremony, this will show up for us in chapter 27. But the directions to go in and remember and attach the covenant to this place is here first in chapter 11. The next lecture that we're getting ready to do is going to be a little bit more complicated. We're jumping into chapter 12, and as we move into chapters 12 through 26, we're entering the bulk of the law code. And this is when we're actually finally going to talk about the authorship and the purpose of the writing of the book of Deuteronomy. So that will be in the next lecture. Okay, so we have finally made it to the core of Deuteronomy. So we are looking at Deuteronomy 12. And actually, before we get into the chapter, we're actually going to divide this lecture into 2 parts. So the first part is going to dive into the crazy, complicated scholarship that is all enveloped in Deuteronomy, all about authorship. Where did we get the book? Why do we have the book? When was it written down? All these things. So we're going to dive into that, and then we'll talk about chapter 12. So the reason I decided to put the authorship section and the purpose of the book here at the beginning of the law code, the sections, chapters 12 through 26, is because it is due to chapter 12 in Deuteronomy that a lot of scholarship has developed trying to figure out why Deuteronomy was written. So it hinges on this chapter, which is why I moved this conversation to this chapter in particular. Now, just as a quick review at the beginning of this lecture of the places where we have been before. So we already talked about the historical chapters 1 to 3, and we talked about chapter 4 being the heartbeat of Deuteronomy, and it presented some of the themes that we've already heard repeated over and over and over again. Then we looked at chapters 5 to 11, and those are hortatory chapters. They're chapters that are meant to be persuasive. There is a lot of speech in those chapters about not forgetting the history. Please remember who God is. It's persuasive, encouraging kinds of speeches in chapters 5 to 11. So now we have entered into the law code section. And this is the section that tends to frighten people, but don't be afraid. It is fascinating. It's really quite interesting. And so we'll break it down into segments. So what is interesting about law codes, that might sound like a strange way to put it, but we don't think of law codes as being interesting. But in the ancient Near East, law codes were a way of communicating the ideal way of being, so the natural laws of the universe. Often law codes are associated with creation narratives. So when other nations had their creation narratives, their ways of explaining the way the world came into being, they often ended with some kind of law code. Those reasons, the stories we tell ourselves about how the world began also are the stories that help to support why this particular king is in charge, why we have the particular rules that we have. So likewise, in the book of Deuteronomy, I've already been talking about how there's a casting of vision for when you go into this land. It has the opportunity, the potential to be like an Eden, like a garden. It has the potential of reflecting God's version of good. So the Israelite law code as well is a way to explain an ideal way of being. And we could argue whether or not the Israelites were ever able to attain the law code, but it is set as the standard. This is the standard for what God says is good for you in your culture, in the here and now, living in this particular land. We're going to find that the law code here in Deuteronomy is very particular to put Yahweh at the center. So God is the center of Israelite identity and Israelite society. So not just the way that they perceive themselves, but also the ways that they act in their own homes, in their communities, and in the world around them. We are also going to find that this law code is reflecting the covenant, but this covenant is not just a truth to be understood. This covenant is something that is reflecting the type of relationship that God has with his people. Okay, so keeping a very positive mindset about what this law code is all about, let me dive into a little bit of the complications related to Deuteronomy. So with Deuteronomy, when people read the Pentateuch, although in very early history, it was thought that Moses wrote all 5 books of the Pentateuch. But already, obviously, this can't include chapter 34 of Deuteronomy because Moses dies in chapter 34. And already in the brief study that we've done of Deuteronomy, we've already seen how there are times when it looks like there's an editorial hand, when Moses is being spoken of in third person. So already by the Middle Ages, there are Jewish rabbis and Jewish scholars that recognize there's no way Moses could have written everything in the Pentateuch. There are multiple stories written in different ways. There are anachronistic things, so 2 different time periods that are being represented. So already by the time in the Middle Ages, there were questions related to how much did Moses write, what did he write, and what was written by someone else. So these questions are already by the Middle Ages, people are having these types of conversations. In the 17th century, already in the 17th century, and again, still speaking of Jewish scholarship, in the 17th century, people were already saying the Pentateuch was compiled way after Moses. So this is when we have to remember that the Israelites told stories, right? They passed down stories from one generation to another generation. There's a difference between when events took place and when the histories of those events were written down. And in the 17th century, people are saying, when were things finally written down? And how were they compiled together to form one unit that we now call the Pentateuch? Maybe the thing that pertains quite a lot to Deuteronomy and to the conversation that we are going to have related to Deuteronomy is we see, as we look in the Pentateuch, that there are 3 versions of the law code. So there is a law code, a collection of laws in Exodus. There's one in Leviticus, and now we have one in Deuteronomy. So this also goes back to if Moses wrote the Pentateuch, why do we need 3 versions of the law? And if we read these versions of the law, they all seem to be a little bit different. Are those different authors, or is it just expressing a different purpose behind each law code? Right, so just want to throw it out that many people have traditionally thought the author is Moses, but for centuries, people have been discussing what other way this could happen. Now, I'm going to focus most particularly on what we can learn about authorship based on the law code, because that's what we're studying right now in Deuteronomy. So let's put up this idea that we can compare the law codes. So as you'll see on this slide, in Exodus 20 through 23, these are the laws compiled in Exodus. In Leviticus, they're in chapter 17 through 26. And as I've already said, in Deuteronomy, they're in chapters 12 to 26. You can lay out all the different laws, and the laws that Deuteronomy repeats are fairly similar to the ones in Exodus, but Leviticus has a whole different set of laws. We now call these groupings of laws different things. So we call it the Exodus grouping of laws. We call this the covenant code. In Leviticus, because Leviticus is so intent on trying to communicate how an unholy people can be next to a holy God. How do you bring those 2 things together? We call the Leviticus chapters the holiness code, and we call the Deuteronomy the Deuteronomic code. So covenant code, holiness code, Deuteronomic code. Now, if you were to go through and just read through these codes and read them one after another, and if you keep an open mind about them, you might notice that there's differences in tone between these chapters. Yes, it's between these chapters and these different codes. This has prompted scholars to say, I wonder if we can take the tone of the book, the structure of the book, and maybe we can match it to a time period. Now, that might seem like they are pulling this out of thin air, that they don't know what they're talking about. But I want to show you a picture. If I were to show you a picture of all of these cars, and I were to say, here's a collection of cars, can you put these in order? So if you were to take a look, I have 6 cars, and let's say I have one movie, and in this movie, all 6 cars are present. You would know it would be kind of a funny, it's not telling the story of one singular time frame, right? You can date these cars, and it might seem pretty intuitive to you. So, of course, these cars, if we were to put them in order, they go C, A, D, B, F, E. So, in fact, this one is a French car that doesn't yet exist. It's an ideal car, maybe sometime in the future. Was shown at one of the recent car shows. Okay, so what this shows you is when this is material that you are very familiar with, it's pretty easy for you to put things in order, to recognize when these cars are of the same time period and when they're not. So scholars, when they are reading through these different law codes, the covenant code, the holiness code, the Deuteronomic code, they actually notice different things in these codes that make them think perhaps they can put these in order. I'm going to use something that shows up in Deuteronomy chapter 12. So the way that these various codes, holiness code, the covenant code, Deuteronomic code, how they speak about sacrifices that are offered at an altar. So if we take that altar law and we take the one from the covenant code, which takes place in Exodus, we can find it in Exodus, or the holiness code in Leviticus 17, and then the one in Deuteronomy chapter 12, the one that we will be talking about momentarily, we will discover that these actually say something different about the altars. There's very consistent themes that all sacred offerings are presented at the altar that is before God. The thing that we notice, though, is when we look at the covenant code, so we read in Exodus, it seems to state that there can be lots of different altars, which makes sense because in Exodus, the people are moving quite a bit. So as the tabernacle moves, there's a new altar that is built. And so every time a new altar is built, these are the types of sacrifices you can offer. When we read Leviticus, Leviticus assumes there is only one altar, and it's the one altar in front of the one stable place, which is the tabernacle. Deuteronomy seems to be almost a transitional law. So where we had the assumption of there's probably multiple altars in Exodus and the assumption of only one altar in Leviticus, Deuteronomy seems to be that transition point that is saying from now on, only one altar. And you can only have sacred sacrifices at this one altar. But then Deuteronomy says, you can continue to have sacrifices in your city gates as long as you're sharing and they're not your official tithing offerings or official offerings for God. But you can still kill animals and share the meat and have a feast in your cities. So Deuteronomy seems somewhat permissive, very strict on only one place, and yet allowing for options. Leviticus, only one place, that's it. Exodus, oh yeah, there's probably going to be multiple. So this would be one of those instances where scholars look at these different codes and the vocabulary of these different law codes, and they say, this seems to show us different time periods. Okay, so then the question becomes, so when is Deuteronomy written, or when can we date any of these law codes? Okay, so we have now, I'm going to give you a couple different scholars that have been extremely influential in the history of the scholarship of Deuteronomy. And then when we get to the end, there's so many more contemporary scholars who are making headway in so many different areas of Deuteronomy. But these are the ones who are talked about in every Deuteronomy commentary. You're going to start to see them actually in new Bibles that are being published. These people are actually showing up, their names are showing up in the introductions to the Bible. So it's good to be at least familiar with who they are and what their ideas are that they presented. So I'm going to start with modern scholarship. We already talked about how the issue of authorship was already coming up through the Middle Ages and into the 17th century. When we get into the 19th century, we have a very robust European scholarship that enters onto the scene, and it changes the course of a lot of scholarship with Deuteronomy. Some of it is due to this gentleman, De Wette. He was a German scholar. As he looked at the book of Deuteronomy, he said, when we look at Deuteronomy, the laws of Deuteronomy 12 through 26 prescribe a certain type of action that we don't see in a lot of Israelite history until Josiah. King Josiah is one of our great reforming kings. He shows up in 2 Kings, the book of 2 Kings. So De Wette, one of his ideas was the book of Deuteronomy was probably written down right before the rulership of Josiah. And if you read in 2 Kings, Josiah is the one, when they were refurbishing the temple, one of the priests in the temple found the book of the law, as it's called. And they pull that out and they send it to Huldah, the prophetess, and she affirms that is an original book. And Josiah reads it and he is struck by how far away Israelite society is from this book of the law. And that initiates and births this whole big, huge reform that Josiah is said to be the head of. Okay, so De Wette says that book of the law must have been written down just prior to Josiah. And then that book of the law is probably Deuteronomy. And so Deuteronomy was written just prior to Josiah. Deuteronomy is responsible for the reforms of Josiah. He points to a couple things. So one is the fact that at this time internationally, the Assyrians were the large nation on the international scene. And the Assyrians and later the Babylonians were very big into celestial worship. And we see in a couple places in Deuteronomy the idea of, or the recognition that there is celestial worship. And it usually comes in the form of Deuteronomy chapter 12, or chapter 4, when there's a prohibition against worshiping the celestial bodies. So De Wette says even just the idea Deuteronomy seems aware of celestial worship must mean that it is placed during the time period when Assyria and Babylon were worshiping the stars. So potentially, but that's one of his points. He also points to the fact that when we read through the historical narratives in earlier Israelite history, there are lots of different altars that people are building and worshiping at, not of foreign gods, but of Yahweh. And so, for instance, we have Solomon, after he builds the temple, he goes next to Gibeon, and at Gibeon he offers another sacrifice at an altar to God. And that's where he has the conversation with God about asking for wisdom. Or if you think about 1 Kings, in 1 Kings, Elijah the prophet is confronting King Ahab of the northern kingdom of Israel and goes up onto Mount Carmel with all the false prophets of Baal, and he too builds an altar. And in each of these stories, and there's many more stories, in each of those stories, those altars don't seem to be prohibited or to be a wrong kind of idea. And so De Wette points to that and says, earlier in Israelite history, it seems to be okay. They had other altars, all to Yahweh, but multiple altars. But by the reforms of Hezekiah and Josiah, those were no longer allowed. So he takes the international influences of the 8th and 7th century, the idea of altars, the idea of celestial worship, to say Deuteronomy had to have been written. It seems to reflect a context of Josiah. Julius Wellhausen is maybe one of the next very well-known scholars who enters onto the scene and kind of reforms or tightens up the idea just a little bit. So Wellhausen also looks at the variations in the text in those law codes and says, well, there's the the covenant code, the holiness code, the Deuteronomic code, if we're putting those in order, where do they belong? Like, can we bounce them off of each other? Can we date them based on what they're doing? Well, perhaps Deuteronomy belongs to Josiah. And so he develops this whole idea related to the whole entire Pentateuch that's called the documentary hypothesis. And maybe you've heard of this before. So he thought that there were 4 different sources, and that these 4 original texts were brought together to create the Pentateuch that we currently have. So he thought that there were 4 different sources. One of them he calls the Yahwist, J. The second one he calls the Elohist, E. These all come from different stories that are being told. What names of God are they? You tend to show up within those stories. These first 2, he said, probably date to the United Monarchy. They were finally, all of these stories and histories are finally being written down during the time of maybe Saul, David, Solomon. The priestly code, he said, we have documents where there are very strict, regulated laws related to holiness behavior, or behavior at the tabernacle, or behavior at the temple. And he calls all of those priestly. And then Deuteronomy, he actually recognized the whole entire book of Deuteronomy and the whole law code of Deuteronomy seems to be its own unique thing. So it gets to have its own source, its own document. The dating of the priestly document and the Deuteronomic document, people have changed over time when they think that is. Now, this documentary hypothesis has ruled Pentateuch history and history of scholarship for a very long time. In fact, all the way up until the 1970s. In the 1970s, we started having people who had studied the documentary hypothesis, who had discovered really interesting things about the Bible, who were paying attention to such small details in the Bible. Interesting conversations were coming up. But it also got to the point where people were kind of tearing apart the Pentateuch into little tiny itty-bitty fragments. And it got to the point where we were kind of losing the gist of the overall story and the overall history. In the 1970s, we start to have this rebirth of looking at the Bible as literature, of looking at it as a created, beautiful, cohesive whole. So in the 1970s, there's a whole different offspring in how study of the Pentateuch happened. Now, related to Deuteronomy, if we go back to the Deuteronomic code, we have actually 3 more influential scholars that will show us the trajectory of scholarship. The first one is Martin Note. So he is really interesting because he looked at Deuteronomy and he looked at the historical narratives, Joshua through Kings, and he said there is a lot of similarity between these books. He was one of the first people to say, maybe, just maybe, Deuteronomy doesn't belong to the Pentateuch, the Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers. Maybe Deuteronomy is actually the introduction to the historical narratives. So he just grouped it differently and said Deuteronomy was written in order to introduce these historical narratives. And it was a way to, when those books were written down, it was a way for the Israelites to judge themselves against the law. So there are things in Deuteronomy when we get to Deuteronomy 17. For instance, there's a very unique law related to kings and the place of king in society. And that is used, Note would say, to every king then gets compared to the law in Deuteronomy. Now, Gerhard von Rad, also a German scholar, looked at all of this data and said, now, okay, a lot of what has been presented makes a lot of sense. Except, why do we have to say Deuteronomy was written right before Josiah's reforms? they do seem to go hand in hand. There's a lot of what Deuteronomy says that reflects very specifically the actions of Josiah. But that doesn't mean Deuteronomy was written right before Josiah. It could have existed any number of years prior to Josiah. So we can't use the fact that Deuteronomy and Josiah go hand in hand to date Deuteronomy as much as a form of Deuteronomy probably existed by the time of Josiah. So Von Rad is one of the first ones to come and say, hey, everyone, hold on just a moment. Deuteronomy could potentially be much older. Well, Gordon Wenham, who is a very recent scholar in the UK, he stated Deuteronomy definitely has one place in mind for the chosen place, for the altar, the laws that we will be looking at in Deuteronomy chapter 12. So yes, that is true. There is only one place. And Deuteronomy is very specific about that. But in contrast to all of the scholars who came before, and all of these scholars who said, Deuteronomy says there can only be one place, Deuteronomy must be connected to Josiah, so Deuteronomy's chosen place must mean Jerusalem. Gordon Wenham took a step back and said, not necessarily. Deuteronomy says for sure there can only be one place, but that one place, it's only one place at a time, not multiple places. So we know in the historical narratives that the Israelites had a worship site at Shiloh, long before they had a worship site in Jerusalem. And so maybe this is, Gordon Wenham says we cannot date Deuteronomy based on all these similarities with Josiah, because the law that Deuteronomy is getting after is actually just one altar at a time, only in front of God's place of worship. Okay, so obviously there's been a lot of confusion. There are other scholars. Cyndi Richter is a great scholar who has spent a lot of time studying Deuteronomy, and she looks at Deuteronomy chapter 12, and not quite Gordon Wenham's view here, but she does say this law in chapter 12 has nothing to do with Josiah's reform as much as it is talking about this place where God chooses to put his name. That phrase is actually a way of stating God is putting his name on a territory, just like ancient Near Eastern kings would put a stela in the ground, put their name on this big plaque and say, I own this land. And so God is making that same kind of claim over the land that Israel is going in to claim. In other words, Deuteronomy chapter 12 is another way of saying God is the only true king in this land. And our society is going to function around God as king. Okay, so I may not have actually answered all that many questions for you as far as giving you a very specific name and date of an author in Deuteronomy. And I've done that on purpose because I think the real honest way to answer that question is we don't know yet. However, I don't think that should disrupt our study of Deuteronomy. We've already looked at how beautiful it is. We've already looked at how well constructed it is. And it embodies certain songs. The songs that show up at the end of Deuteronomy are very old and ancient Hebrew songs. So it embodies a whole bunch of history of the Israelites, and it's a very well-crafted and very beautiful book. I still like to read Deuteronomy as a way to say, what is the biblical view of investing in place, of investing in society? So if God were to come down and tell us this is the best way to build your community and the best way to invest in the people around you so that the land thrives, so that you thrive as human, and so that you have a good relationship with God, and all those things work together, Deuteronomy is the book that we should be going after for that. So I like to focus on it in terms of how is Deuteronomy telling us to build society. So I'm taking that view with us into the law code. So now we're going to start looking at Deuteronomy chapter 12. So Deuteronomy chapter 12 is organized, I would say, almost with a double frame, where we begin and end with very similar ideas. We have a couple verses in the beginning that are all about forbidding Canaanite worship. That is repeated for us at the end of the chapter, where again we have a forbidding of Canaanite worship. And the bulk of chapter 12 is all about how Israelite worship really should look. So that is the heart of the chapter. So let's go ahead and read some of these verses together. So I am reading in Deuteronomy chapter 12. So it starts off with an introduction. These are the statutes and the judgments which you shall carefully observe in the land which the Lord, the God of your fathers, has given you to possess as long as you live on the earth. This sounds familiar. We have heard this almost at the beginning of most of the chapters. This is the same way we're going to conclude. So if you flip to the end of the chapter, when we look at, well, depending on the Hebrew or the English Bible, it ends with kind of an overview. Whatever I command you, you shall be careful to do it. You shall not add or take away from it. Okay, now let's look at this Canaanite section, forbidding Canaanite worship. This is the part that actually reflects and sounds very similar to chapter 12, a portion of Deuteronomy that we skipped earlier. So it says in verse 2, you shall utterly destroy all the places where the nations whom you shall dispossess serve their gods. On every high mountain, on the hills, under every green tree, you shall tear down their altars and smash their sacred pillars, burn their asherim with fire. You shall cut down the engraved images of their gods and obliterate their name from that place. You shall not act like this towards the Lord. Okay, that sounds fairly harsh, except let's think about this for a second. We said in an earlier lecture that place and memory are connected, right? Places like Ebal and Gerizim can hold memories like a covenant ratification ceremony with God. Okay, Deuteronomy seems quite familiar with this, right? Because it's saying when you go in, there's already a system of worship, memory of worshiping other gods that is etched into the fabric of this place. You have to get rid of it, right? So we're building up to the idea that there is one God, one place of worship. And yet when we look at how are the people living in the land worshiping, listen to how many different types of places are listed. They serve their gods on high mountains, on hills, under every green tree, right? So there's lots of places that are holding memory of the worship of other gods. And there are objects associated with those places. So this comes and you should smash and obliterate sacred pillars, burn down the asherim or sacred poles with fire. You shall cut down engraved images of their gods, obliterate their name from that place. Now, when we get to that, their name, obliterate their name, you could read that as obliterate the name of the Canaanites from that place, or you could read that as obliterate the names of their gods from that place. Right, so we are destroying, go into this place that is currently holding the memory of worship of all these other people, and it's a type of worship that displeases God. So when you go into the land, obliterate that. wipe that out. It's like etching out or smoothing out these old memories that the land possesses and create a new type of habit of worship. So this is the middle portion of the chapter. So it begins this way. You shall seek the Lord at the place which the Lord your God will choose from all of your tribes to establish his name there for his dwelling, and there you shall come. So there's a recognition that there are tribes going into this very diverse land, but God is only going to choose one place, and recognize it is God choosing and not the Israelites who are choosing. There you shall bring your burnt offerings, your sacrifices, your tithes, the contribution of your hand, your votive offerings, your free will offerings, the firstborn of your herd and your flock. There also you and your household shall eat before the Lord your God, and rejoice in all your undertakings in which the Lord your God has blessed you. You shall not do at all what we are doing here today, every man doing what is right in his own eyes. For you have not as yet come into the resting place and inheritance the Lord your God is giving you. Right? And in that moment, you hear the full recognition that we're talking about when you go into the land as opposed to how we have been acting up to this point. When we look at that list, we see a list of all the different types of offerings that the Israelites generally took before God. And Deuteronomy is very specific to say it is you and your whole entire household. Everyone is included. So everyone goes to worship God in one place. So in verse 10, when you cross the Jordan and live in the land which the Lord your God is giving you to inherit, and he gives you rest from all your enemies around you so that you live in security, then it shall come about that the place in which the Lord your God will choose for his name to dwell, there you shall bring all that I command you, your burnt offerings and your sacrifices, your tithes and the contribution of your hand, and all your choice votive offerings which you will vow to the Lord. So again, a list of all the sacred types of offerings. And you shall rejoice before the Lord your God, you and your sons and daughters, your male and female servants, the Levite who is within your gate, since he has no portion or inheritance with you. Be careful that you do not offer your burnt offerings in every cultic place you see, but only in the place which the Lord chooses in one of your tribes. Right, so again, we have this list of the sacred offerings that are only supposed to be given at the one chosen place. And everyone is invited there. Male, female, poor, rich, slave, landowner. Everyone gets to go. Everyone is welcome to that table. In verse 15, this is kind of a unique portion to Deuteronomy. Because it says, however, you may slaughter and eat meat within any of the gates. So when it means gates, when it says gates, it means in any of the different cities where you live. So in your city, you can slaughter meat according to the blessing of the Lord your God, which he has given you. The unclean and the clean may eat it, as of the gazelle and the deer. Only you shall not eat the blood. You are to pour it out on the ground like water. So you are not allowed to eat in the gates any of the sacred tithes and offerings, but you can repeat the same kind of activity. You can slaughter an animal in the gates, but when you do it in the gates, all are welcome to eat. Clean, unclean, poor, rich, the Levite in the city gates, the owners, everyone can be there. Okay, so in this Israelite worship, I'm going to show, this is a very rough drawing. It's not very technical. Maybe one of you can figure out a more technical way of drawing this out for me. But this would be a drawing, I would say, that represents the altar code of Deuteronomy. So in Deuteronomy 12, what we get is there is one chosen place. This is the place God chooses to put his name. This is the place that represents God as king, as owner, as the executor of the land. Connected to this place are lots of distributed places. So in the center we have God and his chosen place. But everywhere else we have various cities and communities. So in the way that I drew this out, we have small circles and big circles. They're of a whole variety of distances away from the chosen place, but they are all connected because of the sacrifices they all bring to the chosen place. So whether you originate from a big city or maybe a small village, maybe you are very far away, or perhaps you're quite close. It doesn't matter. Everyone goes to the one place, and this is not chosen by the Israelites, it's chosen by God. Sacred sacrifices here. Now, you can return to all these other distributed places. You can also eat meat here. You can also have celebrations with your community here. But they are only sacred when you're standing before the one true God at the one chosen place. Now, this is actually important for us when we consider a couple things that are happening in the book of Deuteronomy. So we're starting to see this idea of nationality that is being birthed. The idea that they have been slaves in Egypt. They have wandered as a group of people through the wilderness, but now they're going into one singular land, and they need to become one singular people. And so they're going to have to break out of a completely tribal mindset and tribal worldview into a nation worldview. So we're already starting to see that Deuteronomy is looking forward to the time when they start to function as one cohesive nation. This is quite interesting in Deuteronomy because although there's a few different times Deuteronomy recognizes that there are tribes and that the tribes exist, more often than not, Deuteronomy refers to the people as brothers and sisters, as equals, and it kind of blurs out these lines that break people into segments and groups. We also need to recognize that the unity of the people, so how do you take a diverse group of people and unify them? Well, they're unified under the one law that God gives them. So the unity that comes to the people is because they're all functioning under the same law umbrella. And this law was given by God. It's the word of God. It is his way of saying, this is how you flourish the best as you can as humans in this chosen place. We need to remember, because as we looked at pictures of the land, we saw how diverse the land is. When we looked at Deuteronomy chapter 7 originally, we talked about how difficult it is to unify people who live in that land, because we have the coastal plain and we have desert way down in the south and we have farming territory in the hill country. How do you take people living in such a diverse terrain and unify them as one people group? Well, Deuteronomy does that by focusing on one law, and it says to the people, it doesn't matter if you live on the coast, if you live in farming terrain, if you're a shepherd in the wilderness, if you live way down south where barely you can make an existence and a living. Everyone, regardless of the terrain in which they live, journeys to the one chosen place to remember it is one God, one set of laws that draws all of them together as one people. So everything the Israelites considered sacred is infused into the families and the villages. So let me take this concept and go back to that picture I had before. We have one chosen place. And we talked about this idea of nationality, of taking your identity from the one chosen place. Think about, choose one of the dots on here and say that is your city. That is where you originate from. Maybe it's a big one or a small one. Maybe it's close or far away. It doesn't matter. Now let's say I am choosing to come from a whole different city. You might live on the coast. I might be a farmer up in the hill country. We come from such a different context, but we meet together to participate in the same kind of activities, to remind ourselves that we both exist under the same kind of law that originates from the one God in the one sacred place. So we kind of renew our sense of identity and nationhood and belonging together because we're both agreeing this place is sacred. I go back home, we take the same ideas of what is sacred back into our homes. Now, really, we can draw lines between this distributed place and this place and this place and that place, because all of us are functioning under the same kind of law. So remember when Deuteronomy in chapter 6 and 11 talks about marking liminal places, right? We're writing God's law on our hearts. We're binding it to our hands, putting it at the forefront of our heads, the perception of other people, on the door frames of our houses, on the city gates, right? What law is that? It's the law that originates from the one God at the one chosen place. So it is bringing a diverse group of people living in a very diverse kind of land, unifying them as one nation under one law code. And then when those people redistribute back to their different places, they're actually taking that unity back into their hometowns with them. That, I think, is what is at the heart of Deuteronomy chapter 12. When we move on in chapters 13, 14, and 15, which will be the next lecture, they still focus on God and this sacredness of God at the one chosen place, but then talks about how to distribute that into the cities around them. In the previous lecture, we talked about Deuteronomy chapter 12. We covered a little bit of the history of scholarship, so how people have gone through and have studied the Pentateuch and how many of those innovations came out of studying Deuteronomy chapter 12. But we also moved on and talked about what some of the technique might be for establishing a chosen place, one singular place where the people come to worship. And we talked about the importance of building a nationality, the fact that we're trying to build unity across the board among all of the Israelites. So we are going to continue that theme, how do you build a nation? How do you make people cohesive? And we're going to do that as we continue to dive into the law code. So what is going on with this law code? How are they explaining these laws and how they apply to these people in this very real land? So a couple concepts we need to be thinking about as we start to engage Deuteronomy chapters 13 through 15. And actually, we will pull these over into some of the other chapters as well. So first of all, we want to look at the moral and ethical responsibility of individuals as well as the community. So Deuteronomy, as we've mentioned, even in the language that Deuteronomy uses, there's the you, singular person, and then there's the you, collective body person, and people, community. So the community is cohesive as one, just as you as an individual are one. And so when Deuteronomy is talking about the ethical responsibility of people, it is both the individual and also the community. And so we'll see how those tend to play on each other. We're also looking at when the people enter the land, for the first time they won't anymore be journeying towards something. So previously, as we've been reading the Pentateuch coming up to Deuteronomy, and we've seen it even in the first few chapters of Deuteronomy, there has been a looking forward to, a journeying towards, a making a movement towards this land that God said that he was going to give to his people. But now, as we engage the law code, we're seeing that these are the actions for when they have arrived. And when they've arrived, the task is no longer, can we successfully journey there, but can we successfully take care of this gift that has been given to us? And so the shift becomes the responsibility of receiving a gift. So yes, it is a gift that is freely given, but it requires and demands that individuals and community take an investment in it. So one of the other things that we're going to see is how the book of Deuteronomy calls the Israelites brothers. This is all going back to trying to create a cohesiveness among the people. And we will see this idea that will come up in especially chapter 15, when we get to Deuteronomy 15. But this idea of brotherhood is used more often than any of the names of the tribes, or even identifying these tribal identities. It's more cohesive brotherhood, regardless of which tribe you are from. We are also going to find that Deuteronomy talks quite a bit about belonging. So they do receive this land as a gift, but there is something about becoming rooted in place. And that takes a certain amount of investment and purposeful behavior. And then the people belong not only to each other as a community, but then they belong to the land. So this concept of belonging, and we could even say the land belongs to the Israelites. This is going to pull up two different verbs for us, two different Hebrew verbs. The first one is yirash, to possess. Now this would be like the legal right of someone to own something. This often has something to do with a father who passes down an inheritance for his son to possess. So it's the legal right of ownership. And in Deuteronomy, it talks about how God is giving the Israelites the right to possess the land. But it also talks about how the Israelites are required to dwell, yeshav. And to dwell in the land is a different type of possession or belonging. So when you dwell, there's a proactive sense that they are working towards residing in this land. It is the continuation of living well to establish a fulfilled human existence. It's looking far into the distance in the future. So this type of dwelling well. So we're to possess legal ownership, but you can possess a place and not dwell well in it. Deuteronomy is very concerned that when the Israelites go in to possess the land, which the flip concept of that is dispossessing another people group. But Israelites go in, they possess the land. That's not enough. They need to also dwell, and dwell in such a way that it develops a very human, beautiful, fulfilled community life. So let's get into Deuteronomy chapter 3. So this is a little bit of a problematic chapter. When you read it, it sounds quite uncomfortable. So we have the chapter, it is divided into three different segments of people. So first we're going to find this addressing prophets, false prophets in particular, and then it will address brothers and friends, so intimate people you are intimately acquainted with. And then it is going to address people who will go into cities and persuade whole cities. So let's take a look at this and start thinking about what this chapter might mean. So Deuteronomy chapter 13, I'll start reading in verse 1. If a prophet or dreamer of dreams arises among you and gives you a sign or a wonder. And the sign or the wonder comes true, concerning which he spoke to you, saying, let us go after other gods, whom you have not known, and let us serve them. You shall not listen to the words of that prophet or the dreamer of dreams. For the Lord your God is testing you to find out if you love the Lord your God with all your heart and all your soul. You shall follow the Lord your God and fear him. You shall keep his commandments, listen to his voice, serve him, and cling to him. And so far, this sounds okay, right? We don't want false prophets. And we hear the very strong warning we've been hearing. It has now been repeated quite a bit. Do not follow other gods. There is only one God that you follow. When we get to verse 5, though, this is the when you find a false prophet among you, this is what you should do. Verse 5, but that prophet or that dreamer of dreams shall be put to death, because he has counseled rebellion against the Lord your God, who brought you from the land of Egypt and redeemed you from the house of slavery, to seduce you from the way in which the Lord your God commanded you to walk. So you shall purge the evil from among you. And that's when we kind of cringe a little bit and say, oh, death, okay, well, maybe a false prophet among you. Hold on just a little bit and let's see if there's another pattern that starts to develop throughout this chapter. So now we move on and we get to verse 6. If your brother or your mother's son or the son or daughter or wife you cherished, or your friend who is as your own soul, right? So basically listing people you would be intimately acquainted with, your best friend, a family member. What happens if one of those people entices you away from the Lord? So if any of those people you're intimately connected to entice you secretly, saying, let us go and serve other gods whom neither you nor your fathers have known, of the gods of the people who are around you, near you or far from you, from one end of the earth to the other. You shall not yield to him or listen to him, and your eyes shall not pity him, nor shall you spare or conceal him, but you shall surely kill him. Your hand shall be first against him to put him to death, and afterwards the hand of the people. You shall stone him to death, because he has sought to seduce you from the Lord your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt and out of the house of slavery. And then all of Israel will hear and be afraid, and will never again do such a wicked thing among you. Okay, this one's a little harder than the false prophet to swallow, because these are intimately connected people to your household. And yet it says those people who come to you and in secret are trying to steer you away. It is just as bad. It demands just the same punishment that a false prophet demanded. So you kill that person from among you. And we go on and we amplify this just a little bit more in the last section of chapter 13. If you hear in one of your cities, which the Lord your God is giving you to live in, anyone saying that some worthless men have gone out from among you and have seduced the inhabitants of a city, saying, let us go and serve other gods whom you have not known, then you shall investigate and search out and inquire thoroughly. If it is true and the matter established that this abomination has been done among you, you shall surely strike the inhabitants of that city with the edge of the sword, utterly destroying it, and all that is in it, and its cattle with the edge of the sword. Oh, okay, so now we have entire cities that are being destroyed, along with all the goods of the city and the animals of the city. So all of this may seem really quite harsh, but let's put this within the context of what Deuteronomy is doing. Because when we look at the historical record and when we look at archaeological finds and when we look around, we see we don't actually think the Israelites ever implemented these kinds of laws where they actually were killing their own kids, because we know God is against killing of children, and we don't think that they killed the inhabitants of their own cities. So what is going on here in Deuteronomy? Well, if Deuteronomy is trying to establish a nation, a people group who can go in, they can belong together, they dwell together. And if Deuteronomy is projecting forward this idea that the place where they are going has the opportunity to be like Eden, to be as good as Eden was, to follow the design that God set up even in the beginning in creation. If that is the goal, then anything, be it a false prophet, be it someone intimately connected to you, or someone who has turned the minds of an entire city, that needs to be eradicated from among your midst. So using very strong language, the point becomes very clear that in all things, God wants his people to love him and him only. Right? So the Lord our God, the Lord is one, or the Lord is the only one and only Lord. So chapter 13, although making us squirm a little in our seats, it says whether it is one person trying to entice a city, whether it is someone in the intimacy of your household, whether it is someone who has persuaded an entire city to walk away, as soon as you walk away from God and you start following other gods, you need to eradicate that from among your midst, because that is something that is detestable in the sight of God. Now you could say, and many people talk about, why is the punishment so severe? Well, we may not have an exact answer for that, although some people have supposed that this may go or partner with the idea that the Israelites are called the sons of God. And so if Israel is the son of God, if Israel turns away from God, that punishment is death. And so chapter 13, even talking about the son in your own household. Why do you have to kill the son in your own household? Well, the son in your own household represents you as the nation in your relationship with God. So that may be part of the answer. What we're getting in chapter 13 is that the Israelites are trying to maintain a community that is unified by a shared narrative. They are motivated to act based on the same identity as God's people. So building on that, how do you try to establish your identity and remember your identity as God's people? We move on to chapter 14. So in chapter 14, we have in the very beginning the setting up of what their identity is. In fact, we get two different types of sentences or phrases to explain their identity. So in Deuteronomy 14:1, it says, "You are the sons of the Lord your God." So again, you are the son of the Lord. And so based on that identity, and also the phrase in verse 2, "You are a holy people to the Lord your God, and the Lord has chosen you to be a people for his own possession out of all the people who are on the face of the earth." So you are God's son, and you have been chosen. So that's the identity that is established at the beginning of chapter 14, which creates then the motivation for the laws of chapter 14. Now we enter into a whole list of, therefore, eat in such a way. So the list is not exactly the same as the list of clean and unclean foods that are given to us in Leviticus. Not all the same animals are listed in either list, but we get the same basic groupings of animals. So animals that fly in the air, animals that live on the earth, and animals or fish that are in the sea. So we see the same type of groupings here in Deuteronomy chapter 14. Interestingly, this chapter is framed, first of all, by this idea that you are not to eat, in verse 3, you shall not eat any detestable thing. Well, this word is the exact same Hebrew word that was found in chapter 13, verse 14, when it tells them to get rid of every abominable or detestable thing that has been done among you. So we're seeing a continuity of ideas. So where in chapter 13 it was people and behavior, in chapter 14, choose even the food you eat based on what is detestable or not detestable. So food is really quite a powerful symbol. So the way that you eat can separate you as you go through the act of choosing, purposefully choosing what to eat and what to reject. You are solidifying your identity as part of a people group. And you put yourself within a whole group of people who are making the same types of decisions. And especially if you're doing this purity, what is pure, what is impure type of a designation, it is affirming for you over and over again, you are a pure people because God has chosen you. You have been set apart for Him. And that shows up even in the way that you choose to eat as an individual in your household, but also as a community. So no matter which Israelite city you're going into, people are eating according to these kosher laws. Now, one of the things that I find really interesting is as we go after the list of all the animals, and we're still working within this idea of what is kosher, what is not kosher, and what do you do with non-kosher food, we have this further explanation in verse 21. You shall not eat anything which dies of itself. You may give it to the alien who is in your town so that he may eat it, or you may sell it to a foreigner, for you are a holy people to the Lord your God. You shall not boil a young goat in its mother's milk. Okay, so if we leave off the very last part of that verse and say, this is a strange law. It's saying if you go out and if there is an animal that has died of its own, you didn't go out and hunt it or kill it or slaughter it, what do you do with that meat? So again, reminding ourselves that this is a people group that are doing subsistence living, right? So they are living off of the land. So any meat available to eat is a valuable commodity. Do you just throw that away? Let it rot in the field? What do you do with this meat? And then to allow the Israelites to give it away to the aliens, but not to the foreigners. This seems to be a random law. What does that mean? This is when it's helpful for us to do a little bit of a word study. So we have in the first part of the verse, the idea is you can give that meat to the ger. Okay, so a ger, which is sometimes translated as alien, sometimes foreigner, these are people who are not necessarily Israelite by ethnicity, but they are foreigners, except that they live permanently among you. Now, they may live among you, but most likely they don't own land. And if you don't own land, then you're not going to rise up to the upper echelon of society. You're not going to have your own farmland that you can use. If you are a ger, if you are a foreigner living among the Israelites, most likely you are poor and alienated. So you're among part of the vulnerable of that society, which is different than the other word that is used in the same verse. So nachre, this word means foreigner, sojourner. It can have lots of different English translations. This is someone who lives permanently in a different country. So an Egyptian who may have a caravan and is passing through because all the trade routes go through your land. So that person probably has then their own societal network back at home. They may, because they are traveling and passing through, have a little bit more of an economic advantage, or they may have resources available to them. And so Deuteronomy, in recognizing you have a ger among you, you have a foreigner, most likely is going to be like the orphan and the widow, the vulnerable in society. So if you find an animal that has died, just give it to the foreigner. Allow them to eat. Allow them to benefit off of that meat. Or you can sell it. And you can sell it to someone who is passing through and passing by. So the giving away or the selling has more to do with the economic status of the person that is receiving the benefit of that gift. The very end of chapter 14 provides this really great, if you are going to the place God has chosen and you live a long way off, it is quite difficult, it is unpractical basically, to bring a small animal, to bring some doves or goats with you. So Deuteronomy says, just put that money in your pocket and then go stand before the place God has chosen. Purchase whatever it is that you want to sacrifice and then eat there before the Lord your God and celebrate with him. It's one of these great verses or collection of verses that shows us how much God wants to feast with his people. There's allowances, yes, so there are certain types of sacrifices you're supposed to bring for different reasons. But the allowance of you may be going from far away, just put coins in your pocket, get there, purchase the thing that will make you happy, and then feast with God in your midst. So again, a collection of verses in chapter 14 that are helping the Israelites think about their identity as God's people and how to remind themselves and think of themselves as God's people. When we move into chapter 15, we start to get more and more of the vocabulary that is evoking this brotherhood among the people. So chapter 15, we have repetition of brother, and we have the idea throughout all of chapter 15, it's a call for how do you act, how do you dwell, how do you belong well together in this land God is giving you. And part of the call to action is be generous. And why should you be generous? Chapter 15 repeats over and over and over. You should be generous because God is generous to you. Because as you look at your past, God is the one who has been being generous to you. So therefore act, mimic who God is, mimic God's character. So we also get in chapter 15 this call that righteousness is more than just not sinning, which is easy for us to start to think that, oh, all I have to do is not do all these terrible things. And chapter 15 of Deuteronomy says it's not that, it's righteousness is mimicking God's character, which means also doing all these other beautiful things that God has also done. So let's look at chapter 15 because it is quite interesting in the call of action to the Israelites. So it starts off by saying, at the end of every 7 years, you shall grant a remission of debts. This is the manner of remission. Every creditor shall release what he has loaned to his neighbor. He shall not exact it as his neighbor and his brother, because the Lord's remission has been proclaimed. However, there will be no poor among you, since the Lord will surely bless you in the land which the Lord your God is giving you as an inheritance to possess. If only you listen obediently to the voice of the Lord your God, to observe carefully all the commandments which I am commanding you today. For the Lord your God will bless you as he has promised you, and will lead you, and you will lend to many nations, but you will not borrow. And you will rule over many nations, but they will not rule over you. Okay, so far so good. It's this call for making sure that you're not implementing a system of injustice that keeps the poor poor. Right, so again, for people that are doing subsistence living, owning land, being able to hold on to your inheritance through the generations is the way that your family can survive. So if you have a system that puts people into slavery, if they are forced to sell their land to you and now they're indentured servants to you, it has fractured the idea that God has given equally to his people. And so there is a warning: do not establish monetary systems that will force people forever and ever into indentured servanthood. Why do you do that? Why would you be motivated to do that? Because God is the one who is blessing you. Remember in chapter 11, God is the one his eyes are on this land, and he is the one who gives the early and the latter rains. So try to stay humble and to be aware of the fact that this already is God's gift. And as it is God's gift to his people, they are the ones that are managing that gift and managing it well. So we have this idea that has been given: there will be no poor among you. Ideally, right? Because God will give you everything you need and no one will be poor. And then Deuteronomy says, except there will be poor, and so when there are poor, this is how you shall act. So in verse 7, if there is a poor man with you, one of your brothers, so again, it's a brotherhood idea, in any of your towns, in your land, which the Lord your God is giving to you, you shall not harden your heart, nor close your hand from your poor brother. So this is actually going to go in and talk about our attitudes, or the attitudes the Israelites should have towards the poor. What I want you to listen for are the body parts that are mentioned. These body parts mean something really quite particular, so pay attention. So I'll reread verse 7. If there is a poor man with you, one of your brothers, in any of your towns, in your land, which the Lord your God is giving you, you shall not harden your heart, nor close your hand from your poor brother, but you shall freely open your hand to him, and shall generously lend him sufficient for his need in whatever he lacks. Beware that there is no base thought in your heart, saying the 7th year, the year of remission, is near, and your eye is hostile towards your poor brother, and you give him nothing. Then he may cry to the Lord against you, and it will be a sin in you. You shall generously give to him, and your heart shall be grieved when you give to him. Because for this thing, the Lord your God will bless you in all of the work in all of your undertakings. For the poor will never cease to be in your land. Therefore I command you, saying, you shall freely open your hand to your brother, to your needy and poor in your land. So what body parts did you hear repeated over and over? One of the most commonly repeated one is hand. Open your hand, right? And when we talked about the idea of marking liminal places, we talked about how important it is to mark these words on your hand, because your hand is your interaction with others who are around you. And so Deuteronomy says, to the poor, do not close up your hand. Right? And then we also have heart. So heart as in your perception, your intellectual evaluation of people. So heart, although we think of the heart as being the seat of emotions, the heart was the seat of the intellect and the way that you are looking at and perceiving other people. So these verses, they say heart, hand, heart, and then eye. And remember, the eye, again, is your evaluation of the other people who are around you. So being careful not to close that up, or to shut your eye, or to be blind to, or to harshly evaluate, but instead to open and to give freely, to make sure that your heart is open, that your eye is open, and that your hand extends. And why do you do that? It's your brother. It's one of you in your land, and because God is the one who redeemed you out of slavery. And so if God's actions have done one thing, you should then mimic God's actions and do the same. We also have this idea that in verse 12, if your kinsman, a Hebrew man or a woman, is sold to you, then he shall serve you 6 years, but in the 7th year you shall set him free. When you set him free, you shall not send him away empty-handed. Right? In other words, give them a really good severance pay. They've been working for free all of these years, paying off a debt to you. But when they go off, make sure that they go off in such a way that allows them not to be a slave to someone else, but gives them the opportunity to invest and to be able to either buy back their own homeland or to get the grinding millstone that they need so that they can then make a valuable living. In verse 14, you shall furnish him liberally from your flock and from your threshing floor and from your wine vat. You shall give to him as the Lord your God has blessed you. You shall remember that you were a slave in the land of Egypt, and that the Lord your God redeemed you. Therefore I command you this day, it shall come about if he says to you, I will not go out from you, because he loves you and your household, since he fares well with you, then you shall take an awl, pierce it through his ear into the door, and he shall be a servant forever. Also you shall do likewise to your maidservant. So the idea is the option to leave is up to the servant, not up to you as the master to control them or not control them. So we find in these verses in chapter 15, we're getting a glimpse at the social ethics that are being required of the Israelite people. And again, we're hearing Deuteronomy's drumbeat of God giving his people statutes and commandments. They include commandments that have to do with how to interact with him, how to worship him at the one chosen place. But they are also commandments that, because God is the God that he is, interact in this way with your fellow human beings. Right? Their righteousness is also dependent on the actions that they choose to do so that they are like God. So where does the motivation for all of this generosity come from? Where's the motivation to act like God, to give freely, to forgive debts? Where does that motivation come from? It comes from God himself, because those people have been the recipients of a very loving and caring and gracious God, and they should, in return, do like God does. We are starting chapter 16 in Deuteronomy, which means we get to talk about food, which is one of my favorite topics. I love this topic. I think food is amazing. I was a chef in a former career prior to studying Bible, and I come from a family who loves to talk about food. So sometimes we get up in the morning, we decide what we're going to have for dinner, and then we back our way up to so that we know what to have for breakfast, so that we're ready for dinner. Right? So food is a vibrant part of our conversations. And I bet it's probably the same with you. We all have, no matter which nationality you are, we all have food that speaks to our soul, right? We have food that when we are the most homesick, we want to eat this bowl of noodles, or we want to eat mom's lasagna, or we want to eat my brother's steak on the grill, right? There's something that speaks to it goes back to the basic nourishment of us. So food can be very powerful. And food, like place, food can hold memories for us. So I bet if I were to sit down around a table with you and ask you about the last feast that you had at your house, what were you celebrating? Who was there? Did your mom bring her special dish? Is your brother known for his cherry pie? Like who brought what and what story is contained within that. Because almost always when I have people around my table, I can get them to talk about their family history, memories they have associated with the food that they're eating. All of this we get to think about and think about the strategy behind it, even in the book of Deuteronomy. So food is powerful and food contains memories. Now I have a picture here. In fact, this was a meal I had just a few weeks ago. And I can look at this picture. I know exactly where I was. I know exactly who was sitting across the table from me as we feasted. And I also know the residual effects of that feast. We talked about that meal for several days afterwards. So food is a container of memories, and we're going to make use of this as we start looking at Deuteronomy chapter 16. So Deuteronomy 16 gives us a list of feasts that the Israelites are to enjoy once they go into the land. Now, we need to do a little context here, because in the ancient Near East, it was not uncommon to have feasts. But if you have a feast where a nation is gathering, or kind of a national feast, the emphasis is always on the king. So the king stood in for the gods, and the king was at his own table, and he brought the wealthiest of people to sit at the king's table with him. And maybe other people can be feasting too, but they have to be far away from the king. Right? So he has chosen the people he wants to be around his table. And during that feast, and it may last for several days, but that feast becomes an opportunity to redistribute wealth, to make business deals, to love and adore the king. Right? So it's all focused on the power and the influence of the king. This isn't going to be the case for the Israelites. For the Israelites, it becomes, again, more about the brotherhood, the whole entire nation, and remembering that God is their God and the only God. So for that, we're going to start looking at feasting as a way to remember God's deeds. And we're going to think about how Deuteronomy centralizes these festivals. So Deuteronomy is going to use the chosen place as a place to gather all the people together to remember who their God is and who they are as God's people. So Deuteronomy is also going to connect the feast to the agricultural calendar. So open with me to Deuteronomy chapter 16. And while we do that, I'm going to put the agricultural calendar that we already looked at in a previous lecture, I'm going to put it back up on the screen. So we talked about the rainy season, the dry season. We talked about the activities that the farmer goes through in the course of this academic calendar. So with this in mind, I'm going to start reading in chapter 16. So it says, "Observe the month of Aviv and celebrate the Passover to the Lord your God, for in the month of Aviv, the Lord your God brought you out of Egypt by night. You shall sacrifice the Passover to the Lord your God from the flock and of the herd in the place where the Lord chooses to establish his name. You shall not eat leavened bread with it. 7 days you shall eat with it unleavened bread, the bread of affliction, for you came out of the land of Egypt in haste, so that you may remember all the days of your life, the day when you came out of the land of Egypt. For 7 days no leaven shall be seen with you in all of your territory, and none of the flesh which you sacrifice on the evening of the first day shall remain overnight until morning." Right, continues to go on, basically giving some of the rules of Passover and unleavened bread. Now, the idea of Passover, we met up with this, right, first in the book of Exodus. In fact, each of these 3 feasts that we're going to talk about here in Deuteronomy are mentioned in Exodus, in Numbers, in Leviticus, and in Deuteronomy. They all explain the feasts in slightly different ways. In other words, it's not a word-for-word quotation of each other, but they contain the same memory. So here in Deuteronomy, we have Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread. They seem to go together, although quite distinctly, Passover is the meal that is had, and whatever animal has been sacrificed for that meal, the meat is consumed in that night. And then for 7 days, we have unleavened bread so that we remember Egypt and leaving Egypt. Now, the month of Aviv, what does that mean? Well, the month of Aviv, the Israelite months are not exactly the same as the months as our modern day calendar designates them. It is a moon calendar instead of a sun calendar, so the dates kind of shift around just a little bit. We find in other rules about the Passover, and if you read the Exodus story, in Egypt, the people were just getting ready to harvest barley. And in some of the other designations for when is Aviv, it is when you are harvesting the barley. So if we look at our agricultural calendar, when is barley harvested? Well, it's the first product out of the ground, and barley is harvested in March or April. So at the end of the barley harvest, sometime around here in March and April, this is our first festival. So our first festival is partnered with the very first produce that comes out of the ground. Okay, so the second festival. In verse 9, it says, "You shall count 7 weeks for yourself, and you shall begin to count 7 weeks from the time you begin to put the sickle to the standing grain. Then you shall celebrate the Feast of Weeks to the Lord your God with a tribute of a free will offering of your hand, which you shall give just as the Lord your God blesses you. And you shall rejoice before the Lord your God, you, your son, your daughter, your male and female servants, the Levite who is in your town, and the stranger, the ger, and the orphan and the widow who are in your midst, in the place where the Lord your God chooses to establish his name. You shall remember that you were a slave in Egypt, and you shall be careful to observe these statutes." So after you celebrate Passover and the Feast of Weeks, you have 7 weeks to count, and that gets you roughly to the area of May, the time period of May, which means right towards the end of the wheat harvest, you are celebrating the Feast of Weeks. And in Deuteronomy, this is a purely agricultural festival. You have now harvested all of your standing grains, all your cereal crops. You will now have other activities in the field to tend to the summer fruits, but all of the grain has been harvested. And notice in the Feast of Weeks, it talks about who is invited to come. Everyone. And everyone goes to the chosen place, the place where God has chosen to put his name. That is where they gather together as a community to remember God redeemed them out of the house of slavery so that they can now be harvesting from their own land. There's a third festival. So in verse 13, it says, "You shall celebrate the Feast of Booths 7 days after you have gathered in from your threshing floor and your wine vat. And you shall rejoice in your feast, you, your son, your daughter, your male and female servants, and the Levite, the stranger, and the orphan, and the widow who are in your towns. 7 days you shall celebrate a feast to the Lord your God in the place which the Lord chooses, because the Lord your God will bless you in all of your produce and in all the work of your hands, so that you will be altogether joyful." So this third festival is when you are done harvesting everything. So the threshing floor has been cleared, the wine vats have been cleared. This is when you celebrate the Feast of Booths. So this would be right towards the end of the olive harvest. This is the final product, the final produce that is taken out of the land. And at this time, when you have harvested everything that the earth has to give you, now you celebrate the Feast of Booths. Now, Deuteronomy calls it booths, which is a memory trigger. It calls your mind and your attention back to the wilderness wanderings. And we talked about this also back in chapter 6. When they were wandering through the wilderness, God provided everything that they needed for them. And their sandals didn't wear out, and they had the water, and they had the food that they need. So at the end of their agricultural calendar, they have another festival where they remember, just like God provided for their forefathers in the wilderness, God has provided for them here in the land. So the very last part of Deuteronomy, and again, Feast of Booths, did you recognize, did you hear? Everyone is invited to participate. So in verse 16, it says, 3 times in a year, all of your males shall appear before the Lord your God in the place which he chooses, at the Feast of Unleavened Bread, at the Feast of Weeks, and the Feast of Booths. And they shall not appear before the Lord empty-handed. Every man shall give as he is able, according to the blessing of the Lord your God, which he has given to you. That closes out the feast section. Now, my question would be, what about, because we had repeated throughout this section that everyone gets to participate. Even the ger, even the orphan, even the widow. What do they bring before the Lord? Right? If everyone gets to participate in this, what if you're not a landowner? What do you have to give? Right? It sounds a little bit like God sitting at the table as a king, inviting the people that he wants. You could start to say, it could start to have that image, except that's not what Deuteronomy is saying. Deuteronomy says, God is your king, yes. God is the one providing for you, yes. In other words, this feast happens at God's table. God is inviting people, but everyone is welcome to come, not just the landowners. Okay, so let's think just for a moment how this agricultural year, I should say this actually before we jump into another part of Deuteronomy. If you notice what the people are celebrating as they go through the year, every agricultural year, they are celebrating that God and Pharaoh went head to head and God won. And God pulled his people out of an oppressive society. God has given them a land that is producing food for them, and they are receiving the benefit of that. God has provided through the course of the year out of the land everything they need to survive for the year. Just as God provided for the forefathers, so he has provided for them this year. So in the course of every single year, the Israelites have recounted the story of who they are and of their exodus out of oppression into a land where God has given them his Torah, his laws, so that they can flourish in the land. Not only that, but the land itself becomes a memory trigger. Because as soon as you have barley that is ready for harvest, the barley and the act of harvesting the barley in and of itself reminds the people, all right, every year at this time, when the weather feels like this, when I am participating in this particular activity, I remember who God is. Every year when I finish wheat, this is what I remember. Every year there's a huge party at the end of the olive harvest because we celebrate the fact we are in our own land and it is God who gave us all of this produce. So the land itself helps to remind the people. So again, it creates a problem for people who don't own land. What do the poor do? Are they left out of these festivals? Do they not get to participate? Does the land not help them remember? This is when it's interesting if we start to partner this idea of festivals connected to calendar and the memories associated with the festivals. And if we look at what might seem to be random agricultural laws. So if we were to read Deuteronomy 24, in fact, turn with me to Deuteronomy chapter 24, 19 through 21. So in verse 19, it says, "When you reap your harvest in your field and have forgotten a sheaf in the field, you shall not go back and get it. It shall be for the alien, the orphan, the widow, in order that the Lord your God may bless you in the work of your hands. When you beat your olive tree, you shall not go over the boughs again. It shall be for the alien, for the orphan, for the widow. When you gather the grapes of your vineyard, you shall not go over it again. It shall be for the alien, the orphan, and the widow. You should remember that you are a slave in the land of Egypt. Therefore, I am commanding you to do this thing." So now this is interesting if we pull out these laws and we say there are agricultural laws that are there not only to supply the dignity for people who are poor, so that the orphan, the widow, the foreigner can come through and work and sustain themselves. So there is a dignity in the work, and there's a generosity on the behalf of the landowner. And there is a required self-editing, right? It's, in other words, the owner of the field cannot pillage everything that it can and harvest to the depths of what the field can give him. He takes what he can, and then that little extra bit of margin is left over for the poor, for the orphan, for the widow. This does another thing, though, because you will have noticed as I read those verses, those were laws related to the standing grain, the summer fruit, and the final olive harvest. So let the poor harvest from the edges of the field. And now when everyone gathers at the chosen place to celebrate Passover, everyone has something to bring. Let them come with the Feast of Weeks. They now also have wheat they can bring. It might be very small, and a landowner's offering might be very large, but they have something. And in other words, the land, every barley harvest, every wheat harvest is now also triggering the memory of even the people on the margins of society. Same thing with the olive harvest. So leave olives in the trees. Let them go through and harvest the olives. And now as the entire community is getting ready to enter into this great big huge feast to celebrate all God has given, even the poor have an opportunity to contribute to that as well. Now, a few concluding thoughts as we look at Deuteronomy 16 and we think about feasting and identity and storytelling that Deuteronomy is telling the people to do. The people get to benefit from the harvest only because God is the one who redeemed them out of Egypt. We saw again, everyone gets to participate. Male, female, slave, landowner, the Levites who don't have land, a land inheritance of themselves. Everyone gets to come. And we see that God is the one who sits at the head of the table, providing in abundance for everyone. And God calls his people to act in such a way that everyone gets to gather with him at the same table. This is also quite interesting when we think of the fact that Deuteronomy centralizes all of these festivals. So everyone goes to the chosen place to have these festivals. Because one more thing it does is in that idea that there are cities scattered all over, that there are people on the coastal plain, that there are people, farmers up in the hill country, that there are people down in the south. Everyone's receiving different amounts of rain. They all have different types of context for daily life. And yet everyone leaves their cities and villages behind in order to go and remember they are one people group who share the same story of who their God is. It also forces people out of the context that gives them their identity. Right? Oftentimes the places where we live give us the identity with other people who are around us. We are known by our community. So the wealthy landowners, the not so successful landowners, the orphan who is growing up. And yet when everyone leaves their cities, their villages, and goes to the chosen place, they are all equal before God. And so again, they're leaving behind stereotypes, how other people have judged them, to have an opportunity to say, I belong to this story. This God is also my God. And my God has provided a way for me to come and to feast and to celebrate with him. And then every single year, the people rehearse their story before God. They come to his table. They eat from his table, recognizing that it is his provision for them. We will next, in the next lecture, go into the rest of chapter 16, chapter 17 and 18, to talk about the leadership for the Israelites. We already talked about the feasting that is given to us in Deuteronomy 16. The final verses of 16, I think, actually go really well with chapter 17 and 18, because they're part of the conversation of how do the Israelites set up a leadership structure once they go into the land. I always find it really interesting that the idea of leadership and establishing a system of leadership doesn't show up until now. So already we've seen this persuasive speech from chapters 5 to 11, and getting the people to adhere to the statutes and commandments that God is giving to his people. We've already seen in chapter 12 that God is the one who is choosing the place to put his name, and it acts as a centralizing kind of source of identity for people regardless of where it is that they live in the land. And we've already seen how the people have to be meticulous about all that is in their midst, the detestable things or abominations in their midst, to eradicate them, even if that means killing a false prophet or going through even killing a close friend or a son. The priority needs to be that God is the only God who is worshipped. So we looked at kosher laws, and we looked at the beginning ideas of social ethics. And only after all of those things do we stop and pause and say, when you go into the land as a community, as you're trying to build a nation in a place, you're going to need a system of leaders to help the land function well. So we're going to take a look at those. They start at the end of chapter 16, but we're going to try to keep in mind a few different things before I start reading. So one, this whole system of leadership is subservient to or falls under the reign of God. So this is God's choice. There's a huge emphasis on who God is choosing and why he is choosing him. We're also going to notice, since we've already talked about city gates and the chosen place, we're going to pay attention to where all these different leaders are located. And there is a combination of leaders located in the city gates and leaders that are located at the chosen place. And there is a connection here, an ebb and flow that goes between these two places. And this is just building on the structure of place that we already saw initiated and started in chapter 12. And again, we're going to focus on how in the latter part of chapter 17 and from 17 to 18, the focus of the leaders who are mentioned in these chapters is all on God's choice. So again, we have this system of leadership that is being built, God's choice, but in a way to kind of bridge and make sure that we are still dwelling together well in the land. So we're going to start looking at chapter 16. And before I start reading, we're going to notice the shift between the center and all of the different city gates or distributed places, how there's an emphasis on mutual responsibility. So even though judges and priests are being mentioned as those who are fulfilling leadership positions, there is a mutual responsibility there. The regular people, the other people in the city gates, still participate. I also want us to think about, or at least mention, these sister concepts: justice, mishpat, and righteousness, tzadak, or tzedakah. So justice and righteousness, they go hand in hand. Righteousness could be described as, this is God's character. It is upright. It is the plumb line. It is the straight up and down. God is always talked about as being righteous. So the laws that God is giving to his people are righteous. Justice is something that happens if this is righteousness, if this is God's character, if the people swing out of line and are not in line with righteousness, justice is the act of bringing things back together, back into righteousness. So justice is saying this person is out of line, or this organization is out of line, and pulling it back so that the people can represent God's righteousness. This is interesting for me because I find at the very beginning of chapter 16, when we look at verse 20, and you should read this in your translation. In my translation, the Bible says, "Justice and only justice you shall pursue, that you may live and possess the land which the Lord your God is giving to you." I wonder what your translation says. Almost every time when I have a class and I have students sitting in front of me, almost every translation says justice. And that sounds good. It sounds like the right word, because we want to be pursuing justice, the act of helping people and bringing things back in line with what God says is righteous. Except when we look at the Hebrew in verse 20, this is the Hebrew. Tzadek, tzadek. Righteousness, righteousness. So it's curious to me that it is always translated into English, almost always translated into English as justice. Justice seems like something you should be pursuing, and it says pursue, justice, justice, you should pursue. Except the emphasis is actually righteousness, God's character. Right? So the emphasis is not necessarily the action of bringing everyone in line, but pursue God's righteousness. That is what you should pursue so that you can live long in the land. Okay, so let's back up and let's actually go through the different types of people that are talked about, the different types of leaders and leadership roles. So in chapter 16, the first kind of cluster of people that we talk about that are mentioned are judges, but then we have regular citizens who are mentioned, and we have priests. And we're going to see that these activities, leadership activities, take place in both the city gates and the chosen place. So read with me. We're going to start with chapter 16, verse 18. You shall appoint for yourselves judges and officers in all of your towns. You may have in all of your cities. The Hebrew says in all of your gates. And that is reflecting actually how society actually worked. When you have larger cities, they're protected by gate complexes, but these gate complexes were quite large, and there were lots of activities that happened in the gates. The gate becomes the heart of every city. This is where all the gossip happens. It's where people would beg for food. It's where if you have extra food, you could sell. So there's buying, selling, begging in the city gates. We're also going to have judges who sit in the city gates administering justice. Okay, so you have judges and officers in all of your towns or gates, which the Lord your God is giving you according to your tribes, and they shall judge the people with righteous judgment. You shall not distort justice. You shall not be partial, and you shall not take a bribe. For a bribe blinds the eyes of the wise, and perverses the words of the righteous. This for me is interesting. We've already talked about eyes, and eyes being your perception of the world. There are lots of repetitive warnings for people not to take a bribe because it blinds the eyes of people. We also have, as a very interesting kind of aside, a little if you want to track this down and just follow how it goes throughout biblical narratives, we find that with some of the leaders, when the Bible talks about leaders and towards the end of their rule, it will talk about them being clear-sighted, still having sharp eyesight or not. Might be in reference to this, maybe not, could just be old age. But I find it interesting when the biblical writers are so intent to let us know his eyesight had dimmed. And therefore, or like Moses, when we get to chapter 34, Moses' eyesight was clear all the way to the end. Okay, so do not take a bribe, because a bribe will blind the eyes. Now we have verse 20, and I'm going to read it the way that it is written in Hebrew, with righteousness, righteousness. You shall pursue, that you may live and possess the land which the Lord your God is giving you. You shall not plant for yourself an Asherah of any kind of tree besides the altar of the Lord your God, which you shall make for yourself. You shall not set up for yourself a sacred pillar, which the Lord your God hates. You shall not sacrifice to the Lord your God an ox or a sheep, which has a blemish or any defect, for that is a detestable thing to the Lord your God. If there is found in your midst, so again, like chapter 13, you as citizens are responsible for all that is in your midst. So if you find in your midst, in any of your towns, which the Lord your God is giving you, a man or a woman who does what is evil in the sight of the Lord your God by transgressing his covenant, and has gone and served other gods and worshiped them, or the sun or the moon, or any of the heavenly hosts which I have commanded. And if it is told to you, and you have heard of it, then you shall inquire thoroughly. So who's the you? It's not necessarily the leaders, right? It's not necessarily the judges. It's you, the citizenry. So we have judges who are handling these cases in the city gates, but you, the citizen, everyone, you are also responsible. So if you've heard of this, you need to go seek it out to see if it is true. In verse 5, then you bring out the man or the woman who has done this evil deed to your gate. That is the man or the woman, and you shall stone them to death. On the evidence of 2 witnesses or 3, he who is to die shall be put to death. He shall not be put to death on the evidence of 1. Right? So no manipulation or personal grievances that can be brought against someone. It is 2 or 3 or more of citizens who have gone out who can state, yes, this person has gone against God's covenant. You take them to the city gate. The understanding is the judge is going to be at the city gate. And so you have the leadership of the city and the citizens of the city who are making this decision. In verse 7, the hand of the witness shall be the first against him to put him to death, and afterward the hand of the people, so you shall purge the evil from your midst. If any case is too difficult for you to decide between one kind of homicide or another, between one kind of lawsuit or another, between one kind of assault or another, being cases of dispute in your courts or in your gates. Then you shall arise and go up to the place which the Lord your God chooses. So you shall come to the Levitical priest or the judge who is in office in those days, and you shall inquire of them, and they will declare to you the verdict of the case. Okay, so we're noticing that here the city gates and the chosen place are not in opposition to each other. It's not a matter of the city gate or the chosen place being a Supreme Court. So you lost your case in the city gates, and so you appeal to the chosen place. It's not that at all. It's more along the matter of if something is too complicated, if you need a more specific knowledge of the law, if there is something that is too hard to figure out in your own context, take that difficult case to the chosen place. And at the chosen place, we have Levites, because that is their inheritance, is to work at the place God chooses. But we also have judges, and we saw judges at the city gates as well. So again, we're seeing this connection between the two places. And just as it was really important in your city gates to check and make sure no abomination is happening in your midst, at the chosen place, this place that represents the place where God has chosen to put his name, that place too must maintain an element of holiness. And so in verse 9 it says, so you shall come to the Levitical priest or the judge who is in office in those days. You shall inquire of them. They will declare to you the verdict in the case. You shall do according to the terms of the verdict, which they declare to you from that place, which the Lord chooses. You shall be careful to observe according to all that they teach you, according to the terms of the law which they teach you, and according to the verdict which they tell you, you shall do. You shall not turn aside from the word which they declare to you, to the right or to the left. The man who acts presumptuously by not listening to the priest who stands there to serve the Lord your God, nor to the judge, that man shall die. Thus you shall purge evil from Israel. So we have very similar ideas of what's happening in the city gates and at the chosen place. There are leaders from within the people who rise up and become the judges in the city gates. There are the Levitical priests who God has already chosen to be priests. They are at the chosen place, administering the law for any kind of extra complicated idea. But righteousness needs to be upheld at both places. Okay, now let's think about the king. So this is a really interesting part in Deuteronomy, because Deuteronomy's version of a king is quite different than other ancient Near Eastern kings. So other ancient Near Eastern kings, the king was a symbol of human power, of acceptable social behavior. He was the creator of laws. Some kings set themselves up as semi-divine. They often set themselves up as the one who, as they came to power, everything is in disarray and chaos, and they are the ones that can bring order to society, right? So the executor of the law, the builder of the law, the one who is not necessarily subservient to the law. So the king kind of stands above and beyond the law. And this is really quite a different picture than what we get in the book of Deuteronomy. So when Deuteronomy talks about the king, again, we focus on the fact that the king is supposed to be God's choice of king. And we're focusing again on the fact that the king is from among their brothers, right? So there aren't any laws established so that the king is of a hierarchy, or there is a king that goes from father to son to grandson and great-grandson. It's not that it's God's choice from among the brothers. Okay, so I'm reading in chapter 17, in verse 14. When you enter the land which the Lord your God gives you, and you possess it and live in it, and you say, I will set a king over me like all the other nations who are around me. You shall surely set a king over you whom the Lord your God chooses, one from among your brothers. You shall set as king over yourself. You may not put a foreigner over yourselves, who is not of your country. Moreover, he shall not multiply horses for himself, nor shall he cause people to return to Egypt to multiply horses, since the Lord has said to you, you shall never again return that way. He shall not multiply wives for himself, else his heart will turn away, nor shall he greatly increase silver or gold for himself. So if we pause again, all of this is counterintuitive to how the ancient Near East set up kings and kingdoms, right? Because the country was there to support the king, and the king was at the epic, the epitome of leadership. He also could make business deals. Horses, collecting horses, is a way of saying that your country is powerful enough to collect war horses. Horses were used for war, not for peace and not for agriculture. So collecting horses is a way of stocking up and being ready to go to war. Same collecting taxes, hoarding wealth, making several marriage agreements. And that goes way beyond just being very lustful. It's much more a political agreement between kingdoms. So when one kingdom and another made political agreements, there were women that would go from one household to the other household. That marriage contract was a political contract of peace between kingdoms. So God says, when it is that you look around and you see all these other nations and you end up wanting to be like them, you can, but you will choose my person, the person I choose to be king over you, and that person cannot go and do all of these things like all the other kings around you. And it goes even further. So it says in verse 18, now it shall come about when he sits on the throne of his kingdom, he shall write for himself a copy of this law on a scroll in the presence of the Levitical priests. It shall be with him, and he shall read it all the days of his life, that he may learn to fear the Lord his God by carefully observing all the words of this law and these statutes, that his heart may not be lifted up above his countrymen, and that he may not turn aside from the commandments to the right or to the left, so that he and his sons may continue to live long in his kingdom, in the midst of Israel. So once more, we have this purity that must exist in the midst of Israel. But what is interesting is, again, in contrast to other ancient Near Eastern kings, this king is not above the law. This king is to write a copy of the law. The physical act, engagement of writing, of letting the law soak in to himself. His mode of behavior, the way that he is going to rule his kingdom with wisdom, comes from the laws God has given his people, not the king given his people. So God is the one who takes a state of chaos and disarray and brings order to it, not the king. And so again, the king is subservient. And the king is not supposed to elevate himself above his brothers, for he is one of his brothers. Now, just out of curiosity, and for me, because I like to pay attention to place and the organization of place, when we looked at the previous leadership roles, we said the judges are in the city gates, the citizens are active in the city gates. The priests, the Levitical priests, they live in the cities, but their job is at the chosen place. And we find judges at the chosen place. Where's the king? In these verses in chapter 17, the king isn't given a specific place. So as the Israelites go into the land and they're organizing themselves and they're learning ethical behaviors, again, the king is almost an afterthought because God is actually the king over his people. God is the one who rules the land. He's the one who invites everyone to his table to provide for his people. The king should not elevate himself over his countrymen. The king is not given a place of elevation or a central place in the organization of Israelite society. Now, you may say he does need to write the law and do it in the presence of the Levitical priests. So maybe it suggests that he is close to the chosen place. Maybe, but the Levitical priests can live anywhere. So it doesn't dictate that the king is at the center. I find that to be really interesting because it, again, is showing us the priorities of Deuteronomy. The priority is God is the one in charge, and everyone is trying to pursue his righteousness. And the king is taken out of the assumed role of being the one person at the pinnacle, at the top, and is removing the king and putting the king even among all of the brothers. So now as we move into chapter 18, we're going to be looking at the Levites. And once more with the Levites, we're going to have a movement back and forth between the chosen place and the city gates. So in chapter 18 and verse 1, it says, "The Levitical priests, the whole tribe of Levi, shall have no portion or inheritance with Israel." In other words, they don't get the land inheritance that the other people get. "They shall eat the Lord's offerings by fire and his portion. They shall have no inheritance among their countrymen. The Lord is their inheritance, as he promised them. Now this shall be the priest's due from the people, from those who offer a sacrifice, either an ox or sheep, of those which they shall give to the priest, the shoulder, and the 2 cheeks, and the stomach. You shall give him the first fruits of your grain, your new wine, and your oil, and the first shearing of your sheep. For the Lord your God has chosen him and his sons from all of your tribes to stand and serve in the name of the Lord forever. Now, if a Levite comes from any of your towns throughout Israel where he resides, and comes whenever he desires to the place which the Lord chooses, then he shall serve in the name of the Lord his God, like all of his fellow Levites who stand there before the Lord. They shall eat equal portions, except what they receive from the sale of the father's estates." Okay, so we're going to pause there. So again, quite interesting. We're introduced to a little bit more of the particularities of the Levites. They live among their brothers, but they don't own property. And why not? Well, God has given the land to all of Israel. The land is Israel's inheritance. But the Levites are given the inheritance of the pleasure, the privilege of ministering before the Lord at the chosen place. So the Levites are actually set up as examples for the rest of Israel for how they should behave. They are a nation of priests in a way. They're all supposed to be reflecting God's righteousness. The Levites, their inheritance is being able to minister at the chosen place. So, what shows us, when do the Levites prosper? When all of the rest of Israel prospers. Because how do the Levites eat? The generosity of the Israelites bringing things before the Lord. Right? So portions of the sacrifice go to the Levites. So the Levites who are there ministering before the Lord, they prosper when all of Israel prospers. All is well when everyone is fulfilling their role, when the rest of the Israelites are bringing the gifts they should be bringing to the chosen place. And at the chosen place, all of the Levites eat together as equals and sharing equal portions. So again, we have this movement back and forth between the city gates and the chosen place. So the rest of 18, we have a few couple verses that talk about how the Israelites should not act. So they do not act according to the ways other kingdoms worked. So the other kingdoms also have prophets, but they have prophets that behave in a particular way. So evoking magic as a way to try to communicate and engage the gods and then give those messages to the people. So in chapter 18, in verse 10, it begins, "There shall not be found among you anyone who makes his son or his daughter pass through fire, one who uses divination, one who practices witchcraft, or one who interprets omens, or a sorcerer." And it goes on, "one who casts a spell," right? In other words, this role of prophet should not look like the prophets of other nations. It's a little bit like we just had this role of king should not look like the role of king of other nations. There will indeed be a prophet, but it depends on God's choice, not the people. In verse 15, it says, "The Lord your God will raise up for you a prophet like me from among you, from your countrymen. You shall listen to him. This is in accordance to all that you asked of the Lord your God at Horeb on the day of the assembly, saying, 'Let me not hear again the voice of the Lord my God. Let me not see this great fire anymore, or I will die.' The Lord said to me, 'They have spoken well. I will raise up a prophet from among their countrymen like you,'" speaking of Moses, "'and I will put my words in his mouth, and he shall speak to them all that I command. It shall come about that whoever will not listen to my words, which he shall speak in my name, I myself will require it of him. But the prophet who speaks a word presumptuously in my name, which I have not commanded him to speak, or which he speaks in the name of other gods, that prophet shall die. You may say in your heart, how will we know the word which the Lord has spoken? When a prophet speaks in the name of the Lord, if the thing does not come about nor comes true, that is the thing which the Lord has not spoken. The prophet has spoken it presumptuously. You shall not be afraid of him." And so we have a prophet chosen by God. And again, we have a person who is of the people, among the people, chosen by God and told to speak and represent God to the people. That prophet should be different than and look different than the prophets of other countries. Now, I'll just say, as a quick little aside, before we kind of tie up this leadership section, this idea of a prophet, and in verse 15 and verse 18, where it says, "I will raise up a prophet from among their countrymen like you," like Moses. This idea that Moses was remembered by the Israelites for being a great and righteous prophet, one of the best of the prophets. He's the one who went up to Horeb. He's the one who received the law. He's the one who explained the law to the people. And looking at these verses, people always thought there will be a prophet that God will choose to bring to speak to his people. We have several prophets in the Old Testament, and as we move through the intertestamental period, so this time period between Old and New Testaments, people, as they're developing ideas of messiahship, of a Messiah who is coming, and the Jews are returning to the land, but they still fall under the rule of another kingdom. The Jews start talking about, is God still going to send a prophet like Moses who can explain the law, who will speak God's words on his behalf? When you read through the gospel stories, sometimes when Jesus talks to the disciples and he asks the disciples, "Who do people say that I am?" And people were saying, "Oh, well, some people say you're Elijah. Some say you're like Jeremiah or one of the prophets. Some people say you are the prophet." Right? It's the idea of this prophet that Deuteronomy says there will be a prophet God will choose to raise up and put his words in that prophet's mouth. Well, the Gospel of Matthew writes to a very Jewish audience. And the Gospel of Matthew, in fact, is very tightly connected to the book of Deuteronomy, all the way down to the organization of the Gospel. It's very similar to the organization of Deuteronomy. In Matthew chapter 5, the Gospel writer says, Jesus goes up onto a mountain, sits down, and starts to explain to the people these words. It's a very light and gentle echo of what Moses does here in the book of Deuteronomy. So just as Moses goes up to Sinai, receives the law, and then comes and explains it to the people, so too Jesus goes up to a mountain, brings the people with him, sits down, and explains the law. So it's just an interesting aside, something to be thinking about. Okay, so just to tie up some loose ends, some general ideas about what we have learned about leadership here with the judges, the king, the Levites, and the prophets. Each leader is a member of the community, right? So instead of having this picture of leadership that looks like a triangle with the king at the top, instead, we have a picture of a community with pillars from within the community who are raised up. None of them are elevated above all the others. There is no king who is the pinnacle at the top of a power triangle. It's not that at all. So the leaders are examples for the people of what all of the people are supposed to be doing. Even the king. He is from the brothers. He is subservient to the law, just like the rest of the Israelites are subservient to the law. So the leaders are one of many who are representations to the rest of the people the way everyone is supposed to be acting. They are all supposed to be pursuing righteousness. They are all supposed to be judging righteously and all seeking God's voice. And we notice that the community is not passive. So even in this section where we're talking quite specifically about leadership, how are we maintaining order? How are we handling disputes? The community is actively involved. So leadership and authority is not given to other people. Let those people handle it. It is, they are one of us, those leaders are one of us, but I myself am still responsible for participating. So this is quite an alternative view to classical hierarchy system. And it presents quite a rough critique against oppression and abuse of power. So we see again, and although it hasn't been repeated in this chapter, but we see once more, God is the one who has brought his people out of Egypt, is giving them the place in which they are to live, and is telling them, go in and establish order in this way, because this is the order that pleases me. This is not like the land of Egypt, right? Egypt was the place, the house of oppression, the house of slavery, the fiery furnace of oppression. Egypt serves the Pharaoh. When you go in, don't establish those kinds of systems of justice, of leadership. You go in, you establish pillars of your community who can be examples to everyone about how everyone else is also supposed to be acting, and everyone is involved. So we are still in the middle of the law code. Now, we started this law code talking about it from chapter 12. And we looked at 12, 13, 14, 15. We've been going in order all the way up to the feasting in chapter 16 and the establishment of leaders in chapters at the end of 16 into 17 and 18. The rest of the law code is quite different. It reads very differently than everywhere else we've been in the law code so far. So as we begin looking at chapter 19, we're looking at a different format to the law code. So in previous chapters, we've had entire chapters, like all of chapter 14, that talks about kosher and dietary laws. or all of 17 and 18 that are talking about leaders. Now, as we move into chapter 19 through 25, now we find a whole scattering of laws. So one chapter isn't just one topic anymore. So there is a little bit of a clustering together of certain laws that have something to do with each other. Another thing we're going to find that is quite different about these laws is we don't have the same interaction with the chosen place. So far, starting in chapter 12 in the establishment of the chosen place, we've had lots of back and forth between city gates and chosen place. The righteousness expected of the people in the distributed places is the same as the righteousness that is expected from the place where God will dwell. So this chosen place has been a very significant way of organizing Israelite society. And now we get to chapter 19, and we don't have any references at all to the chosen place. So it's quite different. So in the format, the sound of the laws, and the absence of the chosen place from these texts. What we are going to see, though, is the continuation of the theme that Deuteronomy has been developing. The idea that the Israelites are one. That the you that is both singular and plural. The responsibility of all the people to dwell in the land, to manage, to care for this gift that God has given them, the responsibility demanded of them. So we see a lot more emphasis in these chapters on the individual and the community and the responsibilities that they both share. So we're going to go ahead and start by looking at Deuteronomy chapter 19. And chapter 19 is going to set us off with the case of what happens when there is an accidental murder. So I'm going to put a map up on the screen because we talked about establishing cities of refuge in the very early lectures when we were doing the historical chapters 1 through 3. Actually 1 through 4, we got to the end of 4 and said before we got to the Decalogue, before chapter 5 and the redeclaration of the 10 Commandments, we had these verses where Moses stands up and he tells the Israelites that you need to establish cities of refuge, and he names 3 of them. Well, chapter 19 is going to start with the same concept of establishing cities of refuge, except it's a little bit different than Deuteronomy 4, verses 41 to 43. So I can actually mark on this map where those cities are, because those cities are named specifically in chapter 4. However, when we get to Deuteronomy chapter 19, these cities are not named. There's more a general idea of organization behind them. So I'm going to read from chapter 19 to establish first what a city of refuge is. Now, I'm going to start reading in verse 4. Now, this is the case of the manslayer who may flee there and live when he kills his friend unintentionally, not hating him previously. And then we get a little for example. As when a man goes into a forest with his friend to cut wood, and his hand swings the axe to cut down the tree, and the iron head slips off the handle and strikes his friend so that he dies, he may flee to one of these cities. Otherwise, the avenger of blood might pursue the manslayer in the heat of his anger and overtake him, because the way is long, and take his life, though he was not deserving of death, since he had not hated him previously. Okay, so this example is packed full with really good cultural information. So first of all, we're saying the manslayer is different than a murderer. So someone who commits murder, who has premeditated the murder, who has acted out of hatred and gone out to find someone and kill them. We're not talking about that. We're talking about accidental deaths. So what happens if the axe head comes off the axe, hits someone, and they die. Well, the problem is when you live in a culture in which your identity comes from your family, right? Then a misdeed or an offense done to someone in the family, done to an individual, you might as well have done it to the whole family. So, for instance, if you come and kill me, and it was an accident, we've been very good friends up until this point, forging a friendship through Deuteronomy, but you accidentally kill me. Customarily then, my father has the right to go kill you. It's avenging of my blood. What Deuteronomy says is when it is accidental, the person who accidentally killed, so that would be you have an opportunity to flee to a city of refuge, and you can find sanctuary in the city of refuge. And then my father or my family members who are pursuing you cannot kill you. Now you may say, oh, but then you get away with murder. In a way, yes, it's true. You are not killed for the accidental murder, but you have left your family. You have left your land. You have left your family inheritance in a way that is death of a sort. It's just not your spilled blood death. So when Deuteronomy says you need to establish these kinds of cities for this purpose, this is what it says about those cities. In verse 7, therefore I command you, saying, you shall set aside 3 cities for yourself. If the Lord your God enlarges your territory, just as he has sworn to your fathers, and gives you all the land which he promised to give your fathers, if you carefully observe all of this commandment which I command you today, to love the Lord your God, to walk in his ways always, then you shall add 3 more cities for yourself besides the first 3. So innocent blood will not be shed in the midst of your land, which the Lord your God gives to you as an inheritance, and blood guiltiness be on you. But if there is a man who hates his neighbor and lies in wait for him and rises up and strikes him so that he dies, and he flees to one of these cities, then the elders of that city shall send and take him from there and deliver him into the hand of the avenger of blood, that he may die. You shall not pity him, but you shall purge the blood of the innocent from Israel, so that it may go well with you. Okay, so again, a murderer, if they have actually intentionally planned this murder, and they murder someone, they cannot then pretend to be a manslayer. They cannot pretend it was on accident and run and hide in a city of refuge. So a city of refuge is really for those who commit unintentional murder. So when we look at how are the cities chosen, well, in verses 8 and 9, the cities are chosen so that they are of equal distance from everyone. In other words, you don't establish a city of refuge in Ephraim's territory because Ephraim is an influential tribe. Or you don't establish or fail to establish one in Simeon's territory because Simeon is a weaker, smaller tribe. Right? That is not actually the way the laws go. So you don't build the cities based on how powerful the various regions are. You build it on equal distance so that anyone, regardless of where you live, have an equal opportunity to be able to run and find refuge in a city of refuge. It would be very unfair if, for instance, all of the cities of refuge were right in the heartland of the hill country, because then the people who are on the coastal plain or the people who are much further north would have very far to travel. And if they're traveling really far to get to a city of refuge, the likelihood of the avenger of blood overtaking them on the road is much greater. So Deuteronomy says to make it equal for all people, establish these cities that are in equal distances. if you expand your territory, add 3 more. Right? So the difference between chapter 19 and chapter 4 is in 4 we have them named. In chapter 19 we have the vision of when you go into the land, choose for yourself these places. Just make sure they're equal distance from everyone. So what is wrong with shedding innocent blood? Well, blood is the life force of every animal or every creature, every human. And so there is a very specific attention that is paid to the blood that is spilled is almost sacred, right? And so innocent blood must be avenged for. So what does this say about justice for all people? Well, this says that everyone should have equal opportunity to find justice. And it lets us know that the people, the citizens, even of these cities of refuge, they are also responsible to make sure that if someone truly is guilty of murder, that that person is held accountable for that offense or that sin. Going back to the idea of why is the blood so sacred, I'd like to read a quote from Gordon McConville, and this comes out of his Deuteronomy commentary. So McConville states, the spilling of blood has the consequence not only of making the murderer liable to judicial penalty, but also of making the land itself ritually impure. And for Deuteronomy that pays so much attention to the where, it pays so much attention to the land and to nature. It's looking towards righteousness and right living that takes care of land as well. Making sure that the land itself is not impure is a major theme or something that is at the forefront of the author's mind in Deuteronomy. Now we have another problem because Deuteronomy chapter 21, I mean, it's kind of tangentially related, but we have these ideas of justice for all people and purging or at least redeeming the innocent blood that has been spilt. Well, what happens if you don't have a manslayer or a murderer to point to? So this is what Deuteronomy chapter 21 is addressing for us. So Deuteronomy chapter 21, I'm going to start with verse 1. Says, if a slain person is found lying in the open country in the land which the Lord your God gives you to possess, and it is not known who has struck him, then your elders and your judges shall go out and measure the distance to the cities which are around the slain one. It shall be that the city which is nearest to the slain man, that is, the elders of that city, shall take a heifer of the herd which has not been worked and which has not pulled a yoke. And the elders of the city shall bring the heifer down to the valley with running water, which has not been plowed or sown, and shall break the heifer's neck there in the valley. Then the priest, the son of Levi, shall come near, for the Lord your God has chosen him to serve him and to bless him in the name of the Lord, and every dispute and every assault shall be settled by them. All of the elders of that city, which is nearest to the slain man, shall wash their hands over the heifer whose neck was broken in the valley. And they shall answer and say, our hands did not shed this blood, nor did our eyes see it. Forgive your people Israel, whom you have redeemed, O Lord. Do not place the guilt of innocent blood in the midst of your people Israel, and the blood guiltiness shall be forgiven them. Okay, so what is the problem? A murder has been committed, innocent blood has been shed, the land of Israel, all that is in the midst of Israel, land and people, Israel, that land has been tainted. Something has to happen to redeem that innocent blood. And if they don't have anyone to blame, who is it that takes responsibility for that? Well, it is the leaders of the community who come out, those who are closest to where that murder happened. But notice it's not just the judges who show up. It's not just a representative from the city gates who goes. It is also a Levite, so someone who is concerned with the sacredness of all of Israel. So a representative of those who serve before God at the chosen place. So we have Levites who show up, and we have leaders of the people who show up, and they take responsibility and they ask for God's forgiveness over the shed blood that has been shed. It's a way of redeeming the larger Israelite population and a way of redeeming the land as well. Although this seems to be a little bit of a law that is too old for us to really care about now, this strikes me all the time for modern day application. I just always wonder what would happen if in our cities, in our neighborhoods, if the community leader showed up every time someone died and took responsibility and said, it is our community, this happened on our watch. We now are trying to redeem that together. What an amazing thing that would be as an example to the larger community about the type of place that we are trying to build, the type of society that we are trying to build. So moving on from the idea of finding cities of refuge, now we're going to discuss warfare, which is always a tricky subject when it comes to Old Testament law. We're looking specifically at warfare as it is discussed in chapter 20. There are other laws that have to do with warfare. I'm going to focus particularly on what the mentality of the people should be when they go to war. So in other words, there's not necessarily the rules of battle. There's a little bit of that, and we'll get there. But part of even building up towards war is what is the mentality? How do you then even approach this conflict? So we're looking at chapter 20. So in verse 1 it says, when you go out to battle against your enemies and see horses and chariots and people more numerous than you, do not be afraid of them, because the Lord your God who brought you up out of the land of Egypt is with you. Right? So we have to remind ourselves, again, we've seen this God as warrior theme. It has already shown up in Deuteronomy. And so now in this segment dealing with war, we are reminding the people once more, you should not be afraid because God is the one who goes with you. God is warrior, and he goes with you. He already proved his skill with Egypt, and now he is the same God and will go with you and do the same thing. So since the war actually doesn't depend on you, your righteousness, your strength, the amount of horses and chariots that you have, it doesn't have anything to do with you. Therefore, it says in verse 2, when you are approaching the battle, the priest shall come near and speak to the people. He shall say to him, hear, O Israel, you are approaching the battle against your enemies today. Do not be faint-hearted. Do not be afraid or panic or tremble before them. For the Lord your God is the one who goes with you to fight for you against your enemies, to save you. The officer also shall speak to the people, saying, who is the man that has built a new house and has not dedicated it? Let him depart and return to his house. Otherwise he might die in battle, and another man will dedicate it. Who is the man who has planted a vineyard and has not yet begun to see its fruit? Vines usually take about 5 years, 3 years, but 5 years to really produce good fruit. Let him depart and return to his house. Otherwise he might die in battle, and another man would begin to use its fruit. And who is the man that is engaged to a woman and has not married her? Let him depart and return to his house. Otherwise he might die in battle, and another man would marry her. Then the officer shall speak further to the people and say, who is the man that is afraid and faint-hearted? Let him depart and return to his house, so that he might not make his brother's hearts melt like his own. It's really very interesting, and it must be very unique to say, when you go to war, let all these people go home. Now, if we pay attention to the particularities of this, we notice basically it is anyone whose household has not yet been established, right? If you are engaged to be married, but you haven't married the spouse yet, you don't have children yet, go home. Have a chance to start a family. What if you've planted land, like you've inherited, you've taken over land, you have a new field, you've planted a new crop. You have not yet been able to enjoy the fact that God has given the early and the latter rains and that the earth will produce for you. You haven't enjoyed that yet. Go home. Have a chance to enjoy the fruit out of the field. You haven't built your home yet. Go home. Build the house. Right? So establish your family, establish a house. It's a way of providing to make sure that they can continue to exist into the next generation. So it starts with God is the warrior. It doesn't really have anything to do with you anyway. And so therefore, go home if you need to establish yourself and your household, the well-being of your family before you go to war. Or if you're just flat out afraid, don't go. Right? God can do this on his own. We actually see this happening. In fact, maybe you thought of it as I was talking about it. If you're aware, in the book of Judges, we have Gideon, who pulls together quite a large army. And God keeps telling Gideon, send those men home, send those men home. I don't need a huge army of people to prove that I am in the midst of Israel. I can do it just with 300 men. So we get a little bit of echoes of what we have seen here in the book of Deuteronomy. The next little cluster of laws that I want to talk about are the ideas that Deuteronomy is not just addressing the people and their community and how people interact, but it also talks about how people should be interacting with the rest of creation. So I'm looking at chapters 22, and then we'll pick up a little bit in chapter 25. So again, because these laws are kind of scattered around. Let's see if we can figure out if there is a theme in some of these chapters, or some of these verses. So in chapter 22, so we're reading verses 1 through 4, you shall not see your countryman's ox or his sheep straying away, and pay no attention to them. You shall certainly bring them back to your countryman. If your countryman is not near to you, or if you do not know him, then you shall bring it home to your house, and shall remain with you until your countryman looks for it. Then you shall restore it to him. Thus you shall do with his donkey, and you shall do the same with his garment, and you shall do likewise with anything lost by your countryman, which he has lost and you have found. You are not allowed to neglect them. Right? So there's an idea that these animals participate, they contribute to the wealth of the household. Right? Most people are not accumulating coins. Right? They're not accumulating gold and silver and tchotchkes and things that pay for the wealth and pay for their sons and daughters to go to university. Their fields, their garments, their grinding stones, their animals are their family wealth. And so when you see it, you are responsible to treat ethically these things, even though they are not humans. Right? So the ox may not be a human, but you are still expected to look at it with respect and to recognize that that ox is contributing to the household of another person. And you are therefore obligated to pay attention and to treat it well. In verse 6, we have, if you happen to come upon a bird's nest along the way, in any tree or on the ground, with young ones or eggs, and the mother sitting on the young or on the eggs. You shall not take the mother with the young. You shall certainly let the mother go, but the young you may take for yourself, in order that it may be well with you and that you may prolong your days. So again, it seems rather random. Why do we really care about birds and if we take both the bird and the eggs? Well, again, because Deuteronomy is more forward thinking. Because we're building the idea of a full and robust society where people are flourishing, but the land and non-human creation around them is also flourishing. So if there is a mother and also eggs or young in the nest, you can take the young but leave the mother. Why? It allows for that bird to have more chicks, for the bird to keep producing. It has the ability to go on and create more. Although if you take both of them and if you kill one, eat the others, you're destroying a generation of these animals, right? So it's just a way of paying attention. Can you make sure that all things are flourishing in your midst? Well, we have another seemingly random law in chapter 25. It's one law, it's kind of inserted in the midst of another conversation, but it also has to do with animals. Verse 4, you shall not muzzle the ox while he is threshing. So oxen were often used out on the threshing floors. They would drag the threshing sledges behind them. And if you leave the ox unmuzzled, there's a lot of grain on the ground that ox can consume. In fact, that ox can consume a huge portion of the grain on the ground. So you may think it sounds very practical. Muzzle the ox, prevent it from eating all of this grain, right? If I want all of that grain for my family, right, what I have just harvested, that has to supply my family for the whole entire year. Why would I let an animal eat that? Well, Deuteronomy is recognizing that animal has worked for you. That animal is in the process of working for you. God is the one that gave you the grain anyway. Let the oxen eat. This concept of the ethical care of creation is something that Dr. Cyndi Richter has worked on and has some really wonderful published articles about what it means to show an ethical care of creation in the book of Deuteronomy. So I would encourage you to go and read some more of her articles. So we kind of come to the conclusion, though, that nature, based on the laws in Deuteronomy, nature is actually cared for instead of controlled. In our modern day economy, we tend to want to go out and control nature or take everything that we can that is for our profit. Deuteronomy says nature is a part of what God has created. It's a part of what he calls good. You can care for it. In fact, do care for it. Do not control and manipulate and dominate it. So another type of law that we see in these chapters are social ethics. We're going to find several of these in chapter 24. And this is going to be pretty similar to some of the topics, some of the issues that we talked about when we were looking at Deuteronomy chapter 15. So I broke them down based on what you see on the screen, based on certain types of topics. So we'll go through these one by one. So first we have in chapter 24, verse 6, and then again in 10. So in verse 6 of chapter 24, it says, no one shall take a hand mill or an upper millstone in pledge, for he would be taking a life in pledge. In verse 10, so this is a related topic, it says, when you make your neighbor a loan of any sort, you shall not enter his house to take his pledge. You shall remain outside, and the man to whom you make the loan shall bring the pledge out to you. If he is a poor man, you shall not sleep with his pledge. When the sun goes down, you shall surely return the pledge to him, that he may sleep in his cloak and bless you. and it'll be righteousness for you before the Lord your God. Right, so the laws are, if there are the poorest of the poor who are among you, do not take their livelihood away from them. Right, so the temptation is, if there is a poor woman and she's making a living out of grinding grain, the only thing she has to offer up as a pledge of the loan or the money she is asking for is her only commodity, which is her grinding stone. But don't take that away from her. It robs her of her ability to pay back the loan, right? So take the longer view. It was also quite common for people to use their outer cloak, which was a very multi-purpose kind of garment. You can roll it up and sleep on it like a pillow. You can put it over yourself and use it like a blanket. It was a sign of modesty as you went out onto the street. That may be the only thing that a poor person has to pledge, to offer up as collateral for the loan. But don't take that. You can take it symbolically, but when it comes time for night and they have need of it, give it back to them. Let that be part of the generosity that you share. There's also quite a lot to be said about paying wages. So in verses 14 and 15, you shall not oppress a hired servant who is poor and needy, whether he is one of your countrymen or one of the aliens who is in your land, in your towns. You shall give him his wages on his day before the sun sets, for he is poor and sets his heart on it, so that he will not cry against you to the Lord and it become a sin in you. So interesting to notice that the law related to paying servants is not just Israelite servants, not just Israelite employees, but even the ger, even the other person, even the foreigner who may not own land among you, but is living in your midst. Both of them get treated the same and are treated and given the same kind of wage. And because they are poor, they probably need the payment every single day as a day laborer. They need to be paid so that they have food that they can eat later that evening. Right? So don't withhold them. Don't manipulate the power that you have over them. Right? So make sure that you are paying them a fair wage and a fair price and in a very timely manner. We also have an idea that everyone receives the same kind of justice. So we touched on this a little bit when we were looking at the end of chapter 16 and the beginning of chapter 17. But we'll read again. So this is also Deuteronomy 24. I just lost my place. 17 and 18. You shall not pervert the justice due an alien or an orphan, nor take a widow's garment in pledge. But you shall remember that you are a slave in Egypt, and that the Lord your God redeemed you from there. Therefore, I am commending you to do these things. Right? It's really easy to further oppress those who do not have very many resources. Right? So the widow, the one who doesn't have the husband to publicly defend her, or an orphan who doesn't have parents to provide, or the alien, the foreigner, the ger among you who does not have their own land, who's treated as an outsider. They do not get a different system of justice. Right? So justice that is given, God's justice for his people is for all people, regardless of which social or economic level of society you are on. So in verses 19 through 22, we shift away from these defensive prohibitions of injustice to offensive guarantees of well-being. So let me read 19 through 22. This would be the very end of chapter 24. So these are the ones that we read actually tied to the agricultural calendar. The one that says, when you reap your harvest in your field and have forgotten a sheaf in the field, you shall not go back to get it. Right? That is for the orphan, the widow, the alien. Same thing with the olive trees. You let the extra stay in the tree, and that is for the orphan, the widow, the alien. Same with the grapes. And in verse 22, you shall remember that you were a slave in the land of Egypt. Therefore, I am commanding you to do this thing. Right? So we have seen just in this collection of laws, we've seen that there are the laws specifically saying, do not, right? Do not withhold wages. Do not take a pledge overnight. Do not oppress the animals. Do not do all of these things. And here we have but do. Make sure that you are also cultivating a spirit of generosity. And what is the underpinning of all of that is because you were once a slave in Egypt and God did it for you. And so therefore you are being called to act righteously in a similar manner. I will go ahead and leave you with this quote because I think that Deuteronomy spends a lot of time trying to develop this ideal way of living. Right? We talked about how Deuteronomy is casting vision for the potential that is there. If they go in, if they can set up society in a wise way, if they have leaders who are of the people for the people, if they treat nature and humans in a righteous and God-directed way, it has great potential. So this quote, it's by Ruel Howe, and it says, how does the church or any other group of people become a community? Right? This is what the Israelites are trying to do when they go into the land. Well, the answer is simple. It becomes a community when, as persons, the members enter into dialogue with one another and assume responsibility for their common life. Without this dialogue, individuals and society are abstractions. It is through dialogue that we accomplish the miracle of personhood and community. And although this is a modern quote dealing with our modern ideas of building community, this reflects Deuteronomy so well. Because Deuteronomy talks about you, the individual, and you, the collective group of people. It talks about you, the individual, taking responsibility, but then you as citizens taking responsibility for the entire community. And when Deuteronomy casts a vision for how good of a place this can be, it's not a zero-sum game. So zero-sum game is a modern business term. We often talk about how if I win, you lose, right? That there's that my wealth depends on you not having wealth, right? It's either mine or it's yours. And we end up with a zero sum in the middle. So my plus one is your minus one, which equals zero. Place is not that way. Deuteronomy says the more you invest in place, in community, in the land around you, the greater that place is collectively. And the greater that is, it kind of buoys everyone up. Deuteronomy isn't saying you need to flatten out the economy and everyone needs to own the same amount. There's recognition. There are poor, there are rich, landowners, those who don't own land, there are foreigners, there are widows. Things happen. There are differences within society. But if everyone invests well in society, then everyone can flourish. And that is part of the great design that God has for the land. When we go on to chapter 26, we will talk about the festivals that the people participate in once they step foot over the Jordan River and enter the land. So for this lecture, we are looking at Deuteronomy chapter 26. So chapter 26 is going to close out for us the law code. And we will notice as we start reading in chapter 26 that the chosen place is going to feature quite prominently in this chapter. We haven't seen the chosen place officially since chapter 18, but when we think about the whole law code as a cohesive unit, we see how with chapter 12, that was the introduction of the chosen place, and now we're going to finish off the law code in chapter 26 with the chosen place again. So it creates really nice bookends. Chapter 26 contains two different liturgical celebrations or ceremonies that the Israelites are told to do once they go into the land. So let's take a look at Deuteronomy chapter 26. So we're first going to notice the two different law codes. We're going to read through each of these, or not law codes, but liturgical ceremonies. Chapter 26 starts off this way. Then it shall be, when you enter the land which the Lord your God gives you as an inheritance, and you possess it and live in it, then you shall take some of the first of all the produce of the ground which you bring in from your land that the Lord your God gives you, and you shall put it in a basket and go to the place where the Lord your God chooses to establish his name. Right, so once more, you shall take produce from the land, right? We're focusing a lot on the fact that this land they are going into, they are not receiving it based on anything that they have done. They are receiving it as a gift from God, and they should take produce from that land. Now, it doesn't say exactly what produce that would be, but we could probably guess. It would be everything that is inclusive of the agricultural calendar. So everything that we have talked about in previous lectures, the bounty of the land. Put it in a basket and bring it to the chosen place. In verse 3, you shall go to the priest who is in office at that time and say to him, I declare this day to the Lord my God that I have entered the land which the Lord swore to our fathers to give to us. Now, what's interesting is with this very first liturgical decree, what we're actually seeing is that everyone is required to recognize that they as individuals have entered into the land that God has given them. So they as an individual have received an inheritance from the actual landowner, from God. And so there's this personal recognition that I am the one, I have come in. And then in verse 4 it says, then the priest shall take the basket from your hand and set it down before the altar of the Lord your God. And as we start with verse 5, from verses 5 to 10, we have what some people called a creed. It's actually a recitation of the salvation history of the Israelites. But what I want you to do is as I read, or as you read and follow along with me, pay attention to the pronouns that are used in this creed, right? So this is not just a remember the things your God has done, but we're actually finding that there is a written like vocabulary. This is what you should be saying. So pay attention to the pronouns as we go. So in verse 5 through verse 10. You shall answer and say before the Lord your God, my father was a wandering Aramean. So this is actually kind of a strange phrase. My father was a wandering Aramean. So who is this actually referring to? Well, most people say it's probably either Abraham or Jacob. Both of them came out of the Mesopotamian region at some point in time, hence the Aramean title. And other scholars have also noted to find pride in the fact that my father was a wandering Aramean. That term Aramean, much later in Israelite history, the Arameans were enemies of the Israelites. So this creed must be a pretty early document. It has to have come from a very early source, prior to when the Arameans were very staunch enemies of the Israelites. For them to say, my father was this wandering Aramean. We're going to notice that whether it is Abraham or Jacob, this works in either way. It's basically referring to the patriarchs. So it's a way of telling the story. And by saying wandering Aramean in the creed, this farmer who has brought all of this produce from the ground is remembering that in the ancient past, they were landless. So the wandering Aramean, the one who did not have land, the foreigner, the wanderer, the landless one. So my father was a wandering Aramean, and he went down to Egypt and sojourned there, few in number, but there he became great, mighty, and a populous nation. And the Egyptians treated us harshly and afflicted us, imposed hard labor on us. Then we cried to the Lord, the God of our fathers. The Lord heard our voice and saw our affliction and our toil and our oppression. And the Lord brought us out of Egypt with a mighty hand and an outstretched arm, and with great terror, and with signs and wonders. And he brought us to this place and has given us this land, a land flowing with milk and honey. Now behold, I have brought the first of the produce to the ground, which you, O Lord, have given me. Now that's not quite the end of verse 10. But did you notice those pronouns? So in this creed, when the farmer comes and gives the first fruits of the ground and tells the story, it is my father and then we and our. We were in Egypt. Egypt oppressed us. We cried out to the Lord. Right? So we're seeing again what Deuteronomy has been doing the whole time. The combination of you as an individual and you plural, the whole people group. And Deuteronomy is making sure that in this creed, when people go in to celebrate the fact that they have received this gift from God, they as individuals are required to come, but they recognize that they as a whole population, all of us, not just who are alive today, but all of us through the past, are the ones who have received God's grace and God's working in order to bring us here. And then the pronoun at the very end says, so I have come. So I as an individual am now also responding. So through this creed or this salvation history, we notice how the people recognize that their history, their story, is one of going from landless, wandering Aramean forefathers to being landed. So they have been given the gift of this good land. They went from being enslaved to redeemed. So this creed tells their whole story to the point where they've been given a great gift. They are now responding to God in love. So another kind of interesting thing that shows up is in verse 9. So we already know from the beginning of this creed that the farmer, the people are required to go to the place that God chose. So the ceremony is happening at the chosen place. So we know the general location. And in verse 9, we have, and he has brought us to this place and has given us this land. So we have two phrases that seem to be in parallel with each other. So hamakom hazeh is this place. So God has brought us to this place and has given us haaretz hazat, this land. Okay, now hamakom is a word that is used quite a bit in the book of Deuteronomy. And part of the question is, what is this place that is meant in verse 9? Well, we could say we know the greater context is that they are standing at the chosen place. So we could say that this verse means God has brought us, or I have now come to this place, to this chosen place, and God has also given us this land. Right? And that would make total sense. Or you could say, because these phrases are in parallel with each other, maybe hamakom here is also haaretz. So it could be that God has brought us to this place that is this land flowing with milk and honey. Or maybe the ambiguity is on purpose. What we have seen as we have talked about the chosen place and all the distributed cities, we've been looking throughout all of this law code about how the cities are connected to the chosen place, how there are leaders that are functioning in both places, how there are activities that happen in both locations, how not only the Levites and the priests who are at the chosen place, but all of the people are called to be holy before God. Right? They're all eating in a way that shows that they are holy and designated as separate and set aside. Their behavior in their cities is marked with these words, just as these words are placed in the chosen place. So Deuteronomy has, although recognizably setting aside a chosen place that holds God's name, that is his place of residence, that is sacred, because the Levites are there ministering before him. And it is sacred because it is the only place they can bring their sacrifices. But Deuteronomy has spent a lot of time saying holiness is not relegated only to one place. Right? So just because God's name is at the chosen place and sacrifices are at the chosen place and Levites are at the chosen place doesn't mean that the whole rest of the land is not sacred. All of it is sacred because it all falls under God's law. So here, the ambiguity, God has brought us to this place and has given us this land, a land flowing with milk and honey. This place could refer to the chosen place, or it could refer to the land. But either one, there's kind of a blurring of the lines, again, of what is sacred and not sacred. And it seems to be that even in this creed that the Israelites are quoting while they are at the chosen place, there's a recognition that the sacredness flows out of the chosen place to the very edges of their nations, all the way through the land that is flowing with milk and honey. So after this very first creed, then we get to the second creed in chapter 26. So the second creed is considered the poor tithe. So it is, again, another tithe, but this has a very unique tithe to it. It's not the normal tithe that the people give every year to the chosen place. So we will start with verse 11. Well, I'll start with the very tail end of verse 10. And you shall set it down before the Lord your God and worship before the Lord your God. And you and the Levite and the alien who is among you shall rejoice in the good which the Lord your God has given you and your household. That actually belongs to the first one. Okay, so verse 12. When you have finished paying all the tithe of your increase in the third year, the year of tithing, then you shall give it to the Levite, to the stranger, to the orphan, and to the widow, that they may eat in your towns and be satisfied. You shall say before the Lord your God, I have removed the sacred portion from my house, and also have given it to the Levite and the alien, the orphan, and the widow, according to all of your commandments which you have commanded me. I have not transgressed or forgotten any of your commandments. So before we go any further, we're going to notice this is the third year, and it's the third year of tithing. So years 1, tithe goes to the chosen place. Year 2 tithe goes to the chosen place. Year 3 does not go to the chosen place, but is distributed among themselves in their city gates. And who are the recipients of this tithe? Well, years 1 and 2, when it goes to the chosen place, the Levites are the recipients, right? It is a very active demonstration of recognizing God as the owner of the land, and you are tithing back to him. But in this third year, you are recognizing that this time you are taking responsibility to feed and care for the people who are marginalized within the community. Now, what's interesting is throughout all of Deuteronomy, there is a verb, shavat, that is used, which means to satisfy. And throughout all of Deuteronomy, God is the one who is said to satisfy the needs of his people. So repeated over and over and over throughout Deuteronomy, God satisfies every need the Israelites have. And now with this particular festival, the people are satisfying the needs of those who are needy within their town. So I'll read verse 12 again. When you have finished paying all the tithe of your increase in the third year, the year of tithing, then you shall give it to the Levite, to the stranger, to the orphan, and to the widow, right? All people who don't own land, the people who are typically the poorest and the most marginalized, that they may eat in your towns and be satisfied. So within this festival, when you come and promise God, I have been very careful to make sure that I have taken the sacred portion out of my house and given it to the poor and the needy who are around me. It is a way for the Israelites to say, God, I recognized you have satisfied all of our needs, and I will now mimic your actions and return in response and do the same. It has a connotation that this acting out is just as sacred as taking tithes to the chosen place. So the sacred action is not just that which you do towards God, but also how you choose to act with others who are around you. So we'll read the rest of that particular festival. So in verse 14, I have not eaten of it while mourning, nor have I removed any of it while I was unclean, nor offered any of it to the dead. I have listened to the voice of the Lord my God. I have done according to all that you have commanded me. So I have not gathered this together means I have not tainted this tithe, but it is a sacred tithe. Even though it's not being offered at the chosen place, it's being offered to the people in the city gates. Verse 15, look down from your holy habitation from heaven and bless your people Israel from the ground which you have given us, a land flowing with milk and honey, as you swore to our fathers. This day the Lord your God commands you to do these statutes and ordinances. You shall therefore be careful to do them with all of your heart and all of your soul. Now, the last 3 verses don't really fit into either one of these celebrations, but they do act very well to close out the whole entirety of the law code. So we're going to find that we start with this declaration, the audience, and the action. So verse 17, as we close out everything related to the law code. You have today declared before the Lord, so you, the Israelites, have declared before the Lord your God, who is the audience, that you would walk in his ways, keep his statutes, his commandments, and his ordinances, and listen to his voice. The Lord has declared today. So we had the Israelites declaring to the Lord what they would do. And now we have the Lord declaring to the people what he will do. The Lord has today declared you to be his people, a treasured possession, as he's promised you, that you should keep all of his commandments, and that he will set you high above all nations which he has made, for praise, fame, and honor, that you shall be a consecrated people to the Lord your God, as he has spoken. And then we end out the law code. So we ended out with this agreement between God and his people. And God saying, as long as the people obey his voice and fulfill his commandments and his law, he will set them up and they will be an example to all of the nations. And then the law code closes. So when we enter into chapter 27, 28, and 29, now we move back to the recognition that the Israelites are standing with Moses on the outside of the land, looking in. So we've had this chance throughout the law code, through 12 through 26, to say, how do we act? What does it mean to follow God? What does it look like to eat, to establish a leadership, to have a social structure, social ethics? How do we do this in the land? We've been discussing that, and now we stand back again with the Israelites on the outside of the land, and we return to a little bit like what we saw at the very beginning of Deuteronomy in chapters 1 to 3. So we will engage that in the next lecture. We are looking at chapters 27 to 30. Now, we just finished off the law code, and so just to place us within the larger book, the big picture of Deuteronomy, you may recall at the very beginning when we talked about the structure of Deuteronomy, we named several different ways we could talk about the book of Deuteronomy being organized. One of them was as a suzerain vassal treaty, and we looked at the basic general layout of treaties, of Hittite and Assyrian treaties that have been found, and how they seem very similar to the way that the book of Deuteronomy is organized. Well, part of that treaty is to list the things, the stipulations that both parties are agreeing to. That is what we were just covering in the law code, chapters 12 through 26. Now we've entered into the blessings and the curses. So what happens when the vassal is obedient to the treaty or when they break away and are rebellious of the treaty? Now also part of that law code structure is a covenant ratification or a reading out loud of the covenant again. Sometimes annually, people would have to get up and repeat this covenant and remind themselves of this covenant. Well, we also get that in these chapters. So Deuteronomy somewhat blends those two things together. So we're going to look first at chapter 27, 28, and then we'll work our way into 29 and 30. So we're going to notice in 27 that there's a little bit of a break in just the flow, the structure of the book. Actually, it would be much smoother if we read from chapter 26 directly into chapter 28. In both of those chapters, Moses is the primary speaker. He is the one who is getting up and giving instructions. Chapter 27 seems to take a step back a little bit, and it feels somewhat out of place. But 27 is the one that is giving us the instructions for what it is that the Israelites are supposed to do when they go into the land. So starting in verse 27 and verse 1, it says, "Then Moses and all the elders of Israel," right? So we have now switched and we're in this third person. It's the hand of the editor that seems to be quite obvious at this part in the chapter. So then Moses and the elders of Israel charged the people, saying, "Keep all the commandments which I command you today. So it shall be on that day when you cross the Jordan to the land which the Lord your God gives you, that you shall set up for yourself large stones and coat them with lime, and write on them all the words of this law when you cross over, so that you may enter the land which the Lord your God gives you, a land flowing with milk and honey, as the Lord, the God of your fathers, has promised you." So if we pause for a second, in verse 2, when it says, "It shall be on that day when you cross the Jordan," everything seems to be very immediate As soon as you cross the Jordan, as soon as your feet are in the land, this is what you should do. Set up stones. Write these words on the stones. It makes it sound like as soon as they put their feet on dry land on the other side of the Jordan, they should do these things. Now, when we get to verse 4, it says, "So it shall be when you cross the Jordan, you shall set up on Mount Ebal." So it then recognizes when you cross the Jordan, up on Mount Ebal, this ceremony is going to happen. Well, Ebal is a good day and a half journey. And if you read through the histories in Joshua and Judges, you know it takes the Israelites a little while to get into the land, and they have to kind of fight their way into the land. So we have to read this time frame with a little bit of grain of salt. So it sounds immediate, but there is more an issue of priority. So not immediate as soon as your feet are on dry land, as much as this needs to be at the forefront of your mind. As soon as you get into the land, it is going to be important for you to ratify the covenant. Now, why is it that they have to erect large stones and coat them with plaster? Well, maybe a couple of reasons. Let me first show you a picture of stones. These are not the stones. We don't have the stones from Ebal and Gerizim, these particular stones being talked about. But we do have other places in the land where very large stones were found. And so just as a visual example, I'd like to show you a picture. This is from another place in the country, and these large stones actually predate the Israelites. So these are much closer to the time of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob than the time of the entrance of the Israelites into the land. But what you can see, especially if you're comparing the people in the picture to the large stones behind them, you can see how large they are. This is probably the type of stone that is being talked about here for this particular ceremony. So go erect large stones. Now, why stones? Well, maybe a couple reasons. One is your eyes are immediately drawn to the stones in the picture because they are an unusual thing on the landscape. So it doesn't take very much as you're walking around to come and notice a stone of that size standing upright. It seems unusual. So it acts as a very good memory marker for you. And then you have the words of this teaching that are written on that stone. Well, it says the words written here in plaster so that you can very distinctly see the words are something significant for us to be remembering. And writing on stone these teachings also has the connotation of this enduring authority of these words. So write on stone. Now, what are these words of this teaching that are being written? It's hard for us to know. A lot of words can fit on a stone like this. In fact, we have the laws of Hammurabi, and he has a very large stela as well with all of his laws written on it. And there are more words on that stela than the words that are in the book of Deuteronomy. So it could be the entire book of Deuteronomy is to be written on that stela. Or it could be just the teachings of the law code from 12 to 26. It's hard for us to know, but we get the gist of the significance of this celebration. Go erect something that becomes very obvious on the horizon line, the enduring authority that the words of this teaching have. So if we go back to the text, in verse 4 again, "So it shall be when you cross the Jordan, you shall set up on Mount Ebal these stones, as I am commanding you today, and you shall coat them with lime. Moreover, you shall build there an altar to the Lord your God, an altar of stones. You shall not wield an iron tool on them. You shall build the altar of the Lord your God of uncut stones, and you shall offer on it burnt offerings to the Lord your God. And you shall sacrifice peace offerings and eat there and rejoice before the Lord your God. Again, we get another one of those hints that these religious celebrations are truly that, celebrations, feasts, festivals. They are the people gathering together and eating with God in their midst. So then we get a little bit of a break. We get the hand of the editor one more time. And now it seems like Moses and the elders are once more standing on the eastern side of the Jordan River. Then Moses and the Levitical priests spoke to all of Israel, saying, "Be silent and listen, O Israel. This day you have become a people for the Lord your God." This day. So what is interesting is we could say, but didn't they become the people of the Lord their God at Mount Sinai? Well, Mount Sinai was the original giving of the covenant. And now we have Moses and the elders who are standing on the eastern side of the Jordan saying, "This day you have become," which has led many scholars to say there must have been a covenant ratification ceremony that happened there on the eastern side of the Jordan. But then when they go into the land and they're standing at Ebal and Gerizim, they will once more ratify the covenant, and on that day they will become. It's not a matter of they weren't actually God's people before, but it is solidifying in the heads of the people that on this day, with this covenant, into enduring memory, into the future, this day, you are God's people. So in verse 11, Moses also charged the people on that day, saying, "When you cross the Jordan, these shall stand on Mount Gerizim to bless the people." And he lists out 6 of the tribes. "For the curse, these shall stand on Mount Ebal." And he lists the other 6 tribes. So Ebal and Gerizim, and I showed you a picture of both Ebal and Gerizim previously when we were talking about Deuteronomy chapter 11. And we talked about how significant it is to bring into the forefront of the Israelites' minds the covenant that they've made with their God, to have something visual in their land that every time they pass Ebal and Gerizim, they remember the blessings of Mount Gerizim, the curses of Mount Ebal. When we get to chapter 26, this is when we get a list of the blessings and the curses. So the end of chapter 27 just gives us curses. So it's missing the blessings. So we're going to skip on to chapters 26 or 28. So in in chapter 28, we're looking at 28 and also 29 together. We can actually organize this information in 2 different ways. There's blessings and curses, but then there's also promises and threats. And we will notice that these blessings and curses, many of them are agricultural. Many of them have something to do with the land, this blessing. Now, this should not come as a surprise to us at all, because as we've been looking through Deuteronomy, a lot of the blessing the people are receiving from God is the gift of their land. So we have this projecting forward how awesome, how amazing this land can be. It could be an Eden of sorts where everything is organized the way that God would like for it to be organized. Part of that is having the land produce like the way Eden, the bounty of the land, right? So we get this picture in Deuteronomy. What we've seen so far is the land's potential can be such that the relationship between God and his people, the people and other people around them, and the people to the land all work together in harmony. And so when we get to the blessings and curses, it should not surprise us that the land is involved here, because the land will demonstrate both the blessing and the curse. When is the land being cared for and thus being fruitful? And when is everything about it, about society and place, broken and shattered, in which case the land will also mimic that. So we see this aspect of land, the natural environment, But we also see that there's still the relationship between Israel and the nations. Now, when we talked about Deuteronomy chapter 4, we actually read how if Israel goes into the land, and remember, it is a land that is in the middle of all the trade routes. If you remember this image, we talked about this again at the beginning of this lecture series. So if Israel is going into this land and all the trade routes from all the surrounding nations are coming through this land, then Israel ideally can reflect God's character on the world stage so that other people can see what the character of God is like. So here in chapter 28, we will then also notice that the curses, the blessings and the curses are noticed by the people groups around them. So this idea is that Israel does not act in isolation. Israel is very well placed on the much larger world landscape. So let's think about this idea. Let's go back to the idea that there's two parts, the blessings and curses. So these types of blessings and curses would be things like we start with the chapter 28. So things like verse 3, blessed you will be in the country, blessed you shall be in the city, blessed you shall be in the country. Blessed shall be the offspring of your body and the produce of your ground and the offspring of your beast, the increase of your herd and the young of your flock. Blessed be your basket and your kneading bowl. Those are good examples. Blessed, so it's just blessed straight through. So what about the curses? Well, down in verse 16. Cursed shall you be in the city, cursed shall you be in the country, cursed shall be your basket and your kneading bowl. Cursed shall be the offspring of your body and the produce of your ground, the increase of your herd and the young of your flocks. Right? You see the positive and the exact negative, the blessings and the curses. Well, we also have these promises and threats. So these are different. They don't start with blessed and cursed. They just talk about the effects of the people's actions. So, for instance, we'll start in verse 7. The Lord shall cause your enemies who rise up against you to be defeated before you. They will come out against you one way and will flee before you 7 ways. The Lord will command the blessing upon you in your barns and all that you put your hand to. He will bless you in the land which the Lord your God gives to you. The Lord will establish you as a holy people to himself, as he swore to you, if you keep the commandments of the Lord your God, and walk in his ways. So all the people of the earth will see that you are called by the name of the Lord and will be afraid of you. Right? So you hear this. If you obey these commands, these are the things, these are the blessings, the promises that are coming your way. And we see, again, the recognition that the other nations will notice, that there's an interaction. So those nations who go against Israel will be scattered, and other nations will see that God has blessed his people. Well, what about on the flip side, the threats? We have something like we see in verse 22. The Lord will smite you with the consumption and with fever and with inflammation and with fiery heat and with the sword and with blight and with mildew, and they will pursue you until you perish. The heaven which is over your head shall be bronze, the earth which is under you iron. The Lord will make the rain of your land powder and dust. So remember from chapter 11, God is the one who gives the early and the latter rains, the rains that are necessary for the land to produce. So in this case, the rain will be withheld. And it shall come down on you until you are destroyed. The Lord shall cause you to be defeated before your enemies. You will go out one way against them, but you will flee 7 ways before them. And you will be an example of terror to all the kingdoms of the earth. So again, with the blessings and curses, with the promises and the threats, it comes in the form of agriculture, their place being blessed or their place being shattered and destroyed, and it comes in the form of the example that they are to the nations. Either they win when they go in conflict against the nations, or they're set up as an example, or their nations, the following people, will surround them and smite them. Now, it is not uncommon for prophets later to then look back at these law codes and to say, these are coming upon us because we have broken the covenant with God. These are the red flags that are supposed to stand up and say, these are the warning signals. You have stepped out of line. You need to bring to the forefront of your mind the history of who God is and who you are as his people. So they're meant to be something of warning signals of what will happen, as well as the natural consequences of their choices. As we start to, I'll read a little bit at the very end of chapter 28, and then we'll move into chapter 29. In verse 45, it says, "So all these curses shall come on you and pursue you and overtake you until you are destroyed, because you would not obey the Lord your God by keeping his commands and his statutes, which he commanded you. They shall become a sign and a wonder on you and your descendants forever, because you did not serve the Lord your God with joy and with a glad heart, for the abundance of all things. Therefore you shall serve your enemies, whom the Lord will send against you in hunger, in thirst, in nakedness, and in the lack of all things. He will put an iron yoke on your neck until he has destroyed you." So we get in those two verses in verse 47 and 48, the contrast between what happens when you serve the Lord, and when you turn away from serving the Lord, you will end up serving other nations. Now, if you were to count up the blessings and the curses, you would find the curse section to be extraordinarily long. So why is that? There's not a one-for-one equality here. Well, the emphasis on the curses is a way to help motivate the people to follow the commandments of God. So the emphasis on these are all the things that potentially could go wrong is a way to say, so please be extra careful so that you remember the covenant with the Lord your God. As we get closer to chapter 29, now we have more information about this ratification ceremony that should happen. Every Israelite is supposed to participate in this. It's not just the men, it's not just the landowners, it's not just the wealthy, it's not a representative of the community, it's the whole entire community. And there is this recognition, as Deuteronomy has recognized throughout the whole book, that Israel might fail. So we have already, again, in chapter 29, this idea that Israel will likely fail to recognize God in their midst. And then we're going to have this contrast with Sodom and Gomorrah and a promise of exile. So let's take a look at those. So in chapter 29, these are the words of the covenant which the Lord commanded Moses to make with the sons of Israel in the land of Moab, besides the covenant which he had made with them at Horeb. Moses summoned all of Israel and said to them, "You have seen all that the Lord did before your eyes in the land of Egypt to Pharaoh and all of his servants and all of this land, the great trials which your eyes have seen, those great signs and wonders." This should be very familiar to you as we have worked our way through the book of Deuteronomy. That has been the consistent thing that we have looked back on and said, God is their warrior God. He has already done these great things. They just need to remember. Yet to this day, the Lord has not given you a heart to know, nor eyes to see, nor ears to hear. I've led you 40 years in the wilderness. Your clothes have not worn out on you, and your sandal has not worn out on your foot. So again, a reference back to chapter 8 of Deuteronomy. You have not eaten bread, nor have you drunk wine or strong drink, in order that you might know that I am the Lord your God. When you reached this place, Sihon, the king of Heshbon, Og, the king of Bashan, came out to meet us for battle, but we defeated them. And we took their land and gave it as an inheritance to the Reubenites, the Gadites, and half the tribe of Manassites. So keep this word of the covenant to do them, that you may prosper in all that you do. So we're starting to see how these end chapters in Deuteronomy are starting to pick up themes we saw in the very first chapters of Deuteronomy. So we're kind of reaching this nice conclusion as we're retelling the history of the people. So in verse 10 it says, "You stand today, all of you, before the Lord your God, your chiefs, your tribes, your elders, your officers, even the men of Israel, your little ones, your wives, the alien who is within your camps, from the one who chops your wood to the one who draws your water, that you may enter into covenant with the Lord your God and into his oath, which the Lord your God is making with you today, in order that he may establish you today as his people, and that he may be your God, just as he spoke to you, and he swore to your fathers, to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Now, not with you alone am I making this covenant and oath, but both with those who stand here with us today in the presence of the Lord our God, and with those who are not yet with us here today." So recognition, the future generations. As we skip down, now we start to get to this recognition that the Israelites might be unfaithful, and that when they do, there are consequences to that. And now we're going to pick up this idea of Sodom and Gomorrah. So let me read that, and then we can talk a little bit about that section. So I'm going to start in verse 22. "Now the generation to come, your sons who rise up after you, and the foreigner who comes from a distant land, when they see the plagues of the land and diseases with which the Lord has afflicted it, will say, 'All its land is brimstone and salt, a burning waste, unsown and unproductive, and no grass grows in it, like the overthrow of Sodom and Gomorrah, Admah and Zeboim, which the Lord overthrew in his anger and in his wrath.' And all the nations will say, 'Why has the Lord done thus to this land? Why this great outburst and anger?'" So what we see in this verse is, again, the idea that Israel is on the much larger international scene, that other nations will come and see. But this time, instead of seeing the way that Israel is reflecting their God, they come and see a destroyed land, a land of brimstone and salt. So brimstone and salt is the complete opposite to the land of milk and honey. Right? It's the unproductive land. So instead of this land, which should be a land of plenty, this land will be one that is destroyed. The mention of Sodom and Gomorrah is also quite interesting. It's a nice little head nod back to Genesis chapter 14, so back to the very beginning of the Pentateuch. So Genesis 14 and other chapters afterwards bring about Sodom and Gomorrah and the activities of the people in Sodom and Gomorrah. If we were to study Sodom and Gomorrah in great detail, we would notice that when God tells Abraham he is going to destroy Sodom and Gomorrah, it is because of the outcry of the oppressed. So we think of Sodom and Gomorrah, and sometimes people associate sexual sins with them, which could be part of the case, but it is because they have oppressed the people. And there's an unfair economic system that is set up, and because of that, the outcry of the oppressed, just like the outcry of the Israelites when they were oppressed before Egypt, the outcry has gone up. So this reference back to Sodom and Gomorrah here is in reference to when the Israelites go into their land, which should be prosperous and fruitful. If they go in and fail to adhere to the commands of God, the cries of the oppressed will be heard, and God will respond as he has consistently responded throughout history. And even their land, this gift of land that has been given to the Israelites, will be taken away from them. If the book of Deuteronomy were to end here with chapter 29, it would be really quite a sad way to end the book. It feels very hopeless and it feels like there is nothing to hold on to. It feels like we're ending with the failure to recognize God in the midst of his people. But there is hope. So just like the letter prophets always will talk about the potential danger that is at hand, there is a comma, but the hope that is to come. And chapter 30 is that hope for us. So when we look at chapter 30, what we're going to see is there is a revised hope because restoration is possible. And in the first couple verses, we're going to pay attention to these words of repenting, returning, and restoring, because these three words end up being a very key trilogy of an idea that is repeated throughout the whole rest of the Old Testament books, all the way through the prophets, all the way to the very end, even to Malachi, which is the last book before we enter in the New Testament. We're going to look again at circumcision of the heart. Now, we have seen this before. We looked at this and we talked about this in chapter 10 of Deuteronomy, where the people were called to circumcise their hearts, to be humble. But here we're going to see how God will actually circumcise their hearts. So we're going back to having a heart of flesh instead of a hard heart as stone. And we're going to see that we're leaving the Israelites with a choice. And the choice is between life and good and death and evil. So read with me in chapter 30. So starting with verse 1. So it shall be, when all of these things have come upon you, the blessings and the curses which I have set before you, and you call them to mind. The Hebrew word is actually one that it's like a swerving motion, a returning back onto yourself. So it's a recognition that you have gone astray when you return back to your senses. In all the nations where the Lord your God has banished you, and you return to the Lord your God and obey him with all of your heart and soul according to all that I command you today, you and your sons, then the Lord your God will restore you from captivity and have compassion on you and will gather you again from all of the peoples where the Lord your God has scattered you. And this has echoes of Jeremiah chapter 3 in it. If your outcasts are at the end of the earth, from there the Lord your God will gather you, and from there he will bring you back. There is no distance that is too far, that is beyond the reach of God to pull his people back and to offer this restoration to his people. In verse 6, it says, moreover, the Lord your God will circumcise your heart and the heart of your descendants to love the Lord your God with all of your heart, with all of your soul, so that you may live. I'm going to skip down to verse 11. It says, for this commandment which I command you today is not too difficult for you, nor is it out of reach. It is not in heaven that you should say, who will go up to heaven for us and get it for us and make us hear it that we may observe it? Nor is it beyond the sea that you should say, who will cross the sea for us to get it for us and make us hear it that we may observe it? Right? So this law is something that is actually possible to be enacted. And the commands of God are not something hidden. They're not mysterious. You don't have to use sorcerers or incantations or have false prophets who go and seek and try to figure out the mysteries in order to bring it to you. Right? In contrast, God has spoken to his people. He has given his law, his teachings, his greatest hints at how to survive and be fulfilled humanity in this place that he has given them. He has given it to them so that they don't have to seek out the mysteries of life. Right? So there's this idea, it's right here. It's tangible right in front of you. So verse 14, but the word is very near you, in your mouth and in your heart, that you may observe it. See, I have set before you today life and prosperity, death and adversity. Well, that's my translation. I'd be curious what your translation says. The actual Hebrew is, I have set before you today good life and good, death and evil. Now, these are interesting contrasts because when we think of when was the last time we heard this choice of good and evil that is being presented to humans, maybe, just maybe, you're hearing echoes in the back of your mind, especially since I keep saying there's Genesis connections in Deuteronomy. Maybe I have led you there. But this good and evil, this may actually be a reference back to the garden, when there is a tree, the knowledge of good and evil, and the people in the garden had a choice. And so too, the people here, as they enter into the land, they have a choice. And it is their actions and what they do that either gives them life, which is good, or death and evil. Right? And here, keeping in mind as well that death and evil, it can be the physical death, but it is also the death via the exile, being ripped away from the place to which you have been rooted. So in verse 16, in that I command you today to love the Lord your God, walk in his ways, keep his commandments and his statutes and his judgments, that you may live and multiply, that the Lord your God may bless you in the land where you are entering to possess. And I'm going to skip now to verse 19, because in verse 19 we have a call for witnesses to this that is being declared to the people. So I call heaven and earth to witness against you today that I've set before you life and death, the blessings and the curses. So choose life, in order that you may live, you and your descendants, by loving the Lord your God, obeying his voice, and by holding fast to him. For this is your life in the length of your days, which you live in the land which the Lord swore to your fathers, to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. So with that, we're going to close out our ceremonies that are taking place right at the edge of the land, and then go in and take these ceremonies to Ebal and Gerizim, the blessings and the curses, the recognition that Deuteronomy knows Israel will probably walk away. And yet the hope that there is still going to be restoration that is possible. So life and death, good and evil, blessings and curses are on the table. It is for them to choose. We have finished the book of Deuteronomy except for the last final chapters that are going to be kind of our end notes in the last little bit of what's happening. Since we just previously discussed the end of the law code and these covenant ratification ceremonies and these events that the Israelites are going to participate in once they step over into the land, this is a good natural place for us to pause just for a moment and think about what we've learned through the book of Deuteronomy. So Deuteronomy has been giving us many different themes. Of course, one of the significant ones is that God is in relationship with his people, and there is a covenant between them. And so we have these stipulations. These are the things you should do so that things go well with you. And we have this casting of a vision of all that can go well in the land if you adhere to the covenant and the laws that God has given to his people. And we have noticed that the Israelites are on the world stage, that they will never be able to go out and conquer the world. Their land will not support that. But the world comes through them, and there's an interaction between the Israelites and the people around them. So taking some of these concepts, then, it shouldn't be that much of a surprise that Deuteronomy is very closely connected to several books in the Hebrew Bible, and I would say especially with some of the prophetic books. Now, we mentioned earlier when we were talking about the history, the writing down of Deuteronomy, and I mentioned a gentleman named Martin Note. And his idea was the idea that Deuteronomy is supposed to be the prologue to, or the introduction to, the historical books, starting with Joshua and going through Kings. Because there's so many references throughout the historical narratives where people are called good or evil based on how well they are adhering to the covenant with God. So in that way, Deuteronomy is hugely influential in how we read the historical narratives. But what about some of the other books? So we have clusters of writings by prophets. I would like to mention some of those and just reflect with you about how several of the themes that these prophets bring up end up being themes we've already learned, we've already studied, and should sound familiar to you because of this study that we've done in the book of Deuteronomy. The first one I would like to mention is Hosea. So Hosea is one, well, we call him a minor prophet, which by no means that his ministry was minor. It just means he's not one of the really big prophets that has a really big collection of work associated with his name. So the big prophets, or the major prophets, would be people like Isaiah and Jeremiah and Ezekiel. Hosea belongs to the book of the 12. So the writings of Hosea have been collected, or the sayings of Hosea have been collected and written down. Now, we don't know where Hosea is from. We don't have a city that he is from, but we know he's from the northern kingdom of Israel. So historically, we're at the point in time where the northern kingdom and southern kingdom have already split from each other. So Hosea is part of the prophets that are sent to the northern kingdom of Israel. Some of the themes that he comes up with and that he talks about is God's divine compassion. So the first couple chapters of Hosea are all about how God has an enduring, substantial love for his people, even when they turn away from him. And we get this shown within Hosea himself and the prostitute wife that he is called to go and to marry. And so even in Hosea's life, his persistence to love her and stay married with her is supposed to be an example of how God stays in relationship with his people even when they go and follow other gods. We also have the idea in Hosea that forgetting God and going after other gods, and the idea that God will continue to pursue his people. So Hosea rebukes the northern kingdom of Israel for bringing in and adapting worship of other gods. Hosea is very quick to rebuke the northern kingdom for having a multitude of sanctuaries built to other gods and a multitude of altars for other gods. There's also the idea that there's problems from mixing with people. So these are all things that Deuteronomy has dealt with as well. The idea that there is only one God and God alone, that the people should have one altar at the chosen place, that there shouldn't be a mixing with other people groups lest their hearts or the hearts of the Israelites be turned away. Hosea also talks and it hammers this point in that there is no other God except Yahweh. Hesed is what is desired. So Hesed is that Hebrew word that has to do with covenantal love. Even more expansive, it's loving kindness. It's the inconvenient kind of love. It's the type of love that in the 10 Commandments, it says God has a Hesed love for his people. That enduring love, inconvenient love. And in the book of Hosea, we have the only thing that God desires is for Hesed love in return. That sounds familiar because in the book of Deuteronomy, we have this repetition over and over and over that what is it that God wants from his people? To love him and to follow his commandments. So it has the Hesed type of love that is communicated there. We also have, along with this divine compassion that we see at the very beginning of Hosea in the form of a husband and wife relationship, the latter chapters of Hosea talk about the love that God gives to his son. So again, we have Israel that shows up as the son of God, and the example of love that God has is like a father to his son. Well, this also is very similar to Deuteronomy, even from the very opening chapters of Deuteronomy, where when Moses is talking about rehearsing the history of their story, he says, even in the wilderness, God was the father who picked up and carried his son through the wilderness. So this idea that the relationship and love between God and his people is like a father-son relationship shows up in Hosea. And we have reflections of the Song of Moses, or echoes of the Song of Moses, which we have not yet covered, but we will in the next lecture. But the Song of Moses and Hosea, there's actually very close similarities there. We're going to talk about Amos next, but before we leave off with Hosea, I just want to mention there are so many things that are similar between Hosea and the book of Deuteronomy. In Amos as well. Amos is roughly the same time period as Hosea. So because Hosea and Amos have such a close connection with the book of Deuteronomy, some scholars have suggested that Hosea and Amos, these writings and the ministry of these two prophets existed first, and that Deuteronomy is actually borrowing the language from Hosea and Amos as Deuteronomy is being written down. It's another one of the complicated factors that goes into us trying to figure out who wrote the book of Deuteronomy and who actually wrote it down. Now, also what is curious is Hosea is from the northern kingdom of Israel, and the book of Deuteronomy has something of a northern focus. So as we have talked about Deuteronomy and the chosen place, very consistently throughout these lectures, I have not named the chosen place. I actually don't think Deuteronomy finds the name of the exact location of the chosen place to be significant. I think Deuteronomy is trying to say this chosen place, regardless of where it is, this is how the land is structured, so that there is one place and one God at the center, and everyone falls under that umbrella. But many scholars, and if you read commentaries in the book of Deuteronomy, they will say the chosen place, obviously, is Jerusalem, because the temple ends up being built in Jerusalem. And so often in commentaries, instead of using the phrase chosen place, they will actually use the word Jerusalem. Well, I'm not convinced of that argument. That and the fact that when Deuteronomy is talking about going into the land and ratifying the covenant, the ideas that we just talked about in the previous lecture and we talked about in the lecture related to Deuteronomy chapter 11, that covenant is made up north. Ebal and Gerizim are in the northern kingdom of Israel's territory. There's actually quite a bit of emphasis that is put on the northern portion of the land. And so for those who say that Deuteronomy wasn't written down until the time of Josiah as king, are failing to recognize that there's a huge emphasis put on the northern part of the land. Because by the time of Josiah, that northern part of the land had already been taken into exile by Assyria. Now, potentially, and this is a very common argument, that maybe those who wrote the book of Deuteronomy, or actually finalized the words and wrote it down, were originally northern kingdom of Israel priests and Levites, or a scribal collection of people who then migrate down to Jerusalem, and so then start writing down all the different laws that influence Josiah's reform. So these are all possibilities. But again, to focus on the north and to talk about how influential the north is, and Deuteronomy does not ignore the northern territories of the land, we have Hosea who is from the north, working in the northern kingdom of Israel, and this very close connection with the book of Deuteronomy. So either Hosea's writings come first and greatly influence the writing down of Deuteronomy, or Deuteronomy is already in existence. It has already been codified. And some will argue during the United Monarchy or in the early parts of the kingdom when all of the Israelites were still considered one. So just to make you aware, though, that Hosea as a northern prophet has a very tight connection with the book of Deuteronomy. They seem to know of each other. So what about Amos? So Amos also at the same time as Hosea, except Amos comes from the southern kingdom of Judah. So he comes from Tekoa, a town that is just on the south side of Bethlehem. Amos is not a professional prophet. He's a farmer and a shepherd. And yet God called him and said, go north in order to give this message to the northern kingdom of Israel. In the books of Amos, we see several different themes. The repetition over and over of how the Israelites were brought out of Egypt and were given the land. That should sound like a very old theme to you because that has shown up so much in the book of Deuteronomy. Amos rebukes the northern kingdom of Israel for their wrongful boasting on their own strength. And also Deuteronomy is careful to say, do not think, remember when we did our little math formula from Deuteronomy chapter 9, do not think you are going in because of your righteousness. Because if you actually remember correctly, you've been rebellious in the past. You are here because God is the one who is faithful. And so respond to God out of love. Well, Amos takes that and says, well, you, northern kingdom of Israel, you are wrongfully boasting. You are taking credit for something that you do not deserve credit for. They will also be rebuked for worshiping other gods outside of Yahweh, the only God. And at the heart of Amos, it's why I love the book of Amos so much. Social ethics is at the heart of his message, and we see how much he is bothered by the social ethics of the northern kingdom of Israel. So in the northern kingdom of Israel at this time, they have structured themselves so that the king is at the pinnacle, at the top, where very heavy tributes and tithes are being exacted from the community, and it is supplying an extremely wealthy livelihood for a very select few group of people at the top, upper echelon of society. And Amos has very strong rebukes about that. Well, again, after Deuteronomy, we've seen so many different laws in chapter 15, and then in some of the chapters scattered throughout 19 and 25 that talk about the proper kind of social ethics. Not everyone has to be of the same wealth, but you do have to be mindful of the people on the perimeter of society. And Amos rebukes the people for not adhering to that. And Amos also is going to repeat this idea. It is righteousness and righteousness we are pursuing. Right? We heard that in Deuteronomy chapter 16. Amos also is going to repeat that trilogy, the R words that we just talked about in our last lecture of Deuteronomy. Repent, return, and restoration is possible. And so Amos ends on a positive note. There is restoration that is possible, and it means turning away from the things that you are doing incorrectly to remember your one true God who brought you out of Egypt. Okay, well, not only Amos, but Micah. So Micah is also considered one of the minor prophets. Micah is from the Judean foothills. He's from the area of the Shpelah, the lowland that is to the west of Jerusalem. His message is primarily to the rulers of Jerusalem. So his focus is on the southern kingdom. One of his big messages is that the leaders are preying on the helplessness of the poor. We also have ideas of idolatry and images that have been problematic even within Jerusalem. So even outside the temple in Jerusalem, even within the community in Jerusalem, there are problems going on with idol worship. Well, we have also seen in the book of Deuteronomy not only a strong prohibition against other gods, but the idea that leadership, right? When we talked about leaders being of the people and among the people, being columns, strong pillars of examples of how all the people are supposed to act before God. It is not a system of leadership that is built with one king at the very top. In fact, Deuteronomy somewhat diminishes the role of the king and puts him among his brothers. So we start to see that theme in Micah. Now, Isaiah also. So Micah and Isaiah are contemporaries. So if we look at Isaiah, who is also talking to the southern kingdom of Judah and writing primarily to Jerusalem, we see again familiar themes. Yahweh is the one and only God, and the people are rebuked for not following God. Isaiah says that there are flagrant violations of the covenantal law and rebukes the people because they are using mediums and false prophets and soothsayers and future fortune tellers. And all of that has been forbidden to the Israelite people. He also condemns injustice and oppressive law. Isaiah, and I don't think I have this up here either, but Isaiah also encourages the people. It's not ritual sacrifice that God is looking for. It is the actions that demonstrate the heart of the people. We've seen this in Deuteronomy, where Deuteronomy is always telling people to remember not the law, but remember who God is, and then to respond to that memory in a way that loves and adores God. So the call to action is one of action of imitating God, not the nations around them. In Isaiah, we also get the idea that Zion or Jerusalem actually looks more like Sodom and Gomorrah. So we saw that warning in the last chapter of Deuteronomy that we looked at in 29 and 30, the idea that the land of Israel, one of the curses is that it will turn into brimstone and salt, the land. And it is reminiscent of Sodom and Gomorrah. And how part of that connotation is the oppressiveness of the people in those cities. Jeremiah is saying you don't get off the hook because Jerusalem is looking like Sodom and Gomorrah. So he's using the same referent point there. Isaiah is also going to look forward towards a better day, which is, again, that hopefulness for restoration, which we see at the end of the book of Deuteronomy. And again, the Song of Moses, which will be in the next lecture, is also almost word for word in Isaiah. Now, another one of the great prophets is Jeremiah. And by the time of Jeremiah and the writing down of the sayings and the actions and the sermons of Jeremiah, it seems, at least by this time, Deuteronomy seems to have been written down or codified. Jeremiah seems to know of the book of Deuteronomy. And so again, we find several different reflections back and forth on this book. Jeremiah 7 is a great chapter that talks about how the covenant truly is conditional. So God might have a covenantal love, hesed, for his people. He is very persistent, except that this covenant that they've agreed to come with the people required to act in kind, to respond to God in a particular way. In Jeremiah 7, we find the residents of Jerusalem were just counting on the fact that the temple is in Jerusalem, and so therefore the Babylonians won't kill them because God won't allow his house to be destroyed. And Jeremiah says God doesn't care about his house nearly as much as he cares about your heart. And so if you're going out and you are breaking all of these commandments on one day and at the end of the day going to the temple and saying, oh, but God is here, that's not enough to save you. Jeremiah repeats quite often the idea that what God wants is for the people's hearts to be circumcised, that there's an internal marking of the covenant and softness of heart. Jeremiah also talks quite a bit about Sabbath rest. In fact, Jeremiah says that part of the exile of the people into Babylon is due to the fact that the people have not been observing rest. And the land itself, which turns into a character in the book of Jeremiah, the land is alive and vibrant, but that land has not enjoyed its Sabbath rest. And so the people will be taken out into exile. Jeremiah also warns the people about taking advantage of the poor. Jeremiah also compares Jerusalem to Sodom and Gomorrah. And Jeremiah uses the phrase, the land of milk and honey. Now that phrase is actually a common phrase in the Pentateuch. We see it in the book of Exodus. We see it a couple times in Numbers. Deuteronomy loves the phrase and uses it quite a bit to talk about the quality of the land that they're going into. We no longer see the phrase through the historical narratives. It's not used. It goes out of fashion of sorts. There's a different phrase that is used as a shorthand phrase for the land prospering and doing well. But Jeremiah restores that and borrows that back, and again uses the term the land filled with milk and honey, or the land bursting forth or oozing with milk and honey. And Jeremiah 2 also has connections with the Song of Moses. Now, we could go all the way through the Songs, we could go through Proverbs, and we could talk about those connections as well. So there are very similar themes that show up. One, if we were to look through the book of Proverbs, Proverbs is a teaching that is handed down from one generation to another. Where does your wisdom come from? These are the wise sayings in how to act and not act, which is very similar to the law code in Deuteronomy, and is also quite similar. Deuteronomy in chapter 6 and 11 are very specific to say parents should teach their children that it is individual responsibility to pass down and hand down these significant teachings. Deuteronomy chapter 4 says it is these teachings that are your wisdom. And so within Proverbs, we have not only an emphasis on teaching children, but the recognition that these statutes and these commandments are your wisdom and lead to a fulfilled human existence. Proverbs also talks about the discipline of children, or the idea of discipline as a self-modification of holding yourself back, of reining in your desires. And Deuteronomy does the same. Deuteronomy talks about it as a father disciplines his child, as God the Father is disciplining or training up his child, the son of Israel. Proverbs talks about it within the form of human relationships between parents and children. New Testament also goes back to Deuteronomy quite a bit. And this I mentioned even from the very beginning, because I said one of the reasons we should be studying Deuteronomy is because it is one of the 4 most quoted Old Testament books in the New Testament. And some of these I have mentioned already as we have gone through various lectures in Deuteronomy. All of the Gospels uphold every single one of the 10 Commandments. There are teachings about Sabbath. There are teachings about honoring God and only God. There are teachings about honoring parents, about not coveting. So the Gospels as a whole are upholding the 10 Commandments, which were in Deuteronomy chapter 5. We did talk about Jesus and his 40 days in the wilderness, and how I love to think of Jesus as dwelling on and recounting and embodying and thinking about the words of Deuteronomy, because when he is tempted, his responses all come out of the book of Deuteronomy. He is one like Moses, and this idea, the Sermon on the Mount from the Gospel of Matthew, is also something I mentioned in a previous lecture. Jesus is set up to look like that one great prophet that Deuteronomy 18 is promising. And like Moses was a very influential figure for the Israelites, Jesus is set up as one who is like Moses, who is the one who is the intermediary between God and the people, who is the one who can come and actually explain to the people the hearts and the desires of God. Obviously, there's a tie between love and doing the commandments. And some of these not only show up in the Gospels, but show up in the writings of Paul, or even we could say the book of Acts, so Luke Acts, and then later in the writings of Paul, demonstrate, in fact, they focus quite a bit on the grace of God, the love of God, but always call people to then act in kind. We think of the book of Romans and we think of the epistle James. They emphasize the fact that you don't just believe in something. It's not just head knowledge, but it is something you believe in, which is then demonstrated by the actions that you go out and choose to do in response. And Paul is very well versed in Deuteronomy, which should not be surprising. Paul himself says that he is a Pharisee of Pharisees, which means he would have memorized the majority of the Old Testament. He would have memorized a lot of the oral teachings of the rabbis of his day. He would be very familiar with the text. And he tends to use not only quotes out of Deuteronomy, but even the structure of the book to structure some of his own writings. So as we can see, Deuteronomy is everywhere. And there's a very recent modern book by James Michener. I mean, by recent, I see it's not biblical text. It's a couple decades old by now. The name of the book is called The Source, and it is a story of archaeologists. And one primary archaeologist is American, and the other one is Israeli. So the Israeli is Jewish, and the American is Catholic, I believe. But the story is a fictional story of them coming together in the land of Israel to dig through history and expose layers of history. There's a really interesting conversation in the book between the two archaeologists, because one, the American, turns to the Israeli and says, I don't know why anyone would want to read the book of Deuteronomy. And the Jewish Israeli archaeologist turns and says, but when I read the book of Deuteronomy, I can see the past ghost of my ancestors walking through this land. This book is at the heart of our worship. And then he tells the American, go read the book of Deuteronomy 4 times and then come back and let's have this conversation. And the American goes and reads the book of Deuteronomy 4 times, and at the end realizes that it is not only at the core of Jewish beliefs, but it is at the core of his Christian beliefs as well. And so as we've seen, Deuteronomy is tightly connected to the other writings, the historical writings, the writings of the prophets, the writings of the New Testament. It was common knowledge. And so again, just as encouragement to you, the more we read and understand Deuteronomy, the more we understand the heart of God and the heart that he is asking his people to have. Okay, so we are finishing out the book of Deuteronomy. And so our lectures are coming to an end, and we are going to start to tie up a couple of loose threads that we have been pulling through the fabric of the entire book thus far. So I mentioned at the very beginning, when we did our very first historical narratives, we talked about how chapters 1 to 3 actually end up being bookends with the book of Deuteronomy. So in these last chapters we're looking at today, we're seeing these chapters 1 through 4 kind of helped us gather together and introduce big major themes through Deuteronomy. And then we have 15 through 30 that we've been discussing in all the previous lectures. And now we're in chapters 31 to 34. These bookends I have pictured here, by the way, are from Pottery Barn. So if you're interested, you can go see their catalog. So we've noticed how the law code is at the core of the book. There is a focus of Deuteronomy that is pointing towards the law code, because the law code is what is allowing the people to live a fulfilled human existence in the land God is giving to his people. But we've introduced the law code by rehearsing the history and placing the people. We did a placement geographically as well as a placement historically. And we're going to start to see that there's similarities in these last few chapters. Plus, we've been discussing the last of the actions of Moses through his life. And so now we have to conclude the narrative of Moses, and that will conclude in chapter 34. So as we begin and we enter into this outer frame, I'm going to call it, or the final bookend to the book of Deuteronomy, we're going to see now some of these repetitions that echo back to Deuteronomy chapters 1 through 4 or 1 to 3. So we start this chapter with a historical overview, which is exactly how Deuteronomy chapter 1 started. So we have the historical narrative first, and then we're going to see how we have in a very specific organization to this chapter. So we have an emphasis that is placed on the law. We have an emphasis that is placed on Joshua, because Joshua now is going to be taking over the leadership from Moses. We have a recognition right in the middle that apostasy is going to happen, that the Israelites are very likely going to turn away from God. And then it goes back to a mention of Joshua, and it goes back to the concept of the law. Again, we could say if we just left 31 as it is, it seems to build up to this idea that the Israelites are going to reject God. And that seems to be something of a negative message to be portraying. Except what this ends up doing is this leads us into the Song of Moses, which is chapter 32. So actually what we end up taking away from this, along with the idea that the law should be written down, that Joshua is going to be the next leader, what we get is this is very likely to happen, and so therefore we need something like the Song of Moses in chapter 32 in order to help the people remember their history and remember who God is. So let's start looking at chapter 31. This is the historical part, so the recalling the narrative of what is happening. So in verse 1, so Moses went and spoke these words to all of Israel, and he said to them, I am 120 years old today. I am no longer able to come and go, and the Lord has said to me, you shall not cross the Jordan. It is the Lord your God who will cross ahead of you. He will destroy these nations before you, and you shall dispossess them. Joshua is the one who will cross ahead with you, just as the Lord has spoken. So again, we get this theme of God as warrior. And the first time we heard that was also in Deuteronomy chapter 1. And then we get the mentions of Og and Sihon, kings that were mentioned both in chapter 1 and in chapter 3 in Deuteronomy. So the Lord will do to them just as he did to Sihon and Og, the kings of the Amorites, and to their land when he destroyed them. The Lord will deliver them up before you, and you shall do to them according to all the commands which I have commanded you. Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid or tremble at them, for the Lord your God is the one who goes with you. He will not fail you or forsake you. Then Moses called to Joshua and said to him in the sight of all of Israel, be strong and courageous, For you shall go with the people into the land which the Lord has sworn to their fathers to give them, and you shall give it to them as an inheritance. It is the Lord who goes ahead of you. He will be with you. He will not fail you, nor forsake you. Do not fear or be dismayed. And then we get in verse 9, so Moses wrote this law and gave it to the priests. And again, every time this is repeated, Moses wrote this law, we always pause and we say, what is this law? Is it chapters 12 through 26? Is it sections of? Is it portions of? What does it include? And that is what people who love to study the real nitty-gritty of language try to get deep down into Deuteronomy to figure out what is the core, the most ancient part of Deuteronomy that would be this law. But the thing that we need to take away is Moses is the one who is taking this oral teaching and is writing something down for the people. And then Moses commands the Levites and the priests, saying, at the end of every 7 years, at the time of the year of remission of debts, at the Feast of Booths, when all of Israel comes to appear before the Lord your God at the place which he will choose, you shall read this law in front of all of Israel in their hearing. Assemble the people, the men, the women, the children, the alien who is in your town, so that they may hear and learn and fear the Lord your God and be careful to observe all the words of this law. Their children who have not known will hear and learn to fear the Lord your God, as long as you live in the land which you are about to cross the Jordan to possess. We've talked about how one of the emphasis in Deuteronomy came out of chapter 6 and out of chapter 11. Teach these words to your children. When you rise up, when you lay down, when you're in your house, when you're out on the street, when you're walking, when you're working, when you're eating, right? This all-inclusive from morning until night in every activity. You are teaching your children the law. So Deuteronomy has been emphasizing until now this very personal from parent to child transmission of the law. And now we see as Moses is writing down these words and handing it over into the care of the priests, that he says there is an assembly, there is a time when we all come together collectively as a whole society during the Feast of Booths. And if you were in my class, I would challenge you to tell me, do you remember which month that's in and what that holiday is celebrating? But it is at that time, right, when the priests are supposed to read this law aloud, so that once more collectively as a people, we are recognizing this is something we have all agreed to. Now, if we look through the historical narratives and think about, has there ever been a time when this has happened? Well, something similar, reading out of the law, the people coming together and agreeing to it, happens towards the end of the book of Joshua. It also happens right at the time during the reforms of King Josiah. They bring the people together, they read these words or the book of the law, and people repent because they realize how far away they have come from the law. We also see it in the book of Ezra. So when the Jews are coming back out of the land of Babylon, out of exile to Babylon, now land of Persia, and they're coming and they're staying in Judea, Ezra gathers all the people together and he reads out loud the book of the law to them. So we do have these instances where it seems to be recorded that everyone gathered together. But did it happen every 7 years, every time there was a remission of debt? We don't actually know if that is anything or a tradition that the Israelites actually did. But it is something that is recorded as purposeful and as profitable for the people to once more be reminded of the details of the law, of the way that they should be acting to prove their love for God. I'm going to skip a couple more verses because the middle section is this is how Joshua, the The Lord then calls Joshua and Moses together at the tent of meeting and says, Joshua, I have chosen you, and you are the one who is going to be anointed. In verse 19, I want to start up in verse 17. There's a recognition, right? This is the recognizing the apostasy of the people. And it says, then my anger will be kindled against them in that day. I will forsake them and hide my face from them. They will be consumed, and many evils and troubles will come upon them, so that they will say in that day, is it not because our God is among us that these evils have come upon us? But I will surely hide my face in that day because of all the evil which they will do, for they will turn to other gods. Now, therefore, write this song for yourselves and teach it to the sons of Israel. Put it on their lips, so that this song may be a witness for me against the sons of Israel. For when I bring them into the land flowing with milk and honey, which I swore to their fathers, and they have eaten and are satisfied and become prosperous, then they will turn to other gods and serve them and spurn me and break my covenant. So the recognition that this song is necessary in order to keep these teachings at the forefront of their minds. Because when they go in and life becomes easier for them, when they are no longer in the heart of the wilderness and at death's door and struggling to survive, when life is a little bit easier for them, that's the easiest time to forget how they got there. And so this song is to help them to remember. So the end of the chapter says, so Moses wrote this song on the same day and taught it to the sons of Israel. Then he commissioned Joshua, the son of Nun, and said, be strong and courageous, for you shall bring the sons of Israel into the lands which I swore them, and I will be with you. It came about when Moses finished writing the words of this law in a book until they were complete, that Moses commanded the Levites who carried the Ark of the Covenant and the covenant of the Lord, saying, take this book of the law and place it beside the Ark of the Covenant of the Lord your God, that it may remain there as a witness against you. For I know your rebellion and your stubbornness. Behold, while I am still alive with you today, you have been rebellious against the Lord. How much more then when after my death? So assemble to me all the elders of your tribes and officers, that I may speak these words in their hearing, and call the heavens and the earth to witness against them. For I know that after my death you will act corruptly and turn from the way which I have commanded you, and evil will befall you in the latter days, for you will do that which is evil in the sight of the Lord, provoking him to anger with the work of your hands. So again, another one of those sounds somewhat like a pessimistic end of Moses, to have this great leader who has been leading them through the wilderness, who has brought them to the edge of their land, to just practically recognize that they will continue to be as they have been in the past. And so therefore, they need to have something that continues to stir their hearts and provokes them into obedience and into remembering their God and who they are as God's people. So we're moving into chapter 32, and chapter 32 is called the Song of Moses. This is considered to be one of the oldest parts of Deuteronomy. Some of the language that is used, the poetry that is in the book, seems to reflect a much more ancient, it at least is a very, very old poem that was taught very early on and circulated among the Israelites. This is the poem that has several different echoes all through the writings in the prophets. So we're going to start by actually thinking about how different it is to have a song and how essential it is to have a song. I'm going to put up the words to quite a famous lecture or talk. You may or may not recognize the first words of this talk. I have a dream, and And sometimes just with those 4 words, if I say I have a dream, people think Martin Luther King Jr. immediately. It's part of our cultural fabric. Well, this is part of that speech, and it is a very powerful and very beautiful speech. And if you haven't heard Martin Luther King himself give it, there's several recordings of it. You should listen to him give the speech. But maybe you've read the speech. Maybe you've heard people talk about how powerful the speech is. Maybe you've memorized the speech. I've read this speech several times. I think it's amazing. But aside from the "I have the dream" phrase, if someone were just to quote for me a segment in the middle of that speech, I may or may not be able to associate it immediately to Martin Luther King. Maybe because this is such a famous speech that I would. But not everyone, even though they know I have a dream, not everyone immediately can go through the whole entire context of the speech and tell you exactly what all of the words are for the speech. Now let's put this in contrast to a song. This is an old song. It comes from an old movie. The sun will come out tomorrow, right? It's from the movie Annie. And this is one of those songs that it is not powerful in that it's not teaching us this great cultural context. It's not like the Martin Luther King sermon or talk. It's just a song, and yet I can choose a few words out of the middle of the song, start singing it, and I bet many of you will join in. In fact, there's danger that if I were to start singing this song, the sun will come out tomorrow. Bet your bottom dollar that tomorrow. You might end up with that song stuck in your head for the whole rest of the day. You're welcome. Right? So there is something about songs that are easier to learn. The melody gets stuck in our head and it starts to just hang out up here. So songs are very different than sermons and talks. So why is it that Moses needs to write a song and teach it to the people? They have the writing down of the law. That is the heart. It is what is showing God's heart and compassion for his people. But they need something that is very easy to remember. And so this is the song that Moses teaches the people. So this is the Song of Moses. It starts out, "Give ear, O heavens, and let me speak, and let the earth hear the words of my mouth. It is a calling for the witnesses to witness that which is being told to the people." And I love this verse in verse 2. It says, "Let my teaching drop as the rain and my speech distill as the dew, as droplets on the fresh grass and as the showers on the herbs." So I tried to pull a picture of dew that just kind of gathers into droplets on the grass. What is it saying? Using this metaphor, this as water collects on the branches or on the blades of grass or on the branches and the leaves of plants, they fall down and they gently soak down into the soil. And Moses says, so too, may my words drop on you like dew, right? Not the heavy winter showers that come and pour down on top of you, but may they collect on you and drop down into the soil. In verse 3, "For I proclaim the name of the Lord, ascribe greatness to our God, the rock. His work is perfect. For all of his ways are just, a God of faithfulness and without injustice. Righteousness and uprightness is he. They have acted corruptly towards him. They are not his children because of their defect, but are perverse and crooked generation. Do you thus repay the Lord, O foolish and unwise people? Is not he your father who has bought you? He has made you and established you. Remember the days of old. Consider the years of all generations. Ask your father. He will inform you. Your elders, they will tell you. When the Most High gave the nations their inheritance, when he separated the sons of man, he set the boundaries of the people according to the number of the sons of Israel. And now we're having what has been very common in Deuteronomy. We're turning and we're recounting our history. Except here at the very end of Deuteronomy and here at the very end of the Pentateuch, we end up with some reflections back to Genesis 1 and 2, some borrowing of the same kind of language. So listen for that as we go. So in verse 9, it says, "For the Lord's portion is his people. Jacob is the allotment of his inheritance. He found him in a desert land and in the howling waste of a wilderness." And actually, howling waste there, I'd be curious what your translation says and how your Bible interprets that. It's in parallel to the desert land, but the words that are used are actually tohu vabohu, which is the deep, dark chaos that shows up in Genesis 1. So in Genesis 1, when it says in the beginning, when God starts the process of creating, and the Spirit is fluttering over the deep, that deep is the tohu vabohu. And that's an interesting way to then talk about the desert land out of which God is finding his people. So again, verse 10, he found him in a desert land, and in the howling waste of a wilderness, he encircled him, he cared for him, he guarded him as the pupil of his eye. Like an eagle that stirs up its nest, that hovers over its young. And again, that word hovering actually has more of a flutter type connotation to it. Just as you can imagine a bird that is fluttering with great care and concern over a nest. Interestingly, it is the exact same verb that talks of the Spirit who hovers or flutters over the deep out of Genesis chapter 1. So we're hearing here there's kind of a creation story that is being told in the words that are used in the Song of Moses. So he spread his wings and caught them. He carried them on his pinions. The Lord alone guided him. There was no foreign god with him. He made him ride on the high places of the earth, and he ate produce of the field. And he made him suck honey from the rock and oil from the flinty rock, curds of cows, milk of the flock, fat of the lambs and rams, the breed of Bashan and goats. With the finest of wheat and the blood of grapes, you drank wine. This is a very poetic and beautiful way to actually talk about the very real produce that was produced in the land. But Jeshurun grew fat and kicked. So Jeshurun is another name for Jacob, or it's a reference back to Jacob. So it's another way of talking of Israel. So Jeshurun grew fat and kicked. You are grown fat, thick, and sleek. Then he forsook God who made him and scorned the rock of his salvation. They made him jealous with strange gods. With abominations, they provoked him to anger. They sacrificed to demons who are not God, to gods whom they have not known, new gods who came lately, whom your fathers did not dread. Right? And again, this is what a lot of the teaching of Deuteronomy kept saying. When you go into the land, the danger is that you will become complacent and that you will start to think it has everything to do with you. And you will forget your history and you will forget all God has done to actually bring you into this place and to actually give you this land. Right? It's so pictured in terms of Jeshurun, of Israel, embodied as a person who goes into a land that has the fatness or the finest of wheat and the fatness or the finest of the blood of grapes, and off of that becomes fat himself and complacent, and then starts to follow other gods. You neglected the rock who begot you and forgot the God who gave you birth. I love this portion too. This is an interesting phrase to put in parallel. The concept is you forgot God, but two different verbs are used here. The first one is begot. This one is used quite a bit. We get it a lot in genealogies. If you read any of the genealogies, they tend to be so-and-so begot so-and-so, who begot so-and-so. It is usually attached to men, to father who begot the son, who begot the grandson. So we have this male imagery, and this fits really nicely because we've seen God as father to the Israelites. But the parallel phrase is, and forgot the God who gave you birth. And that birthing verb is really only a female verb. And so we have, in a really nice way, this picture of God as both dad and mom. You know, kind of this he is beyond the gender identity. So he is the one who begot you. He is the one who gave you birth. The next few verses of the song go back to how the Israelites are likely going to walk away from God. So the Lord saw this and spurned them because of the provocation of his sons and daughters. Then he said, I will hide my face from them. I will see what their end shall be, for they are a perverse generation, sons in whom is no faithfulness. They have made me jealous with what is not a God. They have provoked me to anger with their idols. So I will make them jealous with those who are not a people. I will provoke them to anger with a foolish nation. And here, if you want a little bit of a challenge, I would go read Romans chapter 10 and see if you can figure out some kind of connection in Romans 10 to the Song of Moses here in chapter 32. There is, even in this song that Moses teaches the people, there is a rehearsing of some of the curses, the ramifications of their choices. So when they spurn God, when they walk away, when they choose other idols, there are things that are going to happen. So there's a whole list of them, and I am going to come down to verse 30. It says, how could one chase 1,000 and two put 10,000 to flight unless their rock had sold them and the Lord had given them up? Indeed, their rock is not like our rock. Even our enemies themselves judged this. For their vine is from the vine of Sodom and from the fields of Gomorrah. Their grapes are grapes of poison, their clusters bitter. Their wine is the venom of serpents and the deadly poison of cobras. Again, we have this connection back to Sodom and Gomorrah, and we have the connection with this metaphor of Israel being like a vine. This shows up in Psalm 80, and it shows up in Isaiah 5, where it's a common way to picture the nation of Israel as a choice vine that God brings out of Egypt and plants in the hill country and expects them to produce great fruit, and yet they don't, and their fruit is turned into sour fruit. So we're seeing that here even in the Song of Moses. So although the Song of Moses recognizes the people may turn away, there will be a punishment because of the people turning away, we never leave it with that. We do the comma, but hope for restoration. So in verse 36, it says, for the Lord will vindicate his people and will have compassion on his servants. When he sees that their strength is gone and there is none remaining, bond or free, and he says, where are their gods, the rock in which they sought refuge, who ate the fat of their sacrifices and drank the wine of their drink offering? Let them rise up and help you. Let them be your hiding place. See now that I am he. There is no God besides me. It is I who put to death and give life. I have wounded, and it is I who heal. There is no one who can deliver from my hand. Indeed, I lift up my hand to heaven and say, as I live forever, if I sharpen my flashing sword and my hand takes hold on justice, I will render vengeance on my adversaries, and I will repay those who hate me. I will make an arrow drunk with blood, and my sword will devour flesh. With the blood of the slain and the captives, from the long-haired leaders of the enemy, rejoice, O nations, with his people, for he will avenge the blood of his servants, and will render vengeance on his adversaries, and will atone for his land and his people. And then Moses comes down and he speaks this word and he teaches this song to the people. So from this song, we have seen how the song itself teaches their history. And the song has an element of going from chaos, so from the tohu vabohu, the deep dark of chaos, from chaos to the land of plenty. And the caution of what happens when you end up in the land of plenty, not to let your heart grow hard and turn away and follow other gods. It is also significant that the people do not just possess the land, right? That is not the goal. The goal is not to go in and just possess it, but the goal is to go and dwell successfully in the land. And then again, even in this song, we see that displacement is a very real threat. Although we also see at the end that there is hope for restoration. In chapter 33, then we end up with the blessings of Moses. So the blessings of Moses are really quite similar to the blessings of Jacob that we see at the end of Genesis in chapter 49. It is also considered to be some of the oldest portions of the book of Deuteronomy. It starts, now this is the blessing with which Moses, the man of God, blessed the sons of Israel before his death. And he gets up and he starts to bless first the people as a whole unit, and then he goes through and blesses each of the individual tribes. The blessing of Jacob actually has a little bit of a negative tone. Some of the tribes, some of the brothers don't get the most ideal version of a blessing. The blessings of Moses tend to all be quite positive. Almost all of them are. Towards the end of that blessing of Moses, we get the idea at the very end, Asher is the last tribe that is blessed. And in verse 26, it says, there is none like the God of Jeshurun, right? Borrowing from the Song of Moses, Jacob or Israel, who rides the heavens to your help and through the skies in his majesty. The eternal God is a dwelling place, and underneath are the everlasting arms. And he drove out the enemy from before you and said, destroy. So Israel dwells in security. The fountain of Jacob secluded in the land of grain and new wine, his heavens also drop down dew. Blessed are you, O Israel, who is like you, a people saved by the Lord, who is the shield of your help and the sword of your majesty. So your enemies will cringe before you, and you will tread upon the high places. And so now, here at the end of Deuteronomy, just like in Deuteronomy chapter 1. In Deuteronomy 1, we heard the history of how the people almost went into the land of promise. The spies said it is a good land, but they grumbled in their tents, and they murmured, and they complained, and because of that, they had to wander through the wilderness. And so now as they end up at the edge of their land, and they have received their law, and they have received a song of Moses, and they have received the blessing of Moses, they still have to go in. So the scary hasn't gone away. Their enemies have not gone away. They still have to go in. They just need to go in knowing they don't have to be afraid because their warrior God is going with them. So they're in the same kind of context as they were at the beginning of Deuteronomy. Things contextually have not changed. They still need to go in and confront their enemy. But this time they should go knowing that the God who already confronted the Pharaoh in Egypt is the God who goes before them and is the God who is going to give them their land. So the faith that the people are called to is not a faith of just deciding to act no matter what. It's a faith that recognizes their history, where they have been before, and who their God has already proven to be. And it calls them to action. So not to be static, but to actually be active and act upon the knowledge that they have. Well, Deuteronomy chapter 34 is just going to conclude all things for us. So in Deuteronomy 34, this is when we have the death of Moses. So obviously written by the hand of an editor. Moses is talked about in the third person, and it concludes the life and the activity of Moses, everything we've been seeing since the book of Exodus to the end of Deuteronomy. So Moses has given the song to the people. He has given the blessings to the people. And so now Moses goes up from the plains of Moab to Mount Nebo, on top of Pisgah, which is opposite Jericho. And the Lord showed him all the land, Gilead as far as Dan. And so since we have a list of place names, let me put up another map for you. You've seen this map before. Again, these maps are from biblical background. This star is roughly the plains of Moab, where we typically place the people to be listening to the sermons of Moses. And it says that Moses goes up to Mount Nebo, roughly here. There's a couple different mountain peaks, and people argue about which one to go to when you go to visit Jordan. But let's put Moses, it's in this location here. And it says that God, although Moses is not allowed to go into the land, God shows him the land. And there is a pattern to the geography that is mentioned here. So showed him the land, Gilead as far as Dan. Dan is in the far north. Now the city of Dan, of course, wasn't called Dan during the time of Moses. It was called Laish. So it doesn't become the city of Dan until the tribe of Dan. The Danites go up and conquer the city of Laish. And that narrative is at the end of the book of Judges. But we're seeing that by the time this was written down, the editor knows, the people who are listening to this, who are reading this, they know that city as Dan. And so God shows Moses from Gilead all the way up to Dan. And all of Naphtali. So again, Naphtali, the tribal inheritances aren't given until the book of Joshua. But Naphtali's tribal inheritance is up there to the north. And the land of Ephraim and Manasseh. All the land of Judah, which is the hill country area. All the way out to the coast. As far as the western sea. And the Negev. We saw the Negev down before, right? That figure 8 or the infinity sign. The plain in the valley of Jericho, the city of palm trees, as far as Zor. Zor is considered to be down at the south end of the Dead Sea, maybe. Then the Lord said to him, so what we notice in all of this, here we go, area of Judah. So what you may have noticed is that the pattern of the land or the listing of these geographical places goes in a counterclockwise direction, starting just to the north, Gilead, and then moving and sweeping down this way to come back to the area right by Mount Nebo. Now, when you stand on Mount Nebo today, if the air is very, very, very clear, you can see a good portion of this land. Maybe not all of it, but you can see a good portion of it. So it fits within the realm of possibility. But that's not as much of the point, as much as being able to conclude the fact that God is fulfilling the promise that he gave to Abraham. When Abraham stood on the top of the ridge line of the hill country here, and God said, look to the right and to the left, to the north and to the south, this is the land I have given you. Now at the end of the Pentateuch, as the people are getting ready to go into the land, Moses shows them the land, and it is all of the land that he had promised that he would give to Joshua. To Abraham, not Joshua. Joshua will take it. So in verse 5, it says, so Moses, the servant of the Lord, died there in the land of Moab, according to the word of the Lord. And he buried him in the valley of the land of Moab, opposite Beit Peor, but no man knows his burial place to this day. Although Moses was 120 years old when he died, his eye was not dim, nor his vigor abated. So not only speaking of his own vigor, but maybe also a reference to the fact that Moses stayed just throughout his whole life. So the sons of Israel wept for Moses in the plains of Moab 30 days. And the days of weeping and mourning for Moses came to an end. Then Joshua the son of Nun was filled with the spirit of wisdom, for Moses had laid his hand on him. And the sons of Israel listened to him and did as the Lord had commanded Moses. Since that time, no prophet has risen in Israel like Moses, whom the Lord knew face to face. Which is then why calling Jesus a prophet like Moses is a very significant and weighty kind of title to give to Jesus. For all the signs and wonders which the Lord sent him to perform in the land of Egypt against Pharaoh, all of his servants, and all of this land, and for all of the mighty power, and for all the great terror which Moses performed in the sight of all of Israel. And that is the conclusion of the book of Deuteronomy. And so I would encourage you to remember the lessons that Deuteronomy has to give to the people. So themes that we have seen in the book of Deuteronomy, things that we have talked about that have been repeated, that Deuteronomy is trying to pound into our heads. Deuteronomy engages all levels of place, from inner private spheres to the outer public sphere. All of that is to be submissive to the commandments of God. We noticed how the physical land the Israelites are going into may atomize the people, may break them apart. It would be very hard to help them identify under one identity of God's people. But they unify the diverse people in this diverse land by placing the chosen place at the center and placing the festivals that help them recall their story, placing them all at the center as well. So people multiple times a year are remembering that they are one all together with their brothers and sisters. We looked at leadership and how leadership doesn't isolate authority. And it doesn't keep the leaders just as the most elect and chosen and wealthy part of society either. Deuteronomy also thinks about the counterintuitive, inconvenient kind of generosity. And that inconvenient kind of generosity is the thing that actually guarantees the health of the community. Within the regulations of the law, we have seen this call to regulate and to curb self-indulgent behavior. That a sense of moderation and pursuit of what is good for the community is actually what the people should be pursuing. And we notice that humans who live in the land react to the environment, and they use the physical resources around them. But their actions towards that environment, so be it the plants, the animals, the land, the soil, those actions reverberate outwards and they turn and they come back. So if people invest in a place to make it a healthy and vibrant place, that vibrancy comes back and affects them as the humans, and it buoys them up as well. So I would say here at the conclusion of our study of the book of Deuteronomy, and I'll just mimic what it says at the very beginning of Deuteronomy. Deuteronomy began with Moses telling the people, we have circled this mountain of Horeb, Mount Sinai. We have circled this mountain long enough. Let us get up, go and do. And so here at the end of our study, I would say to you, we have circled this mountain long enough. We have looked through the book of Deuteronomy and we have tried to figure out the bigger picture of Deuteronomy. So we have circled this mountain long enough. Get up, go and do. Because that is what Deuteronomy is calling us to remember our Lord, remember God, what he has done, who you are as his people, and then to respond to him by doing.